Hello, undesirables. Hello, people out there in Colorland. This is the chief host of College Genesis, broadcasting to you to another exciting episode of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. Hey, we're getting started early tonight because this is a show that couldn't wait. Look, tonight's show, we're talking about African American history and why being African American, Black American, whatever you want to call it, is so important. Why we must hold on to our heritage, why we must hold on to our identity, and why I believe that adopting African culture or foreign cultures, alien cultures that didn't come from our spirits is a no go. It's a no go. And tonight I'm going to basically play what good friend Chuko said last night, and I'm gonna basically rebut this. You know something? When I get ready, when I go back and listen to these rebroadcasts, stuff like that, trust me, nothing gets past me. I go back and listen to these shows. I look at what people saying. I look at how I'm delivering and how I'm doing, hosting a show and everything like that. There's room for improvements I can do. But one thing I'm not going to do, right, is have people like Elvis sit here and police how I run this channel and stuff like that, and how things go. Like, for example, Chuko, when people talk and you make an ad hominem attack, right, you should stop right there. Either prove what you're saying and stuff like and build up on what you're saying, or let somebody rebut what you're saying, or come back with evidence, or like that, or just shut up. You don't get to move on and keep rambling. That's filibustering. You keep rambling and changing the topic and running on and whatnot, getting all these points across, and then talk about, oh yeah, well, let the person talk. Let the person know. A person that basically filibusters, hey Mary, how you doing? A person that filibusters have to be interrupted. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. When you basically made an ad hominem attack, and I'm gonna play the clips from last night's show and show exactly what I'm talking about. When Chuko said that African Americans are a permanent underclass in America, that was a bold-faced lie. You know, nothing in there is the truth. We cannot have people disparaging our people like that and getting away with it. I want to know something. Why is it that people feel like that it's okay to basically talk about African Americans like we're not human, that we're animals and whatever? Where does this come from? Where does this come from that people think they could just say anything about us? They could lie on us, slander us, and then have the nerve to come on our platforms and say it. It's one thing to say it in whatever if you're in your corner, but they say it publicly. But at the same time, right? If I dare slip and call African savages or talk about Haitians or whatever like that, suddenly I get the virtual signaling, Kala, you shouldn't say that. Kala, you shouldn't be that. We're all black and everything like this. So I'm saying to myself, what the hell is going on here? Where people think they could just say whatever they want about us. I'm gonna play the clip from last night. Wait, a few more people get here, and I'm gonna play the clip from last night what Chuko said. And when Dollar Bill comes in, right away, Elvis basically attacked Dollar Bill. And all Dollar Bill was basically, he wasn't starting anything. He was basically just defending his family, defending Black America, as we have a right to do. We have a right to defend our people. We have a right to act hostile to people who act hostile towards us and people who spread lies about our community. That's what warriors do. We defend our families. We defend our honor. So when Dollar Bill comes on, Elvis is like, well, why are you attacking Chuko or whatnot? As if Chuko has said something so brilliant that we can't just attack what Chuko says, and all the stuff like that. Because, oh my God, how dare we basically question Chuko and everything like that? And I'm saying to myself, the guy's saying a bunch of ad hominem attacks and lies and everything. He needs to be checked, He needs to be stopped right there in his dead in his tracks and say, look, if you cannot bring evidence or prove what you're saying, you don't need to speak. As simple as that. That's the way I see it. Bottom line is, I just think on these platforms, right, have done more damage to Black people. TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, and all these other platforms are no good for Black people. Basically, it allows people to just ramble on, say stuff unchallenged. Let me give you a perfect example of what I'm talking about, right? If when you're in school, right, your teacher has a syllabus, right? he or she is not gonna teach you something that's not in the syllabus. If he teaches you something that's out of syllabus, you could take him to the Board of Education. But when it's happened before and everything online, if you got an audience here, I don't care how small the audience is, right? And you say stuff, there's nobody that you can run to and say, Chuko said this, that, they hold him accountable. There's no accountability online. The only accountability that we have is me. I will stop you on this show. Did I have the power to stop people in their tracks when they're on the show or kick people out of the platform altogether? That's the only power I have. But other than that, people get online, they say whatever they want to say, and there's no consequences for people lying or spread ad hominem attack. Zongo, I am not a tribalist. Right? I believe in humanity. Right? I care about all people. I don't care about your race, color, tribe. I don't care about none of that shit, right? But one thing I'm not going to do is I'm not going to dehumanize somebody because of your tribe or whatever like that. I have a right to feel proud of who I am. I have every right to feel proud of who I am. I know that's a sin in Pan-African circles when that Black African Americans expressing pride in their own race and the pride of their own people, their accomplishments and everything like that. Oh, no, we're not supposed to do that, We're supposed to all be on Ubuntu when it comes down to our accomplishments and everything. But as soon as Africans do something right, they'll tell you, oh, look at this Nigerian guy who just did this or whatnot. Look at this Ghanaian, he just did this or whatnot. They're making sure they delineate when they have their accomplishment. Oh, reggae, that's a Jamaican thing. You can't do reggae. That's a Jamaican thing. Afrobeats, you can't, Black American, you can't do no Afrobeats. Blah, blah, blah. But when it comes to us, everybody can play our roles in Hollywood. They can play our music. They can, whatever they want to do with us or whatnot, because it's an open door policy when it comes to Black America. But everybody else guard their little cultures with jealousy and everything, as they should. As they should. If you're Nigerian, yeah, rep that shit, rep it to the fullest, man. I ain't got no problem with you. If you're Ghanaian, if you're representing Ghana, represent it to the fullest. Don't apologize. And I'm going to tell people all the time, never apologize for what you are. God made you that, live with it. My problem is this. Now, I can't fix your self-esteem by, I think too many Africans, right? Their self-esteem is tied to what Black Americans think about them, when they can get Black Americans to like their jollof rice, or Black Americans who like something, their type of music. That's the only type of validation they get, is when what we think about them. That Africans got to move beyond Black America, and start basically being proud of what you are and how God made you and everything like that. Don't stop trying to look like us. Don't try to sound like us and be us and whatnot, And so therefore, be proud of what you are. If you're proud of what you are, I'm proud of it. Now we can have a conversation and build, But when you're asking me to stop being proud of who I am, and basically adopt your language and your ways and your this, and Zongo said, I got to humble myself. Basically, I'm supposed to disregard my heritage and everything I'm about, right, to adopt his heritage and whatnot. And the bottom line is, let me tell you something, folks. It don't work like that in the real world. No group of people is going to take their heritage and throw it out the door, no matter what you think about it, whatnot, to adopt your heritage just so to get along. The price is too high. If that's what it takes for me to get along with Africans, then I'll tell you right now, it's time for us to part ways. And you can have Africa, you can have your whatever the fuck you are. I'm sorry, that's too much of a high price to pay. I love who I am. I love my history. I love my people in America. I love my heritage and everything. I don't put nobody above a culture above my people in America, African Americans. These are the people I rock with. These are the people that made me, and these are people I'm going to die for. I am not going to freaking play that game. So if you think I'm going to basically, I'm not one of those Pan-Africanists, that's going to say screw my people to adopt your culture, and your people and everything. I'm not going to do that. Like I said, I love Liberia and whatnot, but the bottom line, I am not Liberian. Liberian's the closest thing I have to Black America, right? That's like my second home. But the bottom line is, let me tell you something. Black America, this is my home. These are my people here, and I recognize that. And the bottom line, I'm going to rock with that. If somebody has a problem with that, then hey, then whatever, all bets are off. So I'm going to give it a couple of minutes. I'm going to play Chuko comments from last night. I'm going to start, I got the thing set up. I'm going to play his comments from last night and tell me what you think. This was the most disrespectful shit I've ever heard in my freaking life. When I listened to it today, like the playback today, I was literally in shock. I was angry, when I heard this and whatnot. Because like I say, last night, I just basically let things go and everything like that. Well, I think it is too. I think what I have to do is when I have somebody on and making comments, I have to drop everybody else back down. Let that person talk. Let me deal with that person one-on-one. Because the bottom line, it gets to be a clusterfuck. Then I got Elvis talking over me, talking about, oh, Kyle, let him talk about that. I'm the host. You don't talk to the host and tell him what to do and whatnot. I should have dropped everybody else down and dealt with Chuko one-on-one, and then let everybody else come in and comment. That's what I should do from now on, you know? What's up, John? Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Doc Migo. All you people for joining us in Call Land. When I like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and whatnot, because this is going to be an explosive show tonight. Tonight, we'll talk about the story of the African American. I'm going to talk about the history of our people, what we did, how we got here, and the future of Black America. So basically, we're just going to pay homage to our people, homage to our people, as it seemed like nobody else is doing online. All these other fake ass Pan-African groups out there, I'm coming for that ADOS FBA crowd. When I want to bring them back into loving their heritage, loving their African heritage. We're the African heritage in America. We're the African people of North America. The African story. We are the African story in America. Not the African immigrants. We're the African story in America. There's no African story in America without us. So the bottom line is this: we're going to reclaim that tonight. Say story of the African American. Who is the African American? Why do we basically call ourselves African American? And why is it important that we have an identity with our mother continent, even if we don't have any connections anymore? Why it's important to know exactly at all times, know where we came from. We didn't originate in America. We're not a foundational America. We didn't evolve into America. This nonsense about Black people here thousands of years before Columbus in the America, that's a lie. Our ancestors were stolen Africans out of Africa. We are children of the Maafa, the Holocaust. The worst crime against humanity ever took place. Everybody, the whole world benefited from our destruction. The whole world owes the African American for its existence. We basically, our sacrifice and our enslavement birthed the modern world. So basically, we're going to sit here and pay respect to our ancestors who died in the transatlantic slave trade and died on those cotton fields and those sugarcane fields and all these other people like that. We're going to pay respect and give those people respect that they deserve. And the bottom line, anybody says that again about we should basically get away from the slave culture and all stuff like that, that is an abomination. That's unforgivable. Chuko, that's unforgivable to me, saying something like that. That's unforgivable. A lot of times people be talking. I don't think they know what they're saying half the time. They're just running their mouth and everything, and they don't know when they've gone too far. As you can see, I'm really mad right now, And so the bottom line is this, please don't tempt me tonight, because I am not in the mood, So I'm going to play some of Chuko comment when and I'm going to basically build upon that, Josh says, there's nothing wrong with having your own ethnic identity. We're always forced to do things from a racialized perspective. Yeah, the bottom line is this. It seems like everybody has a problem with us, right? White people have a problem with our identity, right? And now you got Black Africans say they got a problem with our identity. We got to be more like this. We got to do this. We got to do that. No one just. And the bottom line is this: we survived in America by putting our own culture together, having our own lingo, languages, and fellowships, and all the stuff like that we put together, which is now common, which is known as the African American culture. That's a remarkable how we was able to maintain the African American culture under duress and under slavery and Jim Crow and all stuff like that. We managed to become a people, in spite of everything. So we're supposed to throw all that away, because it came from slavery and all stuff like this. No, that's who we are. That's what happened to us. And we're not going to erase that. That's part of our identity. If you cannot accept that, then you do not need to be with us. You don't need to be around us. You don't need to talk about us. And you need to stay away from us. As simple as that. I'm not going to throw my ancestors under the bus for nobody. And it's not worth it. I don't care about no land in Africa. I don't care about no African people, no African like that. If you can't accept me, my ancestry, or what my ancestors went through in this country and everything like that, and what made me and everything like that, that's what I am. You know, I am sick and tired of people asking me to run away from what I am. I've been running from my identity all my freaking life. Try to appease white people. You know, yeah. Then you with the Pan African movement, we're trying to appease Africans. You know, I let me tell you how this episode is. I broke my father's heart when I changed my last name to an African name because I didn't want to be part of Black America. And when I thought I was ashamed of my Black American heritage and stuff like that, I said my name was a slave name and all stuff like this. And I broke my father's heart. He cried. Grown man cried when I did that, you know. But then years later, he understood why I did that, you know. But still to this day, I think about it now, right? The way everything freaking went out, did I do the right thing? Or should I kept my father's last name more now? The man who raised me, the man who fed me, and everything like that. Why did I side with Africa, a continent, and the people have never done a damn thing for me? You know? So this is real to me. So when you come on my show and you start running your mouth and everything like that, you know, you're talking to somebody who's been through it. I bet this is real for me. This Pan-African thing was real. I lived this life. I was about that life. You know, it costed me everything. You know, I don't know if it's too late now to go to get my dad's last name back, bro. It's too late now. You know, I had this last name now for 35 years. You know, and so I'm just keeping it the way it is, man. There's no getting back. But what I want to do is name my son. If I have a son, I want to name my son my father's full name, you know, and everything like that. Put it on my son's name, you know. So the bottom line is this, man. The bottom line is this. The idea that we should be ashamed of what we are or not, that ends tonight on this show. You know, anybody who comes up here with that thing like that is going to be shut the fuck down. You know, well, I'm not playing anymore. I am not playing anymore. I am sick and tired of my people being bashed and beaten and everything like that. First, it was white people. Then it was Hispanic people. And then it was people from the Caribbean. They running them out. They had shit to say about us. Whatever. Now it's freaking people coming from the continent want to talk down to us like, oh man, you guys don't know your heritage. You don't know what tribe you come from. What tribe I don't give a fuck about no African tribe. How about that? I don't give a goddamn about no fucking Yoruba, Igbo, or whatever his tribe. They don't mean shit to me. You know? They mean absolutely nothing to me. How about that? You know? And you're hearing it from the freaking horse's mouth. College Genesis doesn't give a goddamn about my tribe or that. Yeah, it's pretty true. College Genesis, next time you put your Bassa man tribe up in that, your Vi man tribe, your Yoruba man tribe, whatnot, you should put under in parentheses underneath. You know, there's a man called College Genesis who don't give a fuck about my tribe that I've listed above. No, I don't. I don't give a no disrespect to your tribe, whatever like that. But I'm sick and tired of people throwing that shit in our face. You know, as if we had a choice in coming to America and we had a choice in losing our identity and stuff like this. They want to hold that against us, you know, the fact that we lost our language and all stuff like this, you know. And so the bottom line, they want to basically like this, you know. So yeah, that's okay. A stoic. I guess you understand where I'm coming from. You aren't obligated to. Yeah, exactly what it is. I'm not obligated to it, so don't ask me to respect shit that I don't have. I have no intention of respecting. You know, when your tribe, whatever like that, produces something great and everything, I'll acknowledge you and everything like that. Other than that, freaking people just you guys speak your Shinagalaga and you eat your jollof rice and get the fuck out of my face. You know, I don't give a shit no more. You know, it is what it is. So let me play this shit with what's his name, Chuko. You're gonna get what I'm talking about. Why I'm so heated right now.
Africanism. One of them
Because
is
it sucks. It's stupid. You know,
well,
as long as Africans are the majority, man, it'll never work.
Right, but I don't think any
This is
people
from
of
last
African
night.
descent from that are the minorities in their country. You're not from an African country. I don't think you can really participate in Africanism. It's not for you. If you are from the UK or from the United States, then the United States is your country. The UK is your country.
Yeah. So the bottom line is, hey, look, you
how
know
can you
what I think it is.
Carla, you got to give him a chance to speak. You
Hold
never
on,
give him a chance to speak. Let him
say
speak.
it before he finishes. You know, the bottom line is this. You know, that sounds good, right? But the thing is, though, you know, Africans, right? Everything the African says is always for gain. You know, when it's tribalism, there's something to gain. You know, when it's nationality, it's something to gain. Africans never lose in any philosophy they come up with. You know, so therefore, if it's if you say the UK is your country or the United States is your country, it's just because the African on the continent, right, wants to basically be like, we're the stewards of this continent ourselves. When forget about the people living in diaspora, slave descendants and everything, you know, forget about us and whatnot. Long as they basically could cut deals with Europeans and Chinese, they're the ones in power and control and that. And like I told people all the time, look, you cannot be no Pan-Africanist,
you are a
right?
minority in
Hold on.
Carla, you got to give the man a chance. This is your show. You had a 30-minute, 40-minute monologue. Let him get 2 minutes.
Let me land on this. He can have the floor. He can mop me up on the floor. I said, my whole thing is, if you come to Africa and Africans are represented by governments and everything like that. I mean, a lot of people, you know what it is? Most black people in America thinks Africans are stupid, you know? And the Pan-African movement showed me that it's actually Black America that's stupid, you know, not the Africans. They're smart enough to have representation in the UN. They're smart enough to have diplomacy with places like China, Russia, whatever like that. The black person in America going to talk about Pan-Africanism, and he has no government or anything representing himself. So with that, go right ahead. Say what you want to say.
Right, but it's not going to work because you are a minority in a Western country. You cannot participate in economic integration or political.
That's what I said. That's why I said we forget about it. Forget about it. You know, but it's not going to work.
Carla, don't interrupt him, please. Give the guy 2 minutes uninterrupted, please.
Go ahead. You're right. It's not going to work. But you see how Elvis is telling me I'm the host, not to interrupt somebody's fucking talking, yo. Don't you think that's freaking out of line? How's he telling me on my show who not to fucking interrupt? And Chuko's basically, you know, basically running his mouth with a bunch of nonsense. And then coming up with Chuko says, Black America is a permanent underclass. There's no such thing as a damn permanent underclass. Black America have upper class people, high class people, middle class people, lower working class people, and they have an underclass, you know, like any other group of people around the world. So basically, say that every last single black person, no matter what his profession, no matter what he does for a living and everything like that, every day is just so friggin' beyond the pale. That's basically borderline on some friggin' white supremacist shit. That's some white supremacist thing. White supremacists walks around all day, and they basically they could live in a city where a black man is their mayor, and they still think that you're superior. They could basically want a job, and a black man could be their boss or upper management and everything like that. In their mind, that does not exist. In their mind, every black person is on welfare, even though he sees evidence with his own eyes that doesn't exist. He has a one-track mind, and that's the way he wants to see it. Black people are this, black people are that, whatever. Black men are after white women. They want to find out most black men actually marry black women, you know? So the idea that black men are out there chasing white women and all this kind of stuff like that, that's another racist lie that people put out there. Another thing is a lot of black women advance the idea that a lot of black men are on the down low. No, just a lot of brothers trying to get their careers together. And we feel now the last 20 years, black men have been stacking their paper, getting their money right now. We got 70% of black men are in the middle class. That's because we let these stupid hood rat women go, and we start concentrating on education, skills training, skilled trade, everything. And black men in America built themselves up. But the whole time, because black women, their phones wasn't ringing over the last 20 years. Before 20 years ago, women all had to do is sit back and wait for the phone to ring. And I want to take you out. Okay, well, my light bills due. My friggin' phone bills due. My storage is due. What you do for me? Okay, I'll pay for it. Okay, good. Then we'll go out Friday night. Them days are long gone. So therefore, women were seeing that, right? What the hell? Black men aren't spending money on me. I gotta get out there and work my goddamn self. I gotta get off my fat ass and work my damn self, right? So they advanced the notion that black men were on the DL, they were on the down low, and also like this. So the bottom line is African Americans on attack. African American men are really under attack because everybody wants us to bow down and submit. And that's never going to happen with me. I am never going to bow down and submit to anybody. I don't give a damn what you have. You have no card to play with me. You know, I don't need anybody. You know, I don't need anybody. So the bottom line is, hey, black women, they jumped on team white supremacy and tried to go after us and whatnot. Now you got the black immigrants doing the same fucking thing, you know, jumping on team white supremacy and taking their talking points, and then they coming at us and whatnot. Hey, look, we black men, we're gonna always survive this. You know, we survived the Holocaust in America and whatnot, so we're never gonna friggin' bow down to anybody. You know, if you think we're gonna roll over and just let you guys run all over us, you got a sad thing. You got another thing coming. You know, Elvis is taking L's. What are you talking about? Zongo Bongo. Elvis is taking L on Afrodamus show and L on this supposedly brothers. FBA. I'm not an FBA asshole. You know, let them try to know he's one of them. But the bottom line is this. You know, bottom line is this. Elvis, I think, means well, but he's a fucking idiot. You know, that's really. I think he means well. He's a nice kid, but he's a fucking idiot. You know. And the bottom line is, some people have no frigging credibility with me. Chuko is one of them. He has no. I'll listen to Zongo before I listen to Chuko. You know, Chuko has no credibility whatsoever. Anybody who basically quotes Thomas Sowell, Shelby Steele, and friggin' what is it now? Anybody who fits his so-called narrative, he has a view of the world that I'm saying to myself. Millions of black men go to work every day, do what the hell they have to do with life or not. But somehow people always basically, the show is about the story of the African American. I'm talking about who we are. Who actually are we? That's the story about tonight's show. And I'm basically talking about tonight's show because the comment was made by Chuko last night that we should forget about who we are and adopt one of his friggin' ooga booga cultures in Africa and whatnot. You know, we're supposed to forget all the scientists and I'm gonna play a couple of videos too about African American inventions and science and stuff like that. You know, and all the stuff great stuff that we contribute to world civilization and world culture, world science and everything. We're supposed to forget all that. You know, because it came out of slavery. Because we came out of slavery, we're supposed to forget who the hell we are, you know, as if whatever culture he thinks is superior to what we have right here, you know. So the bottom line is it's just maddening, you know. And this is what hangs around so-called Pan-African circles, and people actually sit back and listen to the stuff and take heed for it. I see it what it is. It's an attack on us, whether you black, white, Hispanic, whatever, or African, whatever like that. I see an attack as an attack. And when you attack, I'm going to come back at you even harder, you know? So the bottom line is this. Yeah, we're a strong. Yeah, we're strong. We're great people, you know? We're great people. We stuff we endured in this country and built up with everything. And what gets me is we believed in America when America didn't believe in itself, you know? We believe in this country that this country's problem. We chose America over Africa, you know, and because we believed in America, now all these other non-white people can come here and enjoy what we did. Because before us, there were no friggin' Chinese people in public office. There were no Chinese people in the mainstream of America or not. We started all that. It was the African American who, despite all the lynching, despite everything, whatnot. Somehow, whatever it was about America, we believed it. We believed in America. We believed in this country. Despite all the contrary and everything like that, we believed in this country or not, you know? So the bottom line is this. Every person that comes to this country, if you're a person of color, whatever like that, you owe the black African American. You know, our story is a story of people of color and the African story in America. Our story is a story of changing a country because this country had no intentions of being a multiracial or multi-ethnic, whatever the hell you want to call it, in its founding. We changed that. We did that. You know, Not your friggin' African say, the white man gave me a passport, not you. No, it was our struggle that allowed that to happen. So I'm just sick and tired of the friggin' the disrespect. And that's going to end tonight. The disrespect has to end. It will end tonight. So let me play some more of this chuko idiot talking, you know?
Apart from that, you're adapted to proximity with the white man. Like, you're not going to do well in Africa. You've been domesticated.
That's right, because he goes, our proximity to the white man in America. But yet, every last single fucking African on the continent, where does he want to come? What's the number one thing of aspiration for any African continent? To come to America. What country in the world is responsible for Africa even eating, right? Every country in Africa relies on American foreign aid or not. So when him talk about what proximity to white people in America, do you know we're pretty much independent in America? We're not dependent on the white man in America. Yes, we live inside the United States, but these people have governments and they're still dependent on America. Chuko can't even live in his beloved Nigeria. He only lives there like 1 to 2 months out of the year, you know? He was 1 or 2 months out of the year, and he has to be over here. He says, well, I got to eat. He's so freaking pathetic. He can't even make a living on his own continent that he wants us to emulate, you know? Yeah, I want to go to Nigeria one night and starve, you know? Like I said, man, these people are freaking a joke, you know? At the time, like I said, if nobody else is going to do this shit, I'll do it, you know? And the bottom line is, the average African, like Ahmed was saying last night. Well, I love that brother came on last night, a guy named Ahmed. He said the whole thing, man, that most Africans, they worship white people. I know that. Most Africans worship white people. There was a girl named Jessica that was almost killed in Liberia, throat cut by some white guy she fell in love with, like a friggin' missionary, cut her throat. He almost got away with it. She almost died, but she ended up living when I told the truth one night. And the bottom line is, freaking government of Liberia can't even freaking find it in their thing to convict that man. You know, when he's out of the country right now after committing almost murder. And they're like, oh, African spirit will curse you. Yeah, right. While he's back in Iowa with his white family and white wife and everything. And the bottom line is, why did her whole village was celebrating this white man? And they thought they were going to eat because a white man was coming to their friggin' their decrepit village and giving connection to the white America. They thought they were arriving on that. This white worship is just freaking sick in Africa, you know? That's the most embarrassing thing about the continent, right? Is white worship. You know, if I wanted to have white worship, why do I need to go to friggin' my ancestral homeland? And people, now you got people like friggin' Elvis and Zongo saying that white people are Africans too. They were born on a continent, Colin. They're Africans too. So basically, the Pan-African movement is a joke. I'm sick of people talking to me about it. I'm sick of Africans talking about it because they're all full of shit. You know, Chuko is a white man loving friggin' clown. You know, he's a white man. Like Chuko is nothing but a white man with black skin. You know, and so his all talking voice come from the vantage point of a white man. You know. So basically, like, the bottom line is this:
slave culture.
Now,
Carla, you are incapable.
Notice how Elvis keep interrupting me. He said a slave culture. Now, right then, I should have kicked him. I should have kicked him and Elvis off the fucking platform for saying that. You know, I should have. Mary said, "Don't give Chuko the blessing. Chuko's a fucking bum. That dude's a scumbag. He's a bum." You know. I would like to train Chuko in how to be a freaking decent human being. Before you can be black, before you can be African, why don't you try, Chuko, being a decent human being and stop lying? You just said we have a slave culture in America. But that slave culture produced most of the black race. If it wasn't for that slave culture, the whole world would have written the black race off because we produce all the scientists, the inventors, and the best minds out of the black race. So tell me again about our slave culture. You know, yeah, the hell with Chuko, you know. So the bottom line, I am not an arrogant white man, Zongo. When I'm an African American man, I'm proud of what the hell I am and whatnot. And the bottom line is this, because you guys can't handle it. Most black men think like me, you know. You guys basically understand that you cannot beat us or whatnot, you know. I'm half. I don't buy that crap, whatnot. I'm talking. No, you basically hate yourself. You want to play that I'm a half black American card. I don't believe you. I do not believe you. You're just another self-hating Negro and whatnot. If you are half black American, that's just your excuse to fucking hate what you are. You hate being black. You hate being African. I can just tell. Look, I know people when they're basically they'll use any excuse. Hugo always gravitates towards the negative side of Black America. He never comes on here and says, "Yeah, this is what we got. This is what we got going on here in Black America." It's always something negative. I listen to him other channels. He sits there and he has an obsession with Black America. And Chuko is nothing but a white man in black skin. A white man in black skin always puts his own race down, or like this. He always got something to say. Black people can't do anything right and whatnot. There's something wrong with us. Look, Chuko, there's not a goddamn thing wrong with black people. Yeah, are there black people that are fucking up in America? Yes, there's black people fucking up all over the world. Do we got some problems? Yeah, we got a problem in some aspects of Black American culture. I'll be the first to tell you that. But on the whole, the majority of black people in America are doing just fine. So the bottom line is to sit here and be like, Black America, he only make a qualifier. Some black people, we can have a conversation about that all day. But when you just basically just take 45 to 50 million people and just dismiss them in a few comments like, we're all slave culture, we're all doing bad, we need to freaking do it. I don't need to do a fucking thing, man. I'm successful. I'm a successful businessman in America. What the hell are you going to offer me? What the hell is Africa going to offer me at my age in my life? Nothing. If you guys would have something to offer us, you would have came over here 2 generations ago to help us out. You guys, Africa did absolutely nothing to help Black America. Nothing. You didn't reach out to us. You didn't do anything. You didn't offer us no land. You didn't offer us absolutely nothing. So please, you don't have any right to lecture us about anything. So you have no right to lecture us about anything.
Of not interrupting people, Colin.
When people say stuff, I got to respond to that.
No, you don't always have to say it. You got to hold your impulses. Let him finish.
Wrap it up, Chuko. Wrap it up because I want to respond.
You haven't even given him 30 seconds. You want him to wrap it up already, Colin.
He made his point. You want him to ride.
Right. You can't participate in economic integration because your country is America. You're not from a majority black country. Pan-Africanism really is just for majority black countries.
I agree.
Okay. And then number 2, you cannot.
Now, with that being said, he says Pan-African people, majority black countries, right? But it was basically Black America, right? That went to Ghana and put $1.2 billion in the Ghanaian economy. Ghana would have collapsed had that not happened, right? It was Black America that brought American investment back to South Africa post-apartheid and whatnot. So we've been involved in the African continent for over 100, 200 years, So the bottom line is, yes, we don't have a government and everything, but what is good as a government, right? When most countries in Africa are owned by Europeans, Chinese, and everybody else. Tell me how that's working out. Africa basically is in debt to China right now. How are they going to pay it? I have no idea. The Lebanese basically take $25 billion a year out of West Africa. How's that working out for you, Chuko? Okay, the Lebanese basically taking $1 billion out of China. When I was over in Liberia, I'm in friggin' Grand Bassa County and I'm seeing friggin' Chinese. What the fuck is Chinese doing in this rural part of Liberia or whatnot, going up the river looking for diamonds or whatever like that? I'm just like, yo, I don't even care anymore. Africans are fucking stupid. Let the friggin' white man rape the continent. Who the heck? White man and Asian man rape the continent and everything. Lebanese own most of the real businesses in Nigeria. Treat the locals like shit, And the bottom line is, hey, but that's okay, You got a majority black country. Now, do your fucking Pan-Africanism without us, Do it without us. I'm telling Black America, let's cut these fucking people off, for good, forever. Let's cut these people off, and let's see how far they get. I wish them a lot of luck, though. I don't want to hear what Baruti have to say. The so-called, he could say so-called African. No, we're not so-called, Baruti. We're African Americans, And so the bottom line is this: since the the Angolan, whoever country said, never freaking reached out to us, Angola got billions of dollars, right? Billions of dollars. Angola loaned Portugal $35 billion one year. $35 billion with a B, whatnot. How much of that money did Angola say, you know something? Let's build businesses in Black America so they could come back home and build. Not one fucking dime. So fucking tell me about your fucking Ubuntu, motherfucking Ubuntu. How about that? You know? So the bottom line is Africans got all the freaking money that when it comes down to fucking us, suddenly everything basically there's no money, blah, 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 you know, so like this, so that's what we're talking about tonight. All this freaking shucking and jiving from Africans and whatnot. They want to get up here and talk down to us like what we're not doing and whatnot. They haven't done shit. They got a continent with all the so-called resources, as they say and whatnot, and they're still fucking poor. It's ridiculous. Marie Shai, yeah, he does feel that way. Marie Shai, sister, you got to basically understand something, right? I understand, just because somebody gets being nice to you, whatever like that, I get it, I want to say something before I want to say the wrong thing to you. I love Marie Shai, but, you got to recognize when somebody's just no goddamn good. And Chuko's no goddamn good. He does not like Black people, Black America. When I don't know what it is, he has a hatred, whatever like that. You could tell by the way he talks. The way he talks. So I'm gonna put the link in the chat room link in the chat room. You guys want to call in and discuss this and whatnot. We're talking about the story of the African American. Matter of fact, before we do that, man, I want to play some videos of African American history. I want to look at some good inventors, basically a short video, but not too long. We're not, but now somebody tried to put a video, 15 Black inventors created by Black debunked. So there's some coon on there trying to, probably some freaking some dude from the UK, whatever like that. That's what they do. To try to debunk our freaking inventions and stuff like that. That's what it is. People are just fucking jealous. That's all it is. So we're gonna play some things. Massive inventors. I don't want to play videos too long. All right. Let's play this one.
Grammarly's top 3 tips on starting an essay.
Let's say you're struggling to put pen to paper.
Dr. Daniel Hale Williams performed the first ever heart surgery in 1893.
Hey, this is for fair use, folks. Fair use for educational
antibiotics,
purposes.
or modern anesthesia.
I don't know the content of this video. I'm just using
Dr. Dan, as he was known, was born in Pennsylvania and received his medical degree from Chicago Medical School. In 1891, he founded Provident Hospital, the first interracial hospital in Chicago on the city's south side. The hospital established the first Black nursing school. One fateful day, 2 years later, a young Black man named James Cornish was brought to Provident Hospital with a serious wound on his chest. With his patient bleeding heavily, Williams saw only one option. He performed surgery on James' chest, fixing the severed artery, and then closed the wound. James was discharged 51 days later, fully recovered. He lived another 20 years, proving the success of Dr. Dan's operation. George Washington Carver was a botanist, agricultural chemist, and inventor. His innovation and determination helped to restore the struggling agricultural economy of the South during the early 20th century. Fascinated with nature from an early age, he grew a secret flower garden in the woods near his foster home. He earned the nickname the Plant Doctor by the time he was 10 years old because of his skill in caring for sick plants. At 27, Carver entered Iowa State College of Agriculture and graduated as one of their outstanding scholars. He was appointed their greenhouse director and an assistant instructor in botany. He earned his master's degree in 1896, and out of his long-held desire to help poor Black Southerners, he accepted Booker T. Washington's offer to be the director of agriculture at Tuskegee Institute. Southern cotton farmers were bringing in smaller harvests and thus less money. Carver examined the soil and found the cotton plants had taken important nutrients from the soil. He discovered that peanuts, sweet potatoes, soybeans, and cowpeas return nitrogen to the soil, so he urged farmers to plant these in rotation with cotton. The crops helped feed the farmers' families and allowed them to grow more cotton than before. When the farmers struggled to find customers for their peanut and sweet potato crops, Carver made more than 300 products from peanuts, such as ink, shampoo, soap, and candy, and molasses, glue, and flour from sweet potatoes. Carver donated his life savings to Tuskegee to establish the George Washington Carver Foundation, which helped provide research opportunities for students. A museum was also founded in his honor. President Franklin D. Roosevelt ordered the dedication of the George Washington Carver National Monument, located near the scientist's childhood home in Missouri. It was the first national monument dedicated to an African American. George Washington Carver believed, "It is simply service that measures success." Madam C.J. Walker was the first African American millionaire businesswoman in the United States. Born Sarah Breedlove in Louisiana, she was orphaned at age 6. At age 20, she became a widow with a 2-year-old daughter to support. She worked as a washerwoman in St. Louis, Missouri, a job which required difficult manual labor with little pay. Still, she attended night school and saved what money she could to invest in her experiments. Sarah suffered from alopecia, a condition which left her hair dry and brittle. Sometimes patches fell out. Dissatisfied with the hair treatments available at the time, she mixed different combinations of oils in her bathtub until she discovered a satisfactory formula.
Shut up. ما بعد يعيشون.
The treatment worked for her, and she then began testing her wonderful hair grower on other people. It was a hit, and after moving to Denver, Colorado, she perfected her and created other products, including a straightening comb, which she patented in 1905. Sarah sold products door to door and used her own before and after photos as proof of her product's effectiveness. Sarah married Charles Joseph Walker in 1906 and began calling herself Madam C.J. Walker. Her Walker method took off, allowing her to establish an office and manufacturing headquarters after only 1 year. With the help of her daughter and nieces, Walker recruited more saleswomen to help sell her products. In 1908, Walker opened a second office in Philadelphia, as well as a beauty parlor and school in Pittsburgh. Her hair courses eventually became available in New York, Indianapolis, and at Black colleges throughout the South. In 1917, Walker built a 30-room mansion in New York and began to sponsor Black artists and writers, even establishing the Madam Walker Theater Center in Indianapolis. By that time, her manufacturing company took up an entire city block and employed over 3,000 people. Madam C.J. Walker also donated generously to scholarship funds at Tuskegee and Palmer Memorial Institutes and organizations such as the YMCA and the NAACP. Garrett A. Morgan was an African-American inventor born in 1875 in Kentucky. One night, a Cleveland Waterworks construction crew became trapped underground in a cloud of toxic fumes when their tunnel beneath Lake Erie exploded. First responders made 2 unsuccessful attempts to rescue the workers. With time running out, the authorities summoned Garrett and his brother Frank. They arrived with a gas mask Morgan had patented 2 years before. Earlier breathing devices were unreliable, so Morgan invented something better. Firefighters, engineers, chemists, and other workers who regularly encountered dangerous gases were already using his breathing device in other cities. He later upgraded his mask with its own air supply, and it became of great importance during World War I and later wars. At the Cleveland disaster site, the Morgan brothers and 2 volunteers strapped on the gas mask and made several brave trips through the darkness of the 200-foot-long toxic tunnel. They rescued more than 20 people. Morgan was awarded a medal from the International Association of Fire Engineers. The gas mask was not his first or last invention. Morgan worked as a handyman at a sewing machine shop in Ohio, and at age 26, sold his belt fastener for sewing machines. 8 years later, he opened a tailoring shop which manufactured dresses and suits. After only 1 year, Morgan and his wife purchased a home where they eventually raised 3 sons. After accidentally discovering a hair straightening substance in 1913, Morgan established the G.A. Morgan Hair Refining Company. The profit supported his continued research. In 1923, Morgan patented an automatic traffic signal, which led to the overhead and sidewalk traffic lights that keep us safe to this day. I always knew I'd go to space. Mae Jemison, the first African-American woman astronaut, once said. Jemison, born in 1956, is also a physician, teacher, and the founder and president of 2 technology companies, the Jemison Group, and an advanced medical device company, Biosentient Corporation. Born in Alabama and raised in Chicago, Jemison was fascinated with science from an early age. Her father and mother were very encouraging. She said, "My parents were the best scientists I knew because they were always asking questions." Jemison entered Stanford University on scholarship when she was only 16 years old. She graduated with a Bachelor of Science in Chemical Engineering and a Bachelor of Arts in African and African American Studies. In 1981, she received her doctorate from Cornell University Medical College. Jemison practiced medicine in Los Angeles, California, before serving in the Peace Corps as a medical officer in Sierra Leone and Liberia for 2 years. In addition to speaking English, Jemison speaks Swahili, Russian, and Japanese. Inspired by the life of Sally Ride, the first woman in space, Jemison applied to NASA, and in 1987, she became one of only 15 people chosen out of 2,000 candidates for their astronaut corps. Jemison's first and only spaceflight began on September 12, 1992, when the Space Shuttle Endeavour took off for its second mission. Jemison served as the science mission specialist on the 8-day mission, which was a joint effort between the United States and Japan. Jemison resigned from NASA in March of 1993 to form the Jemison Group Incorporated, which highlights ways to bring science and technology to everyday life. The following year, she founded the Dorothy Jemison Foundation for Excellence, named in honor of her mother, which includes an international space camp for high school students called The Earth We Share. In 2011, the U.S. military chose this foundation to receive $500,000 in funding to help launch the 100-year Starship project. Our task, our mission, Jemison explained, is to make sure all the capabilities needed to mount a human interstellar mission exist. Jemison envisions public participation from everyone, regardless of who they are or where they come from. Someday, perhaps, more people will be able to confidently declare, "I always knew I'd go to space."
Black scientists change the game. Black scientists change the game. Unsung heroes, unsung so long, but today we praise your names. Shirley Ann Jackson, first Black woman earn a PhD at MIT. She studied nuclear physics and held prestigious positions. She was the first Black chair of the NRC. Percy Julian made many medicines. He scienced plants and soybeans, like physostigmine for glaucoma, and steroids without the horsey key. First Black president of ophthalmology, that's Patricia Bath, New York University. In 1981, she invented a laser that substantially upgraded cataract surgery. Black scientists changed the game. Black scientists changed the game. Unsung heroes, unsung so long, but today we praise your names. Black scientists changed the game. Black scientists change the game. When the world is feeling colder, can we stand on your shoulders and just remember what you overcame? Can't deny that gas masks saved lives. However, in the past, no one wanted to buy. It's sad because the only reason why, the inventor Garrett Morgan, a Black guy. Rebecca Lee Crumpler holds the position. First African-American female physician. She was essential to the Black community, provided medical care to the people who were freed. Charles Richard Drew, blood storage breakthrough, discovered that the plasma could be kept for later use. Got his PhD, used his expertise to save thousands. In World War II, Black scientists changed the game. Black scientists changed the game. Unsung heroes, unsung so long, but today we praise your names. Black scientists changed the game. Black scientists change the game. When the world is feeling colder, can we stand on your shoulders and just remember what you overcame?
Have you been saying you're going to write a book for a while? Now that the world's flipped upside down and things are feeling rather uncertain, maybe you're wondering if the book you want to write will even sell when you're done. I get it. Many books even...
The Wise Channel celebrates African Americans who did amazing things. Here's the story of how a woman who grew up in a shack with dirt floors...
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to them.
Oh, them. Hey, everybody.
I'm telling them about how a woman who grew up in a shack with dirt floors, no windows, and no running water used hair to become one of the richest women in America.
Do you mind if I listen?
Sure. Sarah Breedlove had a stressful life. Her family worked all day picking cotton on a plantation. When Sarah was 7 years old, both of her parents died. A few years later, she moved in with her brother in Mississippi.
That must have been really tough.
Well, her story gets a lot better, but not yet. Sarah got married when she was 14 years old and eventually had a daughter named Lilia. 2 years later, Sarah's husband died, so Sarah and her daughter moved to Missouri where she worked doing laundry. But she only made $1.50 a day.
But it gets better, right?
Yes, but with all of this stress, Sarah's hair started to fall out. So she started treating her hair with a homemade mix of ingredients. And guess what?
It grew back?
It grew back! Her special ingredients worked on her friend's hair too. It worked so well, Sarah moved to Denver, Colorado in 1905 to start her own business.
That's great.
After marrying a businessman named C.J. Walker, Sarah changed her name to Madam C.J. Walker. And she went door to door selling her products to Black women and showing them how to care for their hair using the Walker method.
Wait a minute. Is something different about you?
Her products let Black women choose to wear their hair natural or straight. In case you haven't noticed, sometimes we like to change our look.
Now that you mention it, I think you're right.
In 1908, Madam C.J. Walker built a factory and beauty school in Pittsburgh. And in 1910, she moved her business to Indianapolis. There, Madam Walker made hair products and trained thousands of women to sell them door to door, just like Madam Walker did herself when the business first started. Girl, let me help you with your hair.
Wow, she was a great businesswoman.
And her business provided jobs for over 40,000 women in America, Cuba, Jamaica, Haiti, Panama, and Costa Rica.
She was international.
She was also the richest African-American woman of her time and one of the richest women of any race in the whole country. Her business made several $1 million in today's money.
So she went from picking cotton on a plantation to being the richest Black woman in the country?
But she wasn't selfish. She showed other women how to start their own business. And when she died, she left 2/3 of her money to charity.
Wow.
What's going on over there?
I'm so inspired by Madam C.J. Walker. I had to do something to honor her.
How about you just wrap up the video?
Okay. Madam C.J. Walker didn't let her challenges stop her. She went from picking cotton on a plantation to being one of the richest women in America. And most importantly, she helped a lot of people along the way.
Good job.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Let's talk. Madam C.J. Walker's life was very hard at first. What do you do to get through tough times? The same person who made $1.50 a day doing laundry went on to become one of the richest women in America. What does that tell you? If you had a lot of money, would you keep it all for yourself or give some to charity? Why? Have you subscribed to the Wise channel? If not, subscribe today so you don't miss out. I think it's time for another hairstyle. What should I do next? I gotta hurry up and make my next hair appointment. Have a great day. Bye.
We all know that words have power.
They set things in motion
and make us happy or sad.
But there's one word that stands out because when people say it,
The Wise channel celebrates African Americans who did amazing things. Here's the story of how a woman who grew up in a shack
Black science.
We buy land for cash money, right? Like we bought a couple of lands. Like there's one plot of land for 12,000. You can just buy that land like that cash. You don't pay mortgage in Liberia.
You know what you want to do? You want to thank our ancestors because they brought the same land system from America to Liberia. It's a different law.
You Africans would have messed it up.
You want to thank our ancestors.
I mean, in a way, yes. Nowadays, in the modern day, I guess that's good. But back in the days, people didn't want for land, right? In our chiefdoms, we just get land once you get married. They give you a plot of land, and you
Africans would have messed it up. You'd have had it. It's like
Liberia, Guinea, Ghana, all the area right here. People don't own shit, you know.
I'm still kind of confused on that story because
Nigeria might be a little
because what happened to the people? Something happened, something similar to like eminent domain here, right? And then what I've been hearing talks that they were warned.
Spearman, she lost that land. She never got it.
Who's
she has all kinds of things. Spearman said that the sister from LA brought good land. She was swindled and she was slapped in the face.
Is that our Kathy?
No, there's a sister from Los Angeles. She went out and they sold her some land right off the beach.
Did she get her money back?
Oh yeah, that lady, that girl, her name is Leslie Jones, right?
Yeah, yep.
Yeah,
she never got
the Indian guy's face. He knocked out, man.
Yep.
What?
Yeah, so I don't know why African Americans are flocking to Ghana now, especially the people who want to live there
Because
permanently.
these passport grannies think they're gonna be protected.
Nah, you gotta do your research before you move there. Then I don't think it's the best place. If Liberia had better infrastructure, that would be better for people to move there and buy land. Because we buy land like nothing over there. It's cheap.
Black man in America don't protect them.
Most of the people who go to Ghana are Jamaican Americans, Guyana Americans, and Caribbean Americans. They go to Ghana.
Dollar Bill, the guy is saying that she actually finally got the land. So I think the law.
Never got the land.
They just said she posted a new video that she got the land.
She never got the land.
Okay.
Let them post the video.
They said watch her latest video. They said she got the land, bro.
She never got.
When is the last time you watched a video from her, Dollar Bill?
This weekend. She never got the land.
Okay, they're saying she never got the land.
Right now, she's in I think in Zanzibar. She never got.
You guys can come up and say otherwise. The Dollar Bill saying she never got it.
Prove me wrong.
Zago, come on.
She said her latest video. Go on her channel, Carla. Let's see if she got a new video that says she got the land.
Put the emphasis on the fool that says, pity the fool that says I'm wrong. Let him or her that say that they did show me.
Are you there, Carla? We're not hearing you. I think you're muted, Carla. Are you guys hearing me? Put one in the chat if you're hearing me, because I'm not hearing Carla. I hope they didn't take down the screen for copyright. Carla, you there or you busy? Okay, I guess Carla said he'll be back. But just to say this, right, on the issue of Chuko, I don't know if Chuko's going to come up here tonight. You know, you guys know me. I like to hear other people's perspective, whether or not I agree or disagree with them. And I think Chuko has been treated unfairly on the platform. When he comes on, usually people kind of pounce on him. They don't let him speak or say his views. And sometimes let the person speak. They may say things that you disagree with. You can push back on it after they've, had a chance to make their statements. So that's all. I wasn't 100% agreeing with Chuko. I don't think, everything he said was right, or some of the ways that he said things was the right way to say it. So I'm not condoning everything that Chuko said. Just to clarify. And then on the issue of African, like Colin was talking about how Africans are pretty much disrespecting African Americans. Look, I think that goes both ways. And that's why I'm always on this platform trying to tell us that we need to have these conversations. Because usually it's either one person, one side is misinformed or not fully informed of the achievements and the struggle of the other side. And I'm always against it when other continental Africans come on the platform and they try to denigrate African Americans. I think it's the wrong approach to take. So for me, I just want us to have conversations to gain understanding. That's my mantra, you know. So I don't got a problem with anybody. I mean, Zongo, if you want to come up, you can come up. We can have the conversation. Chuko, if you're in the back, you can come up.
Okay, Elvis, I'm back. Sorry about that. I was on the phone with Brother Bomani. I had an important call. You know, he called me about something. All right, what's going on, Elvis? What's on your mind? I'm back, folks.
Yeah, I was just telling them about the video you was playing about Chuko and myself.
Yeah, the bottom line is, you look, this is what I'm talking about, Elvis, right? If I'm basically, when I do a show, right, and I'm saying like this, I like people, when people come up here and they talk, right? If you can't substantiate what you're saying, like I said, I'll let you flow. If you can't say, because you don't make any outlandish, crazy shit. Sometimes you do when you talking about Liberia and Native, and I like this. But for the most part, you just basically say shit. Well, I go like this. Everybody else, right? This guy was saying so much crazy shit, man, that I had to stop him. You know, because if I didn't stop him, right, what that happens is people say, "Well, this guy must be telling the truth or whatnot," you know. And so I got to basically say, no, that's not that. What you're saying is a lie. What you're saying is not factually true. And then if he believes what he says is true, what happens is at that point, you pull out proof, you pull out evidence to the fact. He did not do that. You know, he did not do that. He just basically kept rambling on. How you going to say 45 to 50 million people of all different backgrounds and everything like that are permanent underclass? That's beyond a pale. How you going to say that Black America needs to get rid of our slave heritage? That's a disrespect to my ancestors. I can't let that happen. You know, get rid of it. That's why I played tonight the Black inventors. So let's say that's true. We're descendants of slaves, whatever like that. But you, Elvis, do you think I should be ashamed of that?
Of course not. I mean,
So why would you tell me to let Chuko keep talking if that's where he's going with that shit?
no, I mean, Carter, the point of conversations are to
Yeah, but that's not
understand what.
conversation. That's basically he's slandering and maligning. That's not conversation. That's beyond conversation. You know, that's
That's
basically an attack.
that's what I'm saying, Conley. You come on the platform, you say things, and
And people
sometimes you
check me. You know, but the
right.
whole thing is,
Sometimes you preface it with, I know people are going to get mad. I know people are not going to like what I'm going to say, but I'm going to say it. And then you say it, and then people like myself or other people in the comment section may reply to what you said. So
right.
sometimes it's always good to allow that person, even though this is your platform, but it's always good to allow them to say what they're going to say, even if it's going to be outrageous.
I mean, he did say
Let him
what he
say
was
what he
saying.
says, and then you can attack him or rebuttal,
My
from
point
his
was
statement.
my point. All the time I'm saying about Chuko is my point is like the whole thing. You know, why does he focus so much on Black America? You know, and then he uses the excuse, "Oh, I'm half Black." I don't buy that crap. You know, I don't buy that. You know, people say, "Well, it's like somebody saying, well, my great grandfather was Black, whatnot, but he's a whole ass Nazi and whatnot, or whole ass white supremacist one." But he'll tell you, or the white guy who basically dated a Black girl in second grade and whatnot. I'm not a racist. I dated a Black girl in second grade. We've been through this before. You know, so basically, I don't know what Tuco has against Black people, Black America, right? But he makes generalizations, you know? And so I'm saying to myself, when you make generalizations, you're talking about me, you're talking about my family, all the people I know and love that are good
Allah,
people
do
and
you
everything.
think you make generalizations too?
No,
No, of course you do.
I don't make
You
generalizations.
you generalize
No,
Africans on this
I know.
planet.
Hold on. So tell me how I make general that. I don't say all fucking crew people and crime people ain't shit. You know, I never said that.
No, you talk about Africans,
Well, yeah,
and
hold on.
you
Hold on. If I say something and when I'm talking about a specific behavior or a specific thing, you
yeah,
know,
but still
and you hold
generalize.
on, a
Everybody don't
behavior.
exhibit
I'm
that
saying a behavior,
specific behavior.
Elvis, a behavior can be changed. You know, when you basically made when somebody make an ad hominem attack attacking my premise, in other words, attacking who I am as a foundation. Look, I will never come up here and say you don't have a right to be a crewman or a crime man, whatever you are, and whatnot. I'll never say that. You know, I'll never say somebody doesn't have a right to be a Yoruba, whatever like that. Whatever hell you are, whatnot. I'll be like, hey, look, if that's what you rock with, that's what you rock with. You know, but there's this fundamental
Nah,
thing.
but you disrespected the ethnic groups in Africa
What, like
just
what?
now.
I
You
like how?
said that anytime somebody says I'm of this ethnic group, make sure you put in parentheses that college Genesis don't give a fuck about my group.
And I 100% mean that.
Right, so that's disrespectful. So you know people are going to come back at you and feel slighted by that statement.
You know what the difference is? It's like we're tired of the chauvinism. And I have a right to fight against chauvinism, right? When somebody says I'm a this man, and they tell you that you don't have a tribe and whatnot because your ancestors. That's making if you're mocking me, right? Saying I got an African tribe, you don't or not because your ancestors were there.
Have you ever heard me spill that rhetoric to you before, Colin?
That's what people hold. That's what Chuko was saying yesterday.
That's Chuko. That's the point that we're trying to make. Don't generalize.
You were backing him up.
No, I wasn't backing him. I was just telling you to let him speak.
Yeah,
I didn't agree with anything that he said. No, that's not backing him up, Colin. How do I know what he's going to say if I say just let him speak?
No, but
Chuko has been on the platform. He's been on the panel for a while, and a lot of people just jump on him when he comes on.
You know the stuff he says. The bottom line, if was somebody say that you don't have a tribe, right? You don't have a tribe, and you keep going on with this. You don't have a tribe. What's your tribe in Africa? You guys don't have a tribe.
Like I said, I don't think that's a flex. So if Chuko is making that argument, you can attack him on a personal level instead of trying to generalize it. Because most Africans, they are part of our tribes, but we understand on a general level.
Elvis, you're muted. You might have to hang up and call back in. Was something wrong with your phone?
You said I'm muted?
Something that was really going in and out.
Yeah, it's kind of muffled.
Yeah, I had my headphone that was going back. But I'm saying, like, if Chuko is saying something about you deal with him personally. That's a personal issue, not personal per se.
He was talking about our people.
That's what I'm saying. If he makes broad statements, you can come at him for making generalized statement. But when you too, Kyle, come on your platform and say things that generalizes other continental Africans, they're going to come back at you in a harsh way.
I say things about African Americans,
and that's wrong.
No problem with that.
That's wrong. Other African Americans who are like can't tell other people come on the platform
like this, but
will come on the panel and try to check you.
Anybody will tell you or not that know like what you call like Frenchie will tell you, right? She says, listen to Carla, I know his heart. I have a good heart, And the bottom line is this:
Carla, your good heart is one thing, but saying disrespectful thing that hurts people's feelings is another thing.
Look, the bottom line is this: I wish nothing malicious against Africans and whatnot. When I go there, and when I am a friend to the unfortunate and stuff like that, I show people respect when I go to the continent. I shake people's hands. I show people. So I call all the people when I'm in Liberia. I call all the older people Mr. by his last name, Mr. Such Such. When I give everybody respect. When I respect the elders in Africa, I give everybody respect. When everybody gets respect for me. When everybody's like this. Colin, when you're in Africa, you're like a gem because they're like, wow, man, you guys are really, really because I know I'm representing my people.
Carlo, you think I come on your platform or any other platform and go out there and disrespect African Americans?
Well, no, but I'm saying is this though, and when you basically defend people like Chuko or whatnot,
it's not defending him. In that show last night, even though you was playing the video earlier, I told you that he needed to give him a chance to maybe reword what he said. Or to clarify, because I thought he was out of pocket for saying that.
He says that all the time. That stuff he says, that nonsense.
So
Elvis, I come here and I do defend you a lot. You know what I mean? But Chuko, how Chuko comes, we can tell. I'll give you an example, right? When Ola comes on here, right? We hear xenophobia. Okay, we let him talk, but we know we understand. Okay, this guy is a continental African. He has xenophobia, right? When Chuko talks. He talks like a racist white man. He does.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
He talks
like a fucking white supremacist.
He
right?
is.
He is.
I said that back to him, Big. Like I told him, I said some of the things that he says out of pocket. And he needs to, check himself and rethink how he approaches people. He approached people on his platform. I said it to him yesterday.
That's why he gets cut off like a race, like as if we're looking at a racist white man.
If it was a racist white, let me Elvis. If a racist white man came up here with that nonsense, guess what? He's not going to talk. I'm going to cut him off and say, "Get the fuck out of here," And that's what Chuko gives me those racist white guy vibes when you just make this blanket generalization, almost like genocidal stuff about black people in America. That's not discussion. That's not on having look. You have a right to. People have a general right to criticize Black America. I do.
Yeah, I think it was Dollar Bill and Chuko. I think it was Dollar Bill and Chuku who was going at it last night, and he went to the crutch of "I have a village. Where's your village?" And I think that's a crutch that a lot of people try to hold on to when they're cornered.
Elvis,
And
I
I
don't even
and I
think
think that
he's
was wrong of
African
him to do that.
American. I don't even think he's African. He might,
My village
if he
is right
does
here in
have
America,
if he does have continental African
South
in him, I
Carolina,
think the other part is white. I don't think he's
Georgetown.
African American.
I think so too.
Georgetown, South Carolina is my village. These are my people, and this is my village. These are my people's people, and this is where I come from. Gullah Geechee people. That's who we are, African Americans. Good evening, gentlemen.
It was up, Dollar Bill, and exactly, and that's all that needs to be said. When we have a heritage, a culture, and everything. If people say that I got to change my heritage, then Pan Africa is not worth it. It's not worth it. Big Black, what do you think about that? Someone says the line is saying is, you got to take on a friggin' new identity. Forget who you are. Forget all the inventions and everything that ties you to a great people and everything like that. All the stuff we accomplished over the last 400 years here, right? We got to forget who we are, music, our religion, our worship, the way we worship, the way we dance, everything we know about ourselves,
something
our humor,
African.
everything. We have to to adopt some friggin' African.
I think on the Pan African tip, as a from a Pan African mindset, it's things that I guess all Black ethnic groups need to throw in the trash. You know what I mean? To move forward, right?
The Africans don't want to do that,
They're not going to do that, and I'm not going to fight them anymore with it.
Ask the African to get rid of female genital mutilation.
Let them keep all that stuff they want to do.
Child marriages and whatnot.
Let them do that.
They don't give none of that shit up.
That's who they are. That's where they come from. That's what they're about.
White worship, Big Black. White worship is the biggest in Africa, right? If you have white skin in Africa and whatnot, you're like a god to them.
White Jesus.
So the bottom line, white Muhammad, white Jesus, whoever. White people could go there and basically tell Africans anything and they believe it to this day.
We should let somebody like Chuku get us off our square though, because I don't believe he got an African. I don't believe he got any African American.
Can I ask Elvis something? Can I ask Elvis something? Elvis, are you still there?
He's there. Just go ahead and speak.
I'm here, Donovan. Go ahead.
No, I'm trying to be fair this evening. I'm trying. What was your problem with the brother Ahmed yesterday with some of the things that he had to say? Because it seemed like you weren't very, you were saying he can't tell Chuku what's inside of his head by what's coming out of his mouth. Could you explain that?
All right. First of all, I don't know the guy, right? There's two things that I noticed about him.
Mm-hmm.
He talks a lot. He talks over other people, and he kept going and going and going. That's one thing I noticed. The second thing is when Chuku, I think he had left the platform, and he said, you know why he said that? He always said, you know why they do that? You know why they do that? Let me tell you why they do that. And I'm like, any rational person knows you can't go into the operation of the mind of another person to tell you their rationale of why they say things that they say.
Mm-hmm.
So I think saying that or trying to explain away his behavior, is something that we shouldn't do. We could say, I disagree with him. I look at it this way. This is how I see it. But don't try to speak for another person, especially going into their mind, telling somebody else why they did what they did. Especially if it's somebody that you don't even know. You're not friends with them. You don't really even know his thought process. And you're trying to explain away his actions. That's why I disagree with him last night.
Well, I disagree with that. And I'm going to tell you why. All behavior is learned behavior. And it's like a conditioning. It's like Pavlov's dogs. You ring the bell and then you feed the dogs. And eventually you just ring the bell and the dogs start to salivate. And so what he's saying is indicative of certain people like Chuku, people who go to the Afridama show and truly believe that we're some type of domesticated Africans. That was his word for us, domesticated. Now, they won't call us an African when we say we're African people.
And then after he says it, he doesn't even stay long enough to get criticized about it. He'll stay on for 2 minutes.
That's what I mean by filibustering. They'll say stuff and then he'll drop off and whatnot. And so I'm like this. So I had to catch him right while he was still on and stop him right there, interrupt what he was saying. Because I know what they do. They say all that stuff right there, spew that stuff, then they drop off. and then it's there forever. You know, like this. That's what Alfred Dumbass did to me one night. That one night, you know, they'll say a bunch of stuff and then it'll drop off. That's what Chuko was trying to do last night.
If you're gonna stand on it like a man. Don't sit there and run off. Stand on your square.
Stand on your square. And so I asked him. I said, "Look, I wanted to drill him on that. How we are friggin' permanent underclass? There's black people that are friggin' upper class, you know, high class, rich, billionaires. There's black people that's middle class. There's black people lower middle class, working class, and then you got the black underclass. So of course we got the underclass and everything. But to be this, to make this is how white people see, white racists see us, right? They could be in a city where you have black professionals, black people in their business district, black-owned business, everything like that. Black people in the police department, they'll completely ignore all that. It don't exist. Even when they're looking at it in their eyes, you know, their brain will erase all that to make it seem like black men are just some hulking goons out to get them. You know,
permanent underclass. He said.
Say what you want to say. Mike is stand on this square. Ola is stand on this square.
And I have more respect for them. I told Mike the other night that despite us having our outbursts with one another and getting angry, I have more respect for him. And I credit him to releasing me of the nonsense spell I was up under, this Pan-African spell.
Yeah. So by the way, we're all getting free from this stuff, you know? Because basically, I feel so freaking free right now. Now, basically, and it doesn't mean, Elvis, that I've given up on Africa or black people, you know? It's just the fact of the matter is we're prioritizing. That's why tonight's story of the African American, right? We're prioritizing ourselves first, right? And
You know,
then
Carla, what I really want to know from you is, how was your experience on the continent different than that of the experience that you have on these platforms with continental Africans?
No, I'm saying like hold on. First of all, when I go to Liberia, that's the thing. When I'm in Liberia, I meet Ghanaians, I meet Nigerians. We get along good, you know. After the Africans on the continent are fine, right? But unfortunately, the Africans on the continent, they're getting a bad rep. Let me tell you something. When I'm in Liberia and I go to some of these clubs and whatnot, you got these young, good-looking Liberians, whatnot, kids, whatnot, just acting professional, cool as hell, whatnot. You would think you're anywhere in America, right? Cool as hell, right? Cool as hell. Everybody treats you with respect, whatever like that. We're kicking it, right? But the bottom line is this. I'm saying to myself, then when you get online, right? It's the sad part about it. You get online, and that's like a reflection of, you just don't know what people are thinking. Online, I say to myself, this is what people are really thinking. I hope I'm wrong, This is what really people are thinking in their mind. Because like I said,
then again, Carla, that's why I say you're smart. You're smart enough and very wise. I won't say wise. I would say you're smart enough, right? To know that, we are a smaller percentage of the entire people on the continent. Now, you only been to Liberia. I'm not sure if you've been to other African countries.
No, but the bottom line
has been there. Those people on the continent are the real, true, quote unquote Africans, because they're the one that's living there. They're the one who hasn't been influenced by American culture or British
that's
culture.
Elvis. That's exactly what we're talking about, right? The divide is so great, right? Look. Let me tell you something, Elvis. I'm an American. I'm an American.
That's what I'm saying. So what experience do you enjoy more?
I'm an American of
the experience on the continent, or the experience that you have with us?
Hold on. When I'm in Africa, I'm really an American. That's why I feel like an American when I'm there. And I know I'm an American, right? And so basically, I basically what I do is I respect the people and everything. This is their country. This is their land. And I act.
Somebody playing music in the background?
What?
I don't know who that is.
So basically, I respect the people on the continent, respect the people's land. I respect the fact that I'm in a foreign country and this is their rules, their laws, whatever like that. I give them that respect, right? I don't go inside somebody's country and start rearranging the furniture and saying, hey, look, you got to do this, one not. Now, when somebody comes here to America, they live in America, and they're telling me 400 years of my history is invalidated, right? That I'm domesticated and there's something wrong, fundamental wrong. He said, Chuko said that Pan-Africanism gave us an escape from our slave culture. Man, that is so freaking disrespectful.
Yeah, that's out of pocket. But I'm asking you, Carla, you didn't hear my question. My question is,
It just shows how he feels about his own mother.
Whose interaction do
I
you?
don't think his mother's black.
Which interaction do you prefer more? The interaction with people on the continent, or the interaction that you have with us on these panels?
Well, see, it doesn't really matter because I think with people basically on these panels, right? Because a lot of people say shit on these panels they're never gonna say to my face, you know. So the bottom line, I take what people say on the panel or grain of salt, but I do take certain things I see seriously, you know. Like, let me give you a perfect example when I'm talking about Elvis, right? I cannot ignore, right? There's a significant number of Africans who think like this, you know, and it's not just one or two people or not, you know. I see it all over the place with that. Who really have there's a lot of hatred for African Americans because they don't know our story. There's a lot of hatred for African Americans, you know.
That's what I keep saying, Kyler. You keep doing this and you're missing the
look,
point.
Elvis.
The people on the continent who are almost like a billion and a half.
Look, hold on. I played.
They don't think that way.
Check us out. I played a video of the girls in Rwanda. Dollar Bill, should I play a video again?
Yeah,
no,
but
Kyler, please don't play the video.
I gotta agree with Zonko.
Yeah, I think you should play it again, and even more than that.
Not Zonko, Elvis.
Even
I
more
would
than
say this. I would say this, man. There's a lot of Pan African channels on here, like I said, Make Africa Great. All they talk about is Pan Africanism. 800. You know,
yeah, but that's hold on. We're in 2024. A lot of people are talking 90s Pan-Africanism, right? In 2000, a lot of people have never been to the continent. They never tried to do business. They never got really interacted with them. And they said, make Africa great. And that's all. I mean, Big Black. That's all it goes to. Just talk. You know. Well, I've been to the stage where I'm implementing. I got people in Africa that in the PAO that settle on the continent. Kofi, a lot of other people like that, and shit. Not just
Kofi Newton.
Yeah.
Big Black, you ever been to Africa?
No, I haven't.
Okay. The point I'm trying to make is, Carter, your experience on the continent is entirely different than your experience on.
I know that, Elvis. I know that. The bottom line is, you know, I'm not saying doing everything just around what I see online. Now, I'm not doing that, right? But what I am saying is, you know, when people start talking about Pan, I was on the phone with Brother Bomani just now. You know, before when I was muted. I was on the phone with Bomani. We're just saying the same thing, you know, because he's going through a lot of shit in Ghana, you know, with his business and everything like that, his property and everything like that. And we're saying, look, man, these people, man, we're watching. Look, this is how we look at it, Elvis, right? Bomani's Jamaican, I'm African American, but we're still the same. We're brothers. We're still the same. We're both slave descendants, right? He's trying his best to be part of something. Ghana, that's the country he loves, you know. He wants to be part of Ghana and everything like that, you know. And basically, he said, look, if it was not for us, it was African Americans and Jamaicans, diasporans who are in Ghana building schoolhouses for the children, doing stuff like that, going above and beyond, spending their retirement years helping the people. The bottom line is the Africans really don't appreciate shit, you know, of what we're doing. They don't respect us. They don't like this. They just
Carlo, let me tell you this, and I think you already know this, right? 2 years ago in Liberia, right, there was a law that said if you have a dual citizenship or you have a citizenship for another country, like in the United States, you can't own property in Liberia. And a lot of us who left our countries, right, we probably didn't even read our constitution well enough to understand what it said about dual citizenships. A lot of people came here with their families, like my mother, got her citizenship, went back to Liberia, bought a big property, was planning to build a big house, and she ran into legal issues. So you know what we did? We pushed for dual citizenship as Liberian Americans who are in this country.
That's good for y'all.
And we passed it, I think, a year or two ago. And now we have the full rights. And I'm only saying that in relation to Ghana because there are people there who thinks that they're African. They're going to go on the continent and do work and do good things and buy land and try to be, integrate themselves with the society. But you have to understand what the rules are. Because even myself, as an African, I can't believe that Ghana doesn't allow people to buy land and own the land. So I would just think if I went into that country with the mindset that, I can just buy a piece of land, it is my land, I can build a house, only to later on find out that no, I can't. There's certain rules or stipulations that's stopping me from doing it. That's why it's always good to do research before going to Africa. That's the point.
Like what you said. Now, if basically, if people were clear, like the government and the Ghanaian people said, you know something, you guys will never own land, you like that. So come here at your own risk. You're never going to get this. People were like, okay, at least I know what I'm getting involved with.
But you think they mislead them, Kyle? You think they tell them one thing and
they're not doing full disclosure?
But I think I think the whole owning land is different in Ghana as far as like how they think they own land, because I think it's like 99 years or something.
And that's not owning land. You can't own land if you can't build.
Only
you can't get
50
equity out of it.
years.
You don't
maybe,
own it.
what I'm
If you're a
saying,
citizen.
maybe in Ghana they consider that owning land.
That's not owning land, that's lease.
Right, but what I'm saying in Ghana, maybe they use that terminology.
No,
owning
I would
land
think
in
it
that
is big black.
situation.
I know a lot of people that done that, right? And most of these people have never bought a house in America. They don't know anything. Tell them, break it down, dollar bill. They don't know nothing about deeds, title,
None of that stuff.
like
And no
mortgage.
title
They have
searches or
no
anything
idea.
like that.
And they go to Africa when I'm gonna own land and when I'm gonna build a house when they know nothing about how.
And who fault do you think that is, Colin?
I just
The
think
government.
I think it's a point of a lot of Pan Africans who be uneducated,
And the government that said, come on, and we want you here.
corrupt
And all
people
this
in
other
Africa, basically knowing these people are ignorant.
Kyla, I'll tell you this. I don't like to talk about personal issues, but I'll tell you this. You know, I never knew about homeowner associations. Bought a property, and there was I'll just say it's like $400 a money homeowner association fees that I have to pay. I never knew that. And that's not a one-time thing. That's a every month thing. Even if I'm done paying off my house, I have to pay. You know, I never knew that. So buying a property and you don't know
Your
about
realtor
certain
should have
things.
told you that.
That's what I'm saying, right? So if you don't know certain things and you jump into a market and you find out that you're obligated to do this.
Oh, this was there. You actually bought a property and you own the house, the property, the mortgage, everything like that. When
But you still have to pay homeowner association fee, bro.
But it doesn't matter. You have to pay taxes too. That's
No,
part
the
of
homeowner association fee is the thing that's pissing me off.
But that's part of
and we couldn't find anywhere in our vicinity that didn't have homeowner association,
why we have
which is
homeowner
crazy.
association is Elvis, right? And I'm not gonna say this to offend you or nothing like that, right? But because in this country we have standards, right? In other words, no, really, I'm dead serious, right? Because you can't just say, "Look, I'm going to build a mud hut in on my property."
there you go again, Colin. There you go again, Colin. You can't help yourself, Colin.
No, I'm just serious.
You
But
can't help
that's what it
yourself.
is. A lot of people think they're gonna bring their whole family over here and they're gonna build a bunch of huts.
That's not why homeowners association exists, Colin. That's not why it exists. It's not for us Africans.
They tell you what you can't build on your property.
It's been existing long before we started coming.
And whatnot. You know, you people come from Africa and whatnot.
And some people think it's a scam. A lot of even Americans are kind of out. You know, they're not in favor of it.
You know, no, I'm all for it. You know, I pay it. No, I'm all for it.
Because people want to have a standard of living. They don't want you to run down
we
the
don't want you
value
to
of
run
their
down property and whatnot. You know.
So those are good things. You should be happy.
Oh yeah, guess what? In my homeowner association, dollar bill, get this right. The fence that we have, right? This only goes a waist high. When that's the highest you can have a fence, because I have a corner house, right? So we can't do a high fence when there's a guy in back of me, right? In the street in back of me. These houses in my neighborhood are really nice, right? There's somebody that has this one fence and whatnot. Oh my God, man. And on my block, right? They made him tear that fence down. Yeah.
Oh, they fine you for every little thing.
Oh, they made him tear that fence down. And put
that shit is annoying.
They should have told him, right? Because that it was a wrong type of fence and whatnot. He put it right there. They said, no, that can't go. It's too high.
Can't leave your garbage can out after 5 o'clock on a garbage day. No, they'll fine you like $50.
Look, check this out. I do my Wednesday night shows, right? And my garbage man comes on Friday, right? So Wednesday night, after I do my radio show, I used to put my garbage out at night, right? I'm all up, so I put the garbage out at night. They put a note on my door saying, stop putting your garbage out 2 days in advance, you know? Because it'll sit there all day Thursday and Friday, right?
Yeah.
So basically, they told me, say, the earliest you can put it out is Thursday after 5 o'clock, you know? Right. I'm like, yeah, that is what it is, man, you know?
That's to keep us in line, College, to keep the Negroes in line.
No, it's the bottom line.
Like Zongo said, it has a history of racism.
Liberia, we had the mistake of thinking that we're going to bring homo associations, zoning laws, and all that. Look at Monrovia right now. What happened? Oh, man, Michelin Street in Liberia. You can't even walk on that street. You know, it's packed with vendors and everything like that. That was not part of the original plan, Elvis, you know?
Yeah, and I agree with that. That's what I think. This marketing, the way we do marketing in Africa should be revamped.
Zoning laws and stuff like that.
But hey, look,
I'm like this right now. Monrovia is really an African city now. It ain't like
Okay, Kyla. All right, there you go.
Oh,
You're
no,
going
I
there.
just look. Hey, I have fun, man. Even when we took the guys on the tour, they were like, "Man, there's so many fine ass women walking around." So we got these fine ass women walking around. You really don't care, man. Even though it's a clusterfuck, you see all these fine ass women like eye candy. You're like, oh wow, man, I'm having a good time, man. My moment is fun.
I want to say this, and if I say this, he's going to say that I'm a merchant of misery. But if you go to different places where you have a lot of people in the UK and you have people in Africa who've never been to America, they're saying the same thing on Twitter. And so you to say that this is not something.
I know that's what it is a consensus.
It's disingenuous.
They are basically this is genuine. Because the bottom line is this.
Dollar Bill, I just asked Kyla. Go ahead, Big Black.
I would say not necessarily real strong from the black folks in Europe. I want to say it's that
UK black people are worse. Are you kidding me, man?
The worst. They're worse.
They're worse, man.
You kidding? The Afro-Dominants,
the people from the black people in UK, there was this beef going on between black Americans and UK, and UK got shut down because they were like, oh, well, black Americans, and people were like, who the hell are y'all? Y'all sitting there like, Jughead lives in the UK. He'll tell you, black people in UK ain't got shit, man. He go, at least black America got institutions and, businesses. We got billionaires and, and we got something going on. He's like, black people in the UK ain't got shit, but they're always passing judgment. You understand?
Yeah, I do see that in the comment too. A lot of people from the UK are the hardest people in the comment, and I think
that's never even been to America.
The reason why that is because you gotta say something. If you live in the UK, you have that kings, queens mentality. You naturally think the British naturally think, people who live in England think they rule the world. Everybody lives. So the black people there basically that they're on top of the black world. As simple as that. That's the way it is.
Really, Kyla, you think that's what they think?
Yes.
That's what they think, bro.
That's not all the UK. You got actually a faction of the nation. You got a faction of the Nation of Islam.
I know that, but Big Black, they're very small outliers. They're not really nothing. Really,
actually, and even in the French, they got a French version of the Black Panthers in France. They got Black Panthers in France.
Yeah, they're insignificant, man. All these people are insignificant.
They're small in comparison.
Bottom line is, the fact that you're in the UK in the first place, man, just tells a lot.
Well, because we don't speak French, we don't understand what's really going on.
Can I read something from January the 5th?
Getting their passport, getting the hell out of France.
Here's a Caribbean guy.
They don't speak French. What are you talking about, Big Black?
Check this out.
No, what
I am
don't.
Delroy says, I've worked with Africans, and I can tell you right now, they hate y'all. I'm not even an African American, and I was catching guys. I was catching strays. They always call me Black American, like it was an insult, even though I'm Afro-Guyanese.
Who was this? Who said this?
I'm looking at the Twitter. They have like a Twitter. This guy, he's
right. It's the bottom line.
Man.
It's not our imagination, bro.
Yeah, I know. They're gonna try to fool us to make us believe that
somebody play the flute and let Jonathan pop up.
It's always with one person.
It's just this one person.
Just one person
about you like that.
Kyla, I keep asking you, Kyla, your experience on the continent is vastly different from the experience that we have on these platforms. And also, Kyla, your outburst, your rhetoric has also contributed to a lot of the hate and the stereotypical views that you get from some of these commenters. Some of the things that you say about Africans has triggered a lot of these people to write hateful comments back to you.
He had his other show for how long?
I say a lot of conciliatory.
People get mad at me that I'm not triggered and I don't go as hard as I should be going on you when you say some of these crazy things.
One thing I won't do is talk about the ADOS, FBA, and stuff like that, because these guys really hate Africans, right? I don't.
Let me actually see if I can put it up here.
The bottom line, 2 hours ago. But I will basically push back against hate against if I see African. Look, Elvis, I defend Africans against from African American hate too. This guy came on the other night. Remember that talking about from Harlem something. Remember that guy? Yeah, African women are ugly, whatever like that. Blah blah blah. He was out of here. I banned.
That's his opinion, Carter. That's the thing. We don't need.
But you're not gonna sit here. Look. You're not gonna sit here, and I got my moderator, Frenchie. I love her to death, man. And the bottom line is, you're not gonna.
Frenchie popped in tonight, and she felt like we was being childish.
Frenchie always wants to make sure I'm behaving. That's all that is. She wants to make sure I'm behaving. I'm behaving, Frenchie.
I put something in the back chat. Could you guys put it up?
I'll play it. But the bottom
There's
line
not
is,
nothing to play.
look.
And Frenchie is an example from of a UK person
Hold
that
on. But Frenchie's, but Frenchie's.
You think she looked down on you, Big
No,
Black?
I said that's down with
Oh, okay. I thought you said I thought she looked down on you.
But don't get Frenchie pissed off, man, because she'll tell you about her shit. She'll tell you about your shit.
I just put up something by a woman named
that's all of us, right? You know what I'm saying? If you go too hard,
the whole thing is the comment by an African who is my mention saying about us Black Americans. He says she's saying that because we have a mixture that we're not truly Black. I will never let an African tell us who we are. Wow, man.
So what she said was, y'all not blacks. Y'all not black, just mixed and colored the same way Twala is actually. But at least she's not forcing herself to identify as Black. Your blood is way too diluted with European and Native American blood to think y'all can gatekeep and determine who's Black and who isn't.
That's
sad,
garbage.
Man.
That's garbage, though.
I mean, can we read that again? I didn't even really understand what he was saying. Can you put it up, Colin?
It's by a woman named Shin Alana Ha. She said, "You're not Black, just mixed and colored, the same way Tyler is actually. But at least she's not forcing herself to identify as Black. Your blood is way too diluted with European and Native American blood to think that you can gatekeep and determine who's Black and who isn't."
That's just something to trigger.
Right, that's wrong. That's out of pocket, right?
Well, I'm just saying. I'm just saying
it's wrong.
That's out of pocket. That's out of pocket for most Black Americans.
That's wrong,
Because first of all, we most African Americans have less than 1%. Some might have 2. Okay, and then most African Americans at least 80%, and some 90%.
Hold on, people don't give us credit, Dollar Bill. The fact that unlike the Dominicans, right? When you go look at Dominican, right, they can be dark as hell, but you take their DNA, they're like 35% European. High percentage. You never see an African American with that high percent of the European ancestry. We're talking about between 85 and 95%.
But Carla, what about the people that we see all the time who are high yellow, who are high, who are really light skinned?
Look, I know high yellow. Look, I got high yellow people in my family. Real light.
So don't you think those people have a high percentage of Black blood relative to them?
No. Hold up. Check this out. Having European ancestry sometimes produces a recessive gene, which is called light skin pigmentation. That's all that is. You got people. Look, you got people that have the same, but like my late sister, she was high yellow. And I'm like brown skin. She's high yellow. And the bottom line is we're brother and sister. We have the same mother and father, So the bottom line doesn't really matter about that.
Well, Carla, I mean, don't dismiss it, right? We're living in 2024 right now. There are a lot of people who are obviously mixed, right? You look at basketball players, you look at athletes. So obviously they're probably half white, half Black.
Go to the average hood.
Mixed race means one of your parents is Black or white. Most African Americans, if all 4 of your parents are Black African American, you're not mixed. You may have white European ancestry, like most.
No, I mean, stop it, man. Stop being disingenuous. Listen to what I'm saying to you, right?
We're not mixed, Elvis. We're not mixed.
Elvis.
No, not we, but I'm saying some people are mixed who are classified as Black. Take Patrick Mahomes, for example.
Who's that?
He's mixed, right? He's really, you don't know who Patrick Mahomes is?
No, I don't. I don't.
The quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs, the guy who's won like 2 Super Bowls in a row.
Half white, man.
He's half white, right?
He's not white. Yeah, I'm not talking about people like that.
Is he Black? Is he considered Black?
Yes, he does consider. Yeah, no,
because he was a Black, but the
yes, he does.
Yeah, check us out. Check us out.
Let me tell you why. Hold on 1 second. His father, Patrick Mahomes Sr., used to play National League Baseball, and even though he has a white mother, just like your Obama, he considers himself to be Black. But let me just tell you the hypocrisy of this bullshit that Africans do. They'll turn around and question our Blackness as an admixture, and then turn around and marry a white girl and say, those are my African children.
Yeah, Kidola.
Oh, Colin. The point that I'm making, right? I want to score a lot of, mixed race, people, right? And obviously, you can tell they're mixed race. Their hair texture is different. Their skin complexion is a lot
How you
lighter, and they
telling? You
consider
keeping with
themselves black.
Yeah, hold up. That's because Elvis. Things are changing right now. Now, like the city of Virginia Beach, right? I'm gonna tell you right now, there's like a new race here. They're Afro-Filipino. My niece and nephews are Afro-Pinos. We call African American Filipinos.
Afro-Pinos.
Afro-Pinos, when that, and you got mixed race kids. So the definition of what is black is changing. Let me give you a perfect example. What I'm talking about. It used to be a time under racism, white supremacy, and segregation, where if a person was half black and half white, they automatically gravitate towards the black community because the white community wouldn't accept them. Now, Elvis, listen to this very carefully.
Don't even say it because I don't believe it. I don't think white people are accepting mixed race people now.
Well, listen very carefully. White America has said, you know something? This whole thing about white purity is stupid, right? So now, instead of them castigating their mixed race kids, they're embracing them and bringing their numbers up. And hopefully those white mixed kids are marrying white and mixing back into the white race. That's what's going on.
But what do you think those mixed race kids classify themselves as?
Well, they bi-race. They call themselves light skin or mixed race. They don't call themselves
Some
black.
people do, and some people identify themselves as being black, and some people identify themselves with their whiteness.
And let me say this real quick before you all go on. See,
all depends on what you look like.
Let me say this too.
Jennifer Bills looks like she's white.
See, the whole thing. The reason
why looks black.
The reason why we pretty much that we went along with accepting, the biracials as black, right, is because we understood what was going on in the Caribbean and South America, right? You have black people divide themselves in 20, 30, 40 groups.
Black America's always been unified like that,
right? But what happened is the racist white people, right? Racist white structures, they would use those people as buffer classes.
In America, they didn't need a buffer class.
So
the mixed race people mixed back in with the black majority.
No, you had the boule, right? With the light skin sisters.
That was theoretically, but they didn't really have no power, That was
they were the gatekeepers to white power from the darker skinned black.
Let me tell you something about the boule, Elvis, right? Our ancestors that came from the Carolinas and came to New York when that cleaned their fucking clocks. We created the best black economy in history. Places like Mount Vernon, Uniondale, New York, Jamaica Estates, Sag Harbor, Long Island, all working class black people, right? We surpassed the so-called boule in the DC area,
And then not all the boule was light skinned. It was some dark skinned.
Yeah, so there was dark skinned boule and everything. It wasn't just all about light skinned being so. So the bottom line is all that stuff. Black America is more unified than you think it is, But now has the problem is that we have a large numbers of people who are growing up in suburbia, right, and everything like that. They don't have the same experience. So if you're biracial and you grow up in the suburbs, you got white friends, black friends, and everybody else and whatnot, you don't feel the pressure to identify black because you're being accepted in white circles and everything. And you see it all the time. The mixed race kids and whatnot don't have to identify as black anymore because the racism is not there like it used to when we were coming up.
I don't know so much as identify, just accepted in white circles like they're in the
No, they are. Trust me, they are.
I mean, Colin, where are you getting this from? Where are you getting this from? Where are you getting the statistics from, Colin? I don't think they're accepted back into the white community.
If you're really very pale, light skin and whatnot, you'll be accepted better than a regular black person. Trust me.
Nah.
Yeah, it's the truth.
No, now you do have.
You guys really want to think these mixed people? Oh yeah, they're gonna come back and see the light one night. No, you'll be waiting a long time because they're like this. They're a lot of them on team white supremacy, and they basically just they're all human. If white people look,
what was that?
Let me ask you a question.
What the hell is that?
Let me ask you a big question. Let's be honest with ourselves.
Did you say let me ask you a big flat question?
Hold up. Let me say this. Let me ask you a question, Big Black. What does Black America have to offer these people? Seriously. What do they have to offer these people?
Historically, American society never accepted them.
Hold up. You got people out there who are trying to get the corporate ladder, climb everything like that, and be in society, right? the bottom line, not everybody's sitting around being a bunch of deadbeats. By the time people are 23, they want to know, how can they make it in this world? How can I be that engineer? How can I be this whatnot? And the bottom line is this: the people you choose to be around and whatnot, you want to be around successful people. What's more likely to get you to that success? Hanging around Negroes online on YouTube, or basically going out there what the white folks are? Let's be honest with ourselves.
They're not fully accepted. Now let me say this.
It doesn't matter, but that's what the crowd they want to be with. And if you want to be honest with yourself, that's exactly what's going on right now. You know.
No, I will say no.
Everything
Actually, what's going on right now? Now, if you want to say,
just like right now, you got these people called spicy whites, the Latinos, who basically.
That's what I was going to go to.
White people on that.
Now, if you want to say the whole Latino white thing,
big black, white is in America, right? Trust me.
Right. Now, if we want to go to the whole Latino white thing, now that's the whole.
It's the same thing with the friggin' mixed race black people, right? The same thing. But the proximity to whiteness is what's dominating everything.
But it's mainly a geared towards the Latino population.
Yeah, and the friggin' black people too, man. Come on. You know, hold up. A big black. Every last single commercial you see on television, what is it? A black woman, and what is she trying to do? Have mixed kids and be with a white man. Every commercial.
Yeah, but that's kind of, you know.
Carla, you can't keep going back to that. That's not true. Most black women prefer a black man, Carla.
Hold on. Well, okay, I'm sorry. I got to play some video. You guys are going to meet.
Oh, Carla, we're seeing the videos. It's just a small sample size.
Since you say that, Elvis,
Carla is a small sample size. It is commercial. It doesn't necessarily reflect real life. Those are commercial, Carla. Come on, man. Stop it.
It's been a push. It's racial love. It's been a push.
Yeah, okay. Even Big Black knows that.
It's been a push. Yes.
Yeah, but most black women when you ask black women that you interact with, they don't tell you that they prefer a white man. Most black women prefer a black man, bro.
Most black women basically, if you ask, even for
in your family, in your circle, how many black women do you know that's married to white men or even date white men on a regular?
That's my family. Whatnot. I'm talking about most black women.
Most black families the same thing. My family the same. I'm sure most other people's families. You don't really see. If anything, it's the other way around. Maybe you got a cousin who's married to a white girl, dating a white girl or something.
That white guy.
Most black women date black men, man.
But Elvis, I did want to say this.
That's only because they have no choice.
Most hoods you go to though. But most hoods you go to, you know what I'm saying, the primary color is dark skin all the way around. Most hoods you go to, well, I would say all hoods you go to, you know, you'll see some light skinned people, but primarily you'll see dark skinned people in America.
That's all over the world too.
But what do y'all think about what Carla is saying? Because I don't think it's true. I think in your families, right, especially if you're not mixed race and you're purely black. Most of your cousins, your sisters, your aunties, most of them are married to black men or dating or dealing with black men.
My niece are mixed race, and they're both married to two white guys.
That's what I say. They're not mixed race because, like you said, when they're mixed race, then they have a parent, especially if they grew up with that white parent. They're more closely
my brother, those are my brother's kids one night, and the bottom line, they still chose to be with white boys. You know,
it is depending on how the upbringing.
No, they have good upbringing.
Did they live with your brother or they live with their mother?
Yeah, they live with my brother. My brother and his wife are married.
Okay, I mean that's and they have white cousins, right? So they probably went to their white grandparents on the mother's side. They probably interacted a lot more with white people.
All I know is, hold up, they grew up watching Disney. They grew up watching friggin' Nickelodeon and all stuff.
Black kids grew up watching Disney and Nickelodeon. I'm telling you that they probably had another side of the family that they interacted with. Maybe they met boyfriends on that side or girlfriends.
Elvis, be quiet. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You know?
Did you just hear what I said? What are you getting mad for?
No, I'm saying you don't know anything about it. Why would you say something?
You said they're mixed. They have a white mother. Does she not have a family?
They have Filipino, you know, but they went with white guys, you know. Simple as that. They could have went with black guys, but I don't have nothing. Those are my nieces, man. You know, I have nothing against them, you know, but that's what they chose to do it, you know.
Yeah, if you have a different racial family.
But at the same time, I see a lot of mixed black women, right, that went with black men, so. You know.
The bottom line is this.
The point is, Carla, you're wrong. Most black women don't want to be with white men.
Interracial marriage. That's what they did this studies and everything like that. Show you that black women. That's what they want to see.
Pause the video so we can hear you.
Hold up. That's what they want to see in commercials. They want to see more white guys. As simple as that. Everything for black women is still with white guys. The more you are white guys, more it sells.
New Dannon Oikos Triple Zero is my go-to protein snack.
Okay. Protein from yogurt?
Yep, this Greek non-fat yogurt packs 15 grams of protein punch.
But what else?
Unlike some other...
I taught this guy everything he knows.
Yeah, but I'm still faster.
Faster, my butt. Every now and again, I like to think that people... Hard. Hey, Dave.
I got it.
I got it.
What? We got a meeting at noon. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Don't worry, Rob. You're covered. Okay, sorry.
Are you saying that all of these women, all of these commercials are showing black women in relationship with white men?
You gotta make better choices,
This one could bring out, yes, mostly
ice cream.
What's that?
interracial.
These are not even couples. These are people who are just professionals and are biracial and are diverse in this company.
Because we move
Oh, check it out, the commercial right here.
And at $29.88, it's the lowest price unlimited plan.
Yeah, this is the first one I've seen that's showing that they're a couple. This is the first one.
For real people.
The other ones are just people in the office or people in the shop,
Bottom line, that's what sells for black women. That's
When
why
were
they
you
do it.
first considered a
They don't
family?
make Elvis. Let me tell you something about marketing.
When you fell in
They
love?
don't make commercials unless it's going to make
When you
money
got
on the
married?
agenda. You know,
When you had kids?
and they know for a fact that interracial.
There you go. You see a black woman with a black man, a black beautiful
You
family.
ain't seen the whole commercial. You don't know what this commercial's about.
But still, it shows that they're different people.
You know? So the bottom line is this.
When did
know?
you first fight to be considered a family? When you fell in love?
Lesbianism,
When you got married?
interracial marriage.
When you
See
had
what sells.
kids?
Look, adopted black
Family
kids.
is
So this is what they
defined by
push.
Yeah, this is about different kinds of family who have been non-traditional.
Guys are all cool with that too.
So it's not all
Gay
about
guys,
just black women choosing white men. It's about different kinds of families, Carla. Come on.
No, there's no different type of family.
Would you use your
A
power?
white man, a white family who adopts a black kid, that's a different kind of family.
Black family ever again, Elvis. You know,
We can't
Say that
all
again?
have X-ray
I don't want
vision.
you to mention the black family.
That's why
ever
we're
again.
so
What do you mean
transparent
you don't want me to
about what
mention the
goes
black
into our
family?
products.
These are little stupid commercials. It doesn't represent
Yeah,
all
so
the
the
black
problem
women.
with you, but you just co-signed it. You just co-signed it.
What do you mean I co-sign? I'm saying the commercial is only showing you different kinds of families.
You know,
They're not just projecting interracial marriage. They're projecting gay marriage. They're projecting black
So the
marriage. They're
bottom line
projecting
is-
white
bottom
marriage.
line
They're
is, hey,
projecting
look, it is what it
adapting
is,
outside
man.
of your
That's
race.
what- but the main
Different
thing
kinds
is-
of projection
main
in that
thing is
commercial.
They don't want to friggin' promote the black family on the whole. Basically, there's one.
And what doesn't? Honest ingredients, honest results. The
I
Honest
can agree with
Company.
that, but the
Start your
point that
free
you
trial
made that I
now
disagree
at
with is that black
honest.com.
women prefer white men, and it's not
Yeah,
true.
hold on, no, I'm talking about
what do you think?
somehow they market these
Adorable.
commercials to
The
black women.
house, I mean.
Since
What do you mean?
got your car loan at Vibe Credit Union, I thought I would apply for a home loan.
They made it easy,
Is that a black
right?
guy or is he a mixed guy?
I have no idea.
I liked it.
You keep skipping everything to show. That guy looks.
Take it off, amore. Take
Now I
it
will say,
off.
City G is an example of what Colin's talking about.
I think,
For that
yeah, I
just
think I will. I
weeks,
think
the
I will
house will
agree
be
with
ours.
that point, though. But I think it's like a
Do you think it's
fantasy.
a little creepy though that we're spying on our host to be?
Black women
Nah.
to take a picture.
Get down.
Whoa.
Why's the roof opening?
I don't know.
The financially new and improved you. Available at Scotiabank. You're richer than you think.
Yeah, we get it. We
I
get it,
hope it's
Colin.
another spoon.
The kids
Go ahead and pause the video.
With excitable nieces. Register for the Share Forever promotion. Everything for energy.
Power outages have.
I'm about to end this in a second. This video's making me sick.
Beautiful technique. And they heat up quick.
Life. From the minute I brought her home, all my focus was on her.
Why
The
is
Honest Company
black-
diapers
white
just fit
women
her
with black
perfectly.
kids?
They keep all the messes in.
Yo, man, the bottom line
They're
is
so
if you
cute.
think you're gonna build a community and everything on this shit, man. You got to be insane. You know, they're promoting black genocide. You know, that's not the story of the African American. You know, we're black. This is black genocide. You know, I hate to say it. You know,
Carla, stop this, Carla.
it is.
The percentage of black women marry outside of
Bottom
their
line,
race
it's,
is very
yo,
low.
I don't care if it's 2%. It's too much.
Stop it, Carla. The
You
black
know,
men
so
marry
bottom line-
outside of their
bottom line,
race
it
too.
is what it is. And
Man,
what
you
it
know
is,
me, I'm
like
all
this,
for good,
people
strong
like
black
Chuko will
families,
take this
but it's not
and
a,
be like,
it's
hey,
not a
look,
serious
you know,
threat to our
black women
existence.
are friggin' hold on, black women are friggin' abandoning. This is another narrative that they keep pushing. They keep pushing that there's some big divide between African American men and women. There's not. We're more united than we ever were. You know, they're our sisters, our friends, our co-workers, everything like that, you know? And this idea that people always want to see us fighting against each other. And it's not like that. Sisters we know black women in America got our backs. We got their backs. You know? So there's no division between black
Where's
Americans.
Chuko at? He was in the comments earlier.
He ain't got to come up here and get his ass whooped, you know?
Well,
yeah, that's what thing. He's not a man to stand on his square. He says a little stupid stuff and then he runs.
The skirt was like a little broad, okay?
A little fucking broad and whatnot, you know? He's in the
Zongo said, I love snow bunnies. And I dabble in snow bunnies every now and then.
Yeah, but of course he does. He's a coon. Zongo's a coon, man. He's embarrassing, you know?
You gotta call Dr. Umar and give him 20 lashes.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I mean, I'll just disown Zongo. He's not even worth, whatever. Just disown that nigga, the bottom line, it is what it is. And like I told Dollar Bill today, man, look, you love who you love. I don't give a shit, what you do. I'm not going to dick police nobody. But what I'm not going to do is listen. If you're going to decide to do that, right, then everything you say about black politics and things like that is null and void with me, Because if you choose to go outside the race, we're not, we could be friends. We could play golf together, we could shoot basketball together. But when it comes to this, right here, that's what I say. This right here comes before everything. This is the most serious thing you could ever do is be a black nationalist, And so therefore, look, if you want to go out,
I don't know about being a black nationalist. I mean, you can choose to marry black, choose to build black, but
you know why? Because we are the freaking keepers, the keepers of our people, the black nation, the keepers of the black nation. We determine who is part of the nation, who is not part of the nation, and and then navigating what's the like right now. Let me give you a perfect example of how the African American nation works. Right in World War I, we sent the African American nation to the theater in Europe to fight in Europe. We came home and America said, "Fuck y'all." They were lynching our men. You know what we said in World War II? Yo, fuck you. The black nation stayed home for the most part. We didn't enlist like that. They had to draft us,
Kyla, how likes Baruti comment? That's a good question to you.
Well, Baruti don't have no good comments,
Yeah, that was a simp crowd comment, Baruti. I'm just gonna be there.
He said it's true. Black men turning away from.
No, he said if it's true that black women turning away from black men for the desires of white men, then there are deficits in the black man's character.
The self-hating shit.
That is the catalyst. Black women want black men of honor, dignity, and values.
I see too many good-ass brothers get passed over, dismissed, and turned down.
That last part, Colin, do you think the lack of character is the catalyst for why black women are going to other races?
Everybody control
they look over us.
That are single.
What do you mean us, Dollar? But you married to a black woman. Let's say they look over us. You already got your black queen.
No,
there's a lot of them that wish they had married me, but they looked over me in the beginning.
Oh man! But Baruti is saying that character, things like honor, dignity, and values.
We have that.
In essence, good character. If more black men exhibited those things, or those characteristics,
everybody has a right to choose what they want to do in life as far as marry this and that. That's like saying
people are saying that Chuko is an honorable man. Marie Shy and the other one, Mystic Don, they believe that Chuko is an honorable man.
They're not saying he's honorable. She said, I think Marisha said she's interacted with him on other platform and he seems to be cool. They're not calling him honorable. They're just saying that.
Yeah, he's a wolf in cheap clothing. He'll be nice to you a little bit, and then he'll come on live and say real slick comments. But at the same time, since he talks as if with the with a vernacular of a person that has a degree, a lot of things go over people's head. He gets away with it for people that don't understand what he's talking about. But I catch it right as soon as he says.
That's what I do. That's stop him right now.
You know what it is? He claims his mother was an African American. We don't believe that. But let's say this is true. So he made sure he went back to Africa and got somebody from his father's ethnic group so he can ethnically cleanse his dirty black American blood.
Oh, Dollar Bill, why do you even say that? Did he tell you that he married an Igbo woman from Nigeria?
Yes, he did.
I don't believe that, man. I don't believe none of that.
I never heard that before. Maybe it was another time.
I have never. Since he says he's half African American, right? I never see him
like Dollar Bill called him a African, which I think is an insult.
Listen, man, stop it.
Dollar Bill don't like people to question his Africanness, but he's be calling people African and shit.
Stop it, shit.
So what is his other side? He half is African, half is what, Dollar Bill? What's the other half?
I don't know. What the hell? Is he half orangutan or half what? I don't know.
No, because you said he's half continental African and half African American. So you call him a half.
He's a mulatto.
I don't know what that Negro is, man.
He's a mulatto, man. He's half continental African, half
somebody
white.
said he's married to a Yoruba woman. He's not married to an Igbo woman.
When have y'all ever see him get on a platform?
Yeah, he did a cam up. We can ask him to cam up if he doesn't mind, so that we can see that he's not actually mixed.
Have you ever seen him go on a live platform and talk condescending to continental Africans?
That's what I'm saying. You talk condescending to us, man. I'm just so sick of it.
So we don't believe he has an African American mother. I don't. He makes Mike look like Malcolm X. Shit, when he talks.
What is this called?
There's a lot of money.
This guy.
There's a lot of jobs in America.
Married an African American woman.
You know, you see people online saying, "Oh, there are no jobs in America." I think there are too many jobs here chasing too few people. You'll be sitting in the house and you hear, beep, 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 beep. Oh, you hear, oh, the next minute you hear they shot somebody. They shoot people like chicken here, and these shootings is more within young people, not the older people. The young boys. 19, 20,
I know somebody was going to take that Tariq route. Look at his hairline. They're not like us. He got a pushback hairline. He must be an African. I was Senko for.
So it all happened very fast. I actually never knew I was coming to America anytime, so it was more like a surprise. Even when they said I should go to the interview, of course I knew everything was genuine, but I was still in shock. Like, am I really going to America?
This is fair use for educational purposes.
Hey, beautiful people. Thank you very much for coming on my channel again. Anytime I see you watching my videos, then I'm very happy.
It's fair use.
You saw the thumbnail, you clicked on it, and then you listened, you watched, and then you put up a comment. And then you also shared this video to also educate other people who may find themselves in such a situation. This interview is sponsored by Ekis Possibility Consult. So this company is into airport pickup, airport drop-off. And if you need any kind of services within Ghana whilst you're here in terms of transportation, they will sort you out. I've been doing my best trying to put down this platform for all of us to share. You could see that lately there's more of interviews because at a point we need to hear what others have to say or what they have to share. Today, I am glad to bring on the platform one of our baddest musicians from Cape Coast, who is now living in the United States of America. And there are a lot of things that we've shared, during our private conversation that he thinks that, no, Echo, we need to share this to the people in Ghana, people in Nigeria.
Who is this? Is this Shatta Wale or Shatta Bondo?
To at least learn a thing or two when it comes to Africans in the motherland and Africans
this
in
guy,
the
right?
diaspora. So I'm
I'm just joking. I know he's not Shatta.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that headline is kind of way back there. No offense, bro.
So
I blame y'all barbers, man. Y'all barbers be pushing y'all shit back.
You won an award that was it last year or last 2 years?
Yeah, last 2 years, last 3 years I won.
So what was the award? What is the category that?
I'm African. My hairline ain't pushed back though.
You got a peanut shit.
Because you got a good barber.
Yeah, Cottonation.
No, they got look. I don't got that peanut shit.
Meow.
Really, dude? What are these guys talking? You got to fast forward a little bit, Carl. This is some corny shit right here.
That's some Ghanaian stuff, man. You're not Ghanaian.
Ghana, are you from? and tell us just a little
Ask
bit about
Uncle
you
about
growing up in Ghana.
Oh, you saying they're eating cash dollar bills? Is that what you're saying?
No,
and what you are doing now.
Ask
While you
Uncle.
were in Ghana before you come into the US.
Okay, so I'm from Cape Coast. My mother's from Cape Coast, but my father's from ABK, Abakrampa.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know that.
I didn't even know.
Yeah. My father is from ABK, so that Cebu area and Abakrampa area there, that'll be my area.
Okay.
So when I was 5 years old,
Carla, what's the point of the video? What are you trying to prove?
Sent someone to take me to Nigeria. So
what's the point of it, Dollar Bill?
I'm just talking about
and my sister.
These are the guys that they're talking
we went
about.
to Nigeria.
He's telling you how
he came back when I
hooked up
was
with an
12
African
years
American
old,
woman.
and it was because
and
my
now
father
he's in America.
was killed by armed robbers there. That's
This
why
was for Mystic Dime crew.
Yeah. So
really, Dollar Bill?
to Ghana, I was just
Okay.
Why is that important?
Right, that's what I'm saying. Come on, Colin. Don't play this video, bro. It's not going to add to the conversation.
So you trying to say that Africans are using our system?
Yeah, he's trying to reinforce his idea that African American women are being used for a green card.
No, I'm just explaining that this gentleman is saying that now he's in America, and his wife is taking care of him until he gets all his papers done, and how he met her in during the COVID time. She was paying for
the wife must be 400 pounds, man.
Hotels, and at first he thought she was a Ghanaian when he met her, but he just explains how he finessed her and brought her to his home, and later she became his baby mama, and before you know it, they had a baby, and then she met, brought him with the K-1 visa, the 90-day fiance, and now, it's like his dreams have come true. He's in the land of opportunity. He's in America. That's all. Just wanted you.
Yeah, but he's not a regular guy too, right? He's a musician.
What are you trying to say with that, Dollar Bill? Like, what are you trying to say?
I'm saying nothing. I'm just, he's a musician. That doesn't mean anything.
Nah, he was somebody who was somewhat well known in this country, right? But even in that point, Dollar Bill, these guys, these white guys, they bring over the Russian bride, right? You remember those imported Russian brides that come over from Russia and
I'm talking about
Serbia
women.
and other places. Hold on. I'm telling you.
I'm telling you my
they
point.
bring over these people and they get married to them,
and they
leave them after a couple of years.
Yeah, but the
so
thing
it
is,
happens.
That's not what I was talking
trying
about.
to make fun of Africans.
Yeah, you're trying to make fun of Mr. Diamond. I don't even know why you're going there.
Oh man, you don't know what I'm doing. Now you're going to tell the other guy that you shouldn't tell him what's on his mind.
No, I'm not telling you what's on your mind. I'm telling you what you're doing here, because you just mentioned it, that you're trying to tell the sisters that these guys come over here for a green card and then they finesse her out of her money or her.
I did not say anything. That's a lie.
So what relevance is this video to our conversation in Dollar Bill?
Well, what we were talking about in terms of Black America and the perception, of how people see us in advertising, how they're trying to infiltrate us in terms of making us disappear. And there's another thing you were talking about, black women in America and our relationship with Black women in America. And I was showing one of the examples because a lot of the sisters also believe that Black American men, like you said, weren't honorable men. And so these are some of the honorable men, right, that they find in Africa and bring over to America. That's all I was indicating.
You should put a video in the chat of a Black man bringing over a Filipino or Thai, a girl from Thailand.
I'm not talking about Thai people. We're talking about.
No, I'm telling you that people go outside of their race or outside of their ethnic groups and find wives or husbands.
That's not
the Black men do the same thing. Black men import Asian women into this country too.
You just asked Kala a question about being an honorable man and all of these different.
That was not me. I was only reading a question from Baruti.
Yeah, but you read the question from Baruti, right?
I read the question, of course.
Say, isn't it true that Black women turning away from Black men for the desire of white men, then there are deficits in the Black man's character? That is the catalyst. Black women want Black men of honor, dignity, and value. Right? So what I did was I gave you an example, right?
Out your fucking mind.
Of somebody who has honor, dignity, and values from the
He
continent.
is a black man. He is a black man. I see where you're going with that.
So that's
dollar bill.
Right? That's all
So
I said.
did he leave it? Did he leave her?
He's telling me about Filipinos. He's telling me
I'm asking you, Dollar Bill. Did he leave his woman? Did he leave the Black American woman?
All I was showing an example in his words.
I'm asking you, Dollar Bill. Did he leave her?
I didn't say he left her or not. He obviously he didn't leave her. He's right there. He hasn't gotten his green card yet.
So what are you saying now? That he's going to leave her when he gets his green card,
No,
right?
I didn't say that. You want to say?
No, you say he hasn't gotten his green card yet.
That's not what I said.
You said this on other shows, Dollar Bill, that these guys go into the ghettos and they find these women who are less than desirable. They marry them for the green card, and then they leave them.
What you're doing is you're trying to confuse things.
Well,
This is a woman who was on the continent in Ghana who got involved with a man and brought him back. That's not the same as a guy who comes here on a student visa and meets a black woman in a disadvantaged situation.
Well, we need to ask Baruti. Was Baruti talking about black people in the diaspora as a whole, or is he talking about African Americans?
We're the punching bags for everybody.
He's saying that Colin was saying that there was a divide between black women and black men or something like that.
Colin said there is no divide.
It's highlighted.
There's a propaganda, right?
He says black men, but I don't know what black men he's talking about.
He's talking about us.
He's talking about American. He said African.
So what I want to give an example. So what happens is this gentleman right here, although he's supposed to be known, he told you he's never made more than 12,000 CDs. You could probably tally that up in his life. She's going to meet him, have a baby with him. She's going to take care of him until he can get on his feet and get a job. Okay. And now he's her husband. And so the whole idea, okay, that there's some deficits, okay, that we have in our character, because like Chuko would say, we don't have any culture. So I just wanted to show some of the examples.
It wasn't even only on African American men. It was about race, right? Black women going outside of their race
it was about
to marry white men. I think Baruti said that in his comment, right?
No. We know who he's talking about.
Well, let me say this about Baruti's comment. I disagree with Baruti. One thing that we need to do is everybody needs to take self accountability.
Well, Baruti
he doesn't
Why doesn't
give black women self accountability?
Let Baruti respond and let Baruti say for himself exactly who he's talking about. Because he said black men, he didn't say white men, right? So what I'm trying to say is, just like you have black men who will go to the Philippines and marry a woman in the Philippines that they wouldn't marry in America, right? Because they're upset with the African American women and they don't do this and they don't do that. This is an example also, okay, of what happens, okay, when our sisters go, because they feel like Baruti so eloquently put it, that it's our problem because it's a lack of our character, right? Isn't that what he said? Black man's character is the catalyst for her seeking other men. And they want men of honor, dignity, and values. Isn't that what he said?
And black, those black men who goes to the Philippines, they probably have the same mindset too.
Well, this is the wrong video, Dollar Bill. You should have.
I wasn't showing.
But this guy's story isn't necessarily proving your point, because he's with this woman. They have a child together. He hasn't left her. They're together. They're married or somewhat married or whatever it is.
He's married to get the green card.
So they're married, right? So he has a family.
He's married.
So what is the point? You're saying that in your mind, you're saying he's only with her because of the green card situation. Because obviously right now he can't work. He wouldn't have a work permit to even earn a living until after his document comes into play.
You wouldn't even allow him to tell
Well, let's go to the part what you're talking about, Dollar Bill.
No, he wouldn't even allow him to tell him the story. I just wanted to see how he selected this woman, how he met this woman. At first he said she was my baby mama, okay? And I just wanted people to hear how he depicts the woman that he met. not me, right? But you didn't want me to do that because you said, "Oh, this has nothing to do with what I was saying," and I just
Rudy
proved to
talk
you
is about finger
that
pointing.
is
He was the one finger pointing that African American.
yes, exactly. And so what I wanted to do was show an example. I didn't say that he left her, that he didn't have a family with her, or any of those things.
That's not the point.
Right? The point was I wanted him, in his own words, to depict who she was, how she was, and how he got her. That's all.
But that ain't got nothing really to do
Right,
with
because black men go on the continent and marry
Rudy's
black women and bring them back here, and they have a
But
happy life. It's not necessarily that they're using them for visa
You know
green card.
what it is. You got to stop the drama, Elvis.
There's no drama. Your point is that this always ends up bad, and it's not the case.
No,
it's not the case, Dollar Bill. That's what you think. You've said as much on this platform that these guys come in for a green card, and in your case, you use Nigerians. They come for a green card. They get with some lady who probably have some challenge, or it's not as desirable. They marry them, get their status, and then leave them. It's not always the case.
That
So
is
basically, the
99% of the case.
He's talking about how the woman was sweet on him,
Not
and
always.
she helped to
That
get a
is
green
99.
card. Right?
That is 90. You know what it is? You want to spread a different narrative, but the truth is the truth. And every excuse me 1 second. Every African American who's listening to this knows of a situation, okay, where somebody stayed with them for 4 or 5 years to get their green card, and they was finesse. Okay, it wasn't even about money; it was the finesse. So stop the drama.
I don't know nobody get finesse.
I know a lot of
a green card.
They're African men, right? African men who go back to their home country, like Liberian men, Nigerian, Ghanaians. They go back to their own country to try to find "quote unquote" a woman of good character. It's something that
Elvis. Let me say this, right? Let me say. Glad you brought that up, right? Remember the first time I went to Liberia back in 2021, right? And on the way back to the States, right? The plane was packed full of elderly Liberian men. And every last one of them, they got their. I said, man, so this is how it is. I said to myself, what's the problem? Why can't Liberia develop like that? All these elderly black, the one time they went over there, you know what they were doing for like 2 or 3 weeks,
Of course,
we know that. And now they're all on the plane. All these guys look like friggin' like in the 70s and 80s and whatnot.
Yeah,
still going back friggin',
And that's the thing, Colin. That's why it happens on the continent, because guys who are not as desirable in terms of maybe on a physical level, or even in terms of age, they go back there and they want to marry these prime 21-year-old, 25-year-old girls who are in the prime of their lives, and think that when they bring them into this country, they're going to stay with them for the rest of their lives.
Hold on. That's just not Liberians, right? You see that across the continent, right?
Right, and that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. So it happens the other way around. Even with continental Africans, with other continental Africans, it happens.
Everybody wants to make that American dollar or European dollar, and then basically go back there and have a little fun. And
African men and African women don't just finesse other group of people; they finesse their own people.
Yeah,
they finesse their own people. It happened right in my community where this girl brought
I would love chuko.
Brought a Liberian guy.
I would love for chuko. No, first of all, Zongo, I'm not some fucking damn old man or whatnot. I'm fucking very good looking. Bottom line is, I'm not one of these old.
Carla, don't look at the comment. I know somebody's going to say that.
What you call it? Just like Carla. No, I'm not going over there.
Don't listen to Zongo, Carla.
I don't use my wife for sex and all this kind of stuff like that. I'm looking at men that basically should have wives, grandkids, everything like this, and they're on there with a little fling with some country girl and whatnot. My friggin' lady Isabella is a friggin' sophisticated woman. She ain't no friggin' country guy.
Leave your personal life out of it.
I'm dead serious. So when people make just like Colin, no, my wife ain't some little floozy. You gonna go over there and like that. I got the real thing.
And I'm telling you, I could give you a parallel to this situation. There was a Liberian. Colin, maybe you know this guy, right? Christophe the Change, right? He's a well-known musician in Liberia. He went through a hard time. He pretty much lost his fame. People say he was going crazy. And this girl, Liberian girl in the United States, went out there and brought him to the United States. And I think she married him and gave him status. And he left her, went back to Liberia and married another girl. So these things happen, whether it's with African Americans or Africans and Africans. It happens.
All right,
It's not unique.
just responded to y'all. Y'all can read his comment.
Yeah, put Barudi's comment, and then Akala, could you put up the next video since they pushed me to this?
Okay, to the panel, I was referring to the so-called black intergender divide. I said, what gender divide? You know, and so I'm walking out my door and black women throwing shit at me. You know, I work with black women.
But Chantel did. Chantel was like, "Why'd you marry somebody from?" She was very upset with you, man.
Yeah, so I don't get you. Like I said,
I know you don't care, but that could you play the video for a minute?
Yeah.
Since Elvis tried to press on me, so I got a rebuttal on Elvis by letting him look at the video, please.
All right.
Another fucking video. God
Don't see the video. Elvis always trying to call me a liar. So
I didn't say you're a liar. I'm just telling you that this is not unique.
All right,
it happens even amongst Africans. That's the point. So even if it happens to a black American sister, they're not targeting you. They do it to their own people. That's the point that I'm making.
I know. They're scammers. They scam everybody. I know.
Of course. You know how many what we call imported bride, you know, like Liberian community.
Towards my
we made a movie about it.
Hold on 1 second.
So they can be wary of people that are going to be dusty, that are going to try to use them for anything. Okay? Now, my sisters in the diaspora, I would like to tell you that sometimes those African men that you see in America,
she do got that hairline too.
The yang, I want to have a life with you.
Be quiet, please.
Having a family back home.
Dollar shut up, man. Don't
Hi guys,
quiet.
welcome to my channel. My name is Matskunda Esther. I just want to thank you so much, guys, for supporting me. I've gotten a lot of you guys. Thank you so much for subscribing to my channel and sharing your stories with me in the comment section. I need to put you on some game when it comes to African men when they come abroad and then they get with an African American woman. Some of the African men you see in America, in the UK, they have a family back home. So be vigilant, be wary. Okay?
Elvis, explain yourself.
An African man who
Big black, don't come at me with that bullshit, big black. Do I know all the African men?
They think they really that, but they ain't. Sister, you can find out. Lest you be
Carla, put down in the bag, man.
For
you go in the back.
Now I'm not generalizing because I feel like in the comment section everybody's telling me Esther don't generalize. I ain't generalizing. I'm just saying.
This is the kind of thing Dollar Bill spends his days watching, bro.
I lived in Dubai with my
friends. He's been doing opposition research. Dollar Bill be doing opposition research.
In the African community called living your wife back home, and then you go to another country.
Big black, stop it, man.
You know, when I hear American stories of like systematic single parenthoodness that is happening in the black community, that always the men have to be away from the household, I kind of like saw that in Dubai within my own very own people, my Ugandan people, my Ugandan men. When I saw it, I was like, I realized when I was in Dubai, a lot of Ugandan men, they leave a wife in Uganda and kids, and they will go to Dubai to work, and they will be sending money back home. Now that is not the shocking part, because I mean,
Dubai is the United States, I guess.
All right. Opportunity, and they're working towards like maybe better for the betterment of their family, or like bringing their family abroad. I get it. I understand that. However, I don't want to say almost, but every Ugandan man that I saw that had a woman back home,
you bullshit.
They were cheating. Guys, if you watch 90 Day Fiancé,
she's talking about Uganda, Dollar Bill. How many Ugandans you ever interacted with?
Very true. Okay? Like, for example, you date an African man.
Dollar Bill, you gotta fix your mic, man. You sound real low.
I'm not gonna cuss you tonight, bro. I'm gonna try to be a little more.
6 months, like, can I get to know your family or your friends? And then like, there's just that one friend. That is always their brother, their sister, their cousin, their everything. Now, let me tell you, sister, I have seen this before.
That one friend.
A Ugandan man, an African man can make a cahoot with his mother, his sister, his entire siblings, so
Hey,
that he can
Dollar Bill try to
introduce
do
you
fear
to
mongering
his
from the
family
sister not to date continental
just for the
Africans,
sake
bro.
No,
of
I'm
you
not
to
fear
get
mongering. I'm just
comfortable.
You're
telling
fear
the truth.
mongering, bro. You're trying to
You're
cock
right.
black the African. You're trying to
Nah,
cock
but
black continental Africans, Dollar Bill.
You
Stop
are
it.
an African American in America.
you want
Yeah,
to cock black
Stop it, Dollar Bill.
you
Stop trying to cock black,
I
man.
think that's why you here.
we're
Trying
talking
to
about bringing
interfere.
people to Africa.
That's why I'm here to do what, Dollar Bill? Why am I
You're
here?
sleeping like
I'm
Airbnb.
here trying to open the ways for the
That boy's
African
a
brothers.
liar. He is a fraud. You need to watch out, sisters. You need to watch. Like the women will be calling back home, checking on their husbands.
Sisters, don't listen to Dollar Bill. He's a cock blocker.
He's here
I know.
working
Go
for
out there and
us.
do your
He's so
thing.
touched. He's
Do
having
your
the best
thing,
of
get
his life
robbed.
in Dubai
Go to the
with the
country and get
ladies that are
robbed.
free. Like, in Dubai, women are
Matter of
cheap.
fact, see
A
Africa
person
just
can
throw all your
start
money.
an entire life in a new country when they have a family back on the motherland of Africa.
Oh,
And
this is
let me tell
Ubuntu.
you,
Okay,
a
all
lot
right.
of them are in America.
But Carla, what do you think about
and
this?
in
You
the
think this true,
UK.
Carla?
We finishing first?
On
Well,
others,
bottom line
they
is,
are
let
looking
me
for.
stop the video.
Man, please,
Yo,
thank
my
you.
whole thing is, hold on. Hey, hold on. All right, I get the point. Good video, Dollar Bill. Check this out. The whole point I'm trying to make is about that is that with all the conversation, right? Everything that people level at Black America could be leveled at Africans, everybody else, and everything. All right, and we all got our problems. African men got their freaking problems, tremendous amount of problems, right? But the thing about African Americans, right? We don't sit there and be like, I don't know what it is. We don't sit there and say, let's do a show on the problems facing African men and Black African women. We don't even know the conversation. What is going on between?
We can't even show a damn little mini clip without them barking.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But when it comes down to us,
Carla, are you telling me that you believe in that sentiment, Carla?
Man, when they talk about us, Elvis, I
Do
was
you
like,
believe
come
that
on.
African men or African American men or African American women going on the continent to find love, they're going to get scammed?
I will say this.
No, I'm saying what I'm saying is that's not even Dollar Bill's point. The point he's trying to make is that just like you have when people say we're not honorable and stuff like this, you have just as many African men doing stuff like that, whether it's to a continental African women living in America or they're like this. So in other words, Africans basically have the issues. We have the issues. In other words, people like Mystic Dime really think there's some African Prince Akeem waiting for her.
Why you keep bringing Mystic Dime into this, Carla?
No, I'm
look.
serious.
I'll give women and men the same advice. If it looks too good to be true, it's probably too good to be true. Don't go out there and try to date somebody that's way out of your league and think they're gonna love you because you just happen to get lucky.
But that's what happens.
That's what it is.
Most of the time, these women.
If you're 70 years old trying to date a 25-year-old hottie and you want to bring her here and get married to her, just know you're setting yourself up.
Most of these women.
We give people that advice all the time. They just don't want to listen to it.
You won't let me. You don't give nobody advice. Most of these women have it in their heart, like Baruti said, and Chuko comes on with his little classical BS.
That's why they love Chuko,
right? That he's so honorable and he's intelligent and he's this and that. And when he decided, just like you, okay, raised in America, decided to marry somebody, okay, and have a family with, because you didn't need a green card, you chose somebody from your community.
Of course. What am I supposed to be ashamed of that, Dollar Bill? You say that shit like
No, I'm
supposed to be ashamed of it. What do you mean by that?
No, I didn't say that. I'm
okay.
Just trying to.
We pick our wives, and people pick their husband based on similarities.
You
share interests.
Hold on. Is African Americans allowed to do that? Can we pick our friends, associations based on similar interests? Can we do that? Can we have?
Carla, you said you picked your wife because she was similar to you.
Yeah,
you have a similar culture.
I'm talking about.
So we do that. We do that all the time. There's nothing wrong with it.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the fact that Chuko says that we like me and Dollar Bill. We talk together, right? We have a bond together. Why? Because we come from a similar background, and we come from the same heritage, And so therefore, Chuko's saying there's something wrong with that heritage, He's saying
that's not what we're talking about.
Yes, he did.
Oh no, but
Dollar Bill is trying to tell me that I grew up here, and I grew up in the United States, and exactly, I wasn't born here. And I'm still African, even though I came here at a young age. But when I wanted to marry, I had a desire to marry somebody from my own community.
But that's fine. That's fine.
Right. So tell Dollar Bill that. That's fine.
No, what I'm saying.
You shouldn't try to bring that up like it's a thing against me.
No, I didn't
Elvis,
say
what I'm
anything
trying to
against
say,
you.
hold on. What I'm trying to say is, Chuko made the point that he said Pam's was good because basically we get to expose, we get to lose our identity as African Americans, you know, and expose that.
Forget about Chuko. We're not listening about Chuko right now.
Forget about what he said. He even went further to say that the only way that African Americans can integrate is if our women, like his mother, he claims, marries a continental African.
And that's over my dead body.
And let me just say this too.
In an African mindset, he would think like that.
Hold on. Let me just say this too. When I said to you that you married someone from your community, that wasn't to shame you. That was to tell the women that although these men come here and will marry you and finesse you and get a green card, they're all like you. They all desire to be with their own women.
Exactly.
They're all like me. Dollar Bill, you full of shit, bro. They're Black American men or Black American women who are married to continental Africans and have been married for years and have been happily married.
Elvis is so rare, though, bro.
Why you say that, Carter? For him to say they're all like this. That's why I said don't make sweeping statements, bro.
It is.
Don't do that.
At the very beginning, it's extremely rare. You know why?
You don't know everybody, Dollar Bill. Don't make that statement. You're smarter than that.
Because the African men are hating, like Chuku, who's a African. They're hating on the African American men. They're coming in. You know, there's this guy, Kala. His name is Yada. You could tell he's some type of second or third generation.
Oh, that clown,
African Yada.
That has a big YouTube following.
Yeah, he's some type of minister.
This was a fucking clown, man.
Right? And he's got this light-skinned woman for his wife. And he's got all of these African American women in his amen corner talking about how, his wife doesn't have to do this and his wife doesn't have to do that. And meanwhile, he's talking like he's one of us, right? Using the vernacular, cosplaying. But I know he's one of them because of his last name and the way he dresses. See, this is typical of people who are putting it in these women's heads. But when they get to Africa in search of Prince Hakeem, like ES, and get their ass whipped, okay, or worse, get killed.
Do you think African American men are going to Africa looking for their queen, their African queens too?
No, it's very rare.
Really, Carla, how can you be saying this, Carla? Stop it. You shouldn't be answering this question.
Look,
I'm asking Dollar Bill.
Nothing wrong. Listen, I don't
nothing
think
wrong with that, but it's
hold
rare.
on, let me just say this. I don't think that African American men, by the most part, are going to Africa to finesse an African woman to get a green card.
Dollar Bill, you're talking two different things. The same thing. Listen, you're mixing it. African American women are not going to Africa to finesse African men.
No.
So if you use that same sentence,
they're trying to get finesse.
No, the same way African American men go to Brazil, Colombia, and other places in Africa, and sometimes they get finesse.
Well, we're talking about Africa. We're talking about Africans who come to America.
Because maybe the African American men don't want to go to Africa to find a black woman. They rather have a Latino, and they go to South America.
And specifically who know that they want and have told me themselves that they desire to be with their own women that know and come to America to be with a woman.
Dollar Bill, do you desire to be with your own woman? Do you desire to be with your own women, Dollar Bill?
But I'm not gonna marry somebody else and finesse them.
I'm just asking you, do you desire to be with your own woman?
Like I said to you, did you hear what I just said?
I didn't hear you.
I'm not going to finesse someone.
No, that wasn't my question. My question is, do you desire to be with your own woman?
Excuse me. I'm not going to finesse someone.
Okay. There you go.
Okay. If I already know that that's who I want to be with, I'm not going to come to another country, finesse them, give them things, and even have a baby with them, and then say, you're not good enough for me because you're like Chuko would say, you've been so diluted. Right?
I'll give you a scripture from the Bible, Dollar Bill. Do not be unevenly yoked.
Yeah.
And that
So
means
did they know
don't
that
be
before
way
they
above
illegally
your
got the green
station
card?
when it comes to marriage. Don't marry
So
somebody that's way above your
So why
station.
did they decide that before they got the green card?
I'm telling it to the women and the men who get finesse. Don't see somebody who is healthy in shape.
You know what it is?
You
Let me
know,
tell you why.
and you think that you're overweight. You're not making enough money. You're not as attractive, and you think this person is marrying you purely based on love. Be smart. It's always about being smart.
They're good-looking women who get
stupid people get scared.
The whole idea is
that's all.
The whole idea is these women are Pan-African women, and
why you keep attacking the women? Talk about the men. It goes both ways.
I'm talking about the women. These women are Pan-African women who truly believe that you'll see them as other African women, and then they get finesse. And you know, sometimes
they're not getting finesse because the African guys don't see them as African women.
And sometimes it takes up to 5 years to see them, and then they turn around and do what they do. And
African men get finessed by African women.
No,
African women get finessed by African men. So don't try to use this as they don't see you as African. That's why they finesse you. African men do this to their own women, and the women do this to their own men. So that's the point that I'm telling you. It's not unique to African American women.
But what they do is they don't tell you that their first preference is their own people. What they do is they lie to the woman and tell them how beautiful they are and how they look like somebody back home and how they're going to treat them so much better than African American men. That's the finesse.
That's the finesse. I mean, Dollar Bill.
I'm just getting people aware.
You're just finesse. You're a perpetual pessimist, bro. You see the worst in everything.
I see the world the way it is.
Nah, you see the worst in everything.
There have
been continental African couples,
just like
and Black Americans who have lived a happy life for a long time.
To buy a bunch of land and all that other stuff. You can see that Chuku, if he claims, let's say Chuku.
Dollar Bill, we have a sister in the chat who has a relationship like that on the continent. She's telling you her man doesn't say any of that BS.
I know.
Yeah, because for one, Mari is not a 60-year-old woman going to Africa looking for a 25-year-old stud.
All right. Like I said,
she's on equal footing.
I'm not going to talk on Mari.
She's on equal footing.
I like Mari, and I'm not going to talk on Mari.
That's my only advice. Don't look for somebody that's half your age.
I like Mari.
And if you're kind of overweight, don't look for somebody that's well in shape.
She's very
be smart.
She's very sensitive, and I'm not going to talk about her life or try to disrespect her. I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about in general, women in general. Listen, I got a friend, right? She's 70 years old. About 70 years old. She meets this Nigerian dude, and he even went to the point as giving her some money and everything. And this woman she's like a widow, getting ready to get rid of her widow pension and go to Nigeria with this.
How old is the Nigerian guy?
I think he's like in his 30s or maybe 40.
So you think that 70-year-old woman is being stupid?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so she's being stupid.
I'm not gonna vouch for that. That's on her. If she really gets rid of her old
she's being stupid.
That's on her, man.
Listen,
come on, man. You gotta take some accountability.
Yeah,
I mean, I understand.
That was my whole thing, Big Black. Don't go for somebody half your age. If you're out of shape, don't go for somebody that's well in shape and think they just love you because you're so. I'm just giving you an example. I'm just giving you an example.
Stop putting on people who just are you out of shape, man. You see how?
No, I'm telling you, it's about attractiveness and close relationship. Close relation to age.
Get out of there.
Don't be unevenly yoked. I see it with our people, my Liberian guys who are way overweight or way older, looking for a dime piece in Liberia, and they find it. And they think it's real love. It's not real love.
Should I put up that K&K squad? How she went there and met this dude, and he finessed her until he got his green card. There's a whole show on this, man. 90 Day Fiance. How you gonna say that this is not rampant? Did
you see Big Ed on 90 Day Fiance? Trying to go for that. I don't know if she was from Thailand or the Philippines.
Yeah, the little Filipino chick. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, you think they were evenly yoked in terms of attractiveness and age?
No, I didn't. I thought she was
okay then. That's what I'm telling you. So she was always going to leave his dumbass.
But I'm not talking about white people and Filipino people. I'm talking about black people.
It happens across the board.
And how some of you Africans try to put down that bullshit. That's all I'm talking about.
Well, what are we trying to put down, Dollar Bill?
Oh, yeah, you know the deal. Come on.
No, say it. I mean, you're just talking now. You try to make African look bad.
No, I'm just telling it what it is.
To any woman or to any man, be cautious.
I'm just
always. If you're dating somebody outside of your culture or outside of your country, be cautious. Definitely. Be cautious. But don't say that every African is terrible. They only want to finesse you. It's not the case. You can meet a nice person.
Be careful
and get married and live happy.
Be careful and special careful when you're dealing with Africans, especially Nigerians.
You've targeted Nigerians for the longest.
Especially Nigerians.
And I'm telling you, there's some Nigerians who marry African Americans and they're happy.
Especially Nigerians. Be extra careful and especially careful when you're dealing with Nigerians. You can think I'm a complete, I'm just telling it the way it is.
We hear
you know what it is? You can accept it, you can reject it, you can try to change the narrative, but it is what it is. See, for Africans, a lot of us are just like a money pot. We're just one of these
stop it, Dollar Bill. I keep telling you, stop that, bro. It's the same thing for Africans or other Africans. It's just the fact that you're in the United States, you have an economic power over them. So they may use you for that economic power. It happens with Nigerians, Liberians, Ghanaians.
We are one big grifters, especially on the African continent and here in America. We're like
it happens to more continental African by their own people than it happens to African American and African.
We are like easy. We're like easy.
We're not easy prey like that, man.
Yes, we are.
I mean, they do it. Wait, hold on, Dollar Bill. They do that more to the Europeans. The whole scamming, they were sending emails, and a lot of Europeans were sending them back.
Tell them, Big Black. Dollar Bill just wants to scare African Americans from being with Africans.
I'm not scaring them.
That's what you're trying to say.
Most African Americans are gay.
You just don't know it, but I'm sure there's been a lot of success stories, a lot of true love stories.
Most African Americans, hold on. Most African Americans are game conscious. We can't blame it on some of the Africans, but for some of the Africans,
true love story was African. Doesn't make no sense.
Some of them don't like it.
I mean, Dollar Bill. You're just a whole nother person.
Some of them may not like it, so maybe because they. It is this whole thing. Wait, let me just say this. It's this whole thing of them.
You don't think Africans can love each other truly? What kind of stupid mindset is that, Dollar Bill?
True love. I didn't say Africans can love Africans. Yeah,
but Africans can love African Americans.
They don't.
Let me say this. Some Africans on the continent, not all, they have this whole thing against African Americans. Period. Right? That they think that is shit. This and that and this. Even the women sometimes think that of the men. Right? So that's why you hear a lot of them in the divested community saying that, some hate this and that. But at the same time, most African Americans are game conscious about a lot of that shit. You know what I'm saying? So you can't.
You know why?
Yeah, we are. I don't hear nothing that. I don't hear nothing that in the Midwest. I don't hear nothing of that in the Midwest.
You ask about it or look around.
No, I asked about look around. You know what I'm saying?
Ask about it.
You live in Chicago, right, Big Black?
It's Chicago, none of that. But I mean,
I live in Minnesota.
A lot of people ain't game.
Dollar Bill saying what like he live in Chicago. You don't live there, Dollar Bill. How do you know what's going on there in their city, man?
I know what happens in African American communities.
No,
you don't. Like, you're not omnipresent, bro. You're not everywhere at the same time.
Just like you have your community, I have mine.
Yeah, and I speak for my community. I don't speak for other communities.
For mine. I know people in Atlanta.
Big Black is telling me it's not the same in Chicago.
Chicago's not like that. A lot of people are very game conscious.
What do you mean he don't know? He lived there and you don't. What do you mean he don't know?
Listen. It's a whole nother beast. Don Juan is from Chicago, man. It's a lot of game conscious motherfuckers. That shit ain't flying out here. It might be flying out there. That shit ain't flying out here. It ain't flying out there on the West Coast, man.
Listen.
There's a lot of pimping. I'm not bigging up pimping, but it's a lot of game conscious shit out here.
Hold up. Big Black. Big Black. Hold on. Are you sure about that? Because a little while ago, you were also basically actually believing all this Pan-African stuff is actually real, and that's the biggest freaking finesse.
That's a lot. That's not a finesse. No, you talking about? Hold on, Colin. You talking about this little Afro-Diamonds that got like 4,000 subscribers.
No,
and
you have no idea what you call. I was just on the phone with Bomani, man. The stuff he said, look, man, all the work we did and trying to reach out to Africa and stuff like that, and he knows people that's getting. I played a video the other night of RJ Mahdi and all these other people that rip people off, man. Should I play the video again?
Let's talk about all the people just get killed.
I know it's gonna be some people that rip people off.
It's happening way too much, man.
Okay, Carla, Baruti asked a question and I actually disagree with him. I don't think African American women are losing respect for their men. Do you guys think that's true? African American women are losing respect for African American men?
I didn't say that.
I'm gonna be real. Let me be real, Elvis. Elvis, you I think you all have more to feel that than us. And the reason I say that because when it comes to the divestiture movement, I see more continental African women pushing on to that. Soon as they touch down, they trying to, get into some interracial dating.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Certain African women, though, right?
Hold on.
The East Africans, the East Africans.
That's a lot of Nigerians.
They call it African women a divestiture because they never really invested in the idea of blackness in the first place.
Exactly.
So
they don't want
that's what it is. When you have a consciousness of Black America,
your boy
and you decide to go out, that's a divestiture. Someone who's never had a
don't want to see the truth,
bro. I'm telling you, Dollar Bill, you don't live in my community. I'm big here in the Liberian community.
That's a problem.
We don't see a lot of interracial marriage in the Liberian community.
I didn't say nothing about interracial marriage. That was big.
That's what I'm telling you. That's what we're just talking about.
Look, Africans do not have our history with white people, so they don't see race the way we do.
Some of them do, though.
But Carla, you're kind of in the Liberian community, at least online. You see a lot of sisters that you deal with married to white men or dating white men, Liberian women.
Mary Shaw, this is not personal. I'm not going to talk about.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I love
That's not what I was trying to do.
They understand. A lot of them understand what colonization did to Africa, man.
Yeah, right.
No, I don't really think so, man. Because colonization.
They don't understand.
That's another conversation that needs to be had.
They don't even recognize it. Please,
colonization actually brought Africa from people gonna be mad at me when I say this, right? From freaking literally the abyss to the modern world. So
why is a lot of countries that went to colonization? Why they're not fully industrialized there?
Well, that's exactly what I'm talking about. They would have nothing if there wasn't no colonization.
So, Carla, you're saying that colonization was a good thing.
Hold on. The railways you see, the infrastructure you see in Africa was laid by the colonialists.
But that was during the industrial
yeah, but
industrial age.
Africa was not industrializing. Africa's still not industrializing.
But that was during the industrial age period, though.
With the exception of Liberia, everything you see on the continent was developed by European settlers, and colonists.
Guys, can I say this?
What?
I want to call Big Back. 1 second.
My name ain't Big Back, man.
Why you call you Big Back?
Big Black. Big Black.
Big Back. He said my name ain't Big Back.
Big Black.
All right, man.
The opinions that I'm saying and I'm talking about do not reflect anyone's personal situation, okay? Whether it's in America, I'm just giving you my opinion, my observation, what I've seen during the course of my lifetime and what others have told me. The things that I say, regardless of what Elvis is saying, are opinions, okay, that I've gotten from continental Africans, specifically Nigerians, who have told me and showed me that regardless of the relationship that they might get with someone in America to get the green card, it's a business. They will do what they have to do and say what they have to say in order to get that green card. Okay, but their true desire is to be with someone from their own ethnic group or their own continental group.
Most people desire is like that, Dollar Bill. It's not unique to Africans.
What did you say? He played it out there. So what's the rebuttal?
Well, the rebuttal is like most black African Americans want to be, you know what I'm saying, married
With
to an
African Americans.
American.
So Dollar Bill saying that it's like a slight on Africans that we don't want to be with other people, we rather be with ourselves. Most people don't want to be with other groups, they rather be with their own.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not true.
And there's nothing wrong with that. That's what I'm saying. Dollar Bill keeps saying that.
Let me say this to Collar, because I'm gonna answer that, right? Now, Collar, I've been hearing about. Hold on. I've been hearing about. I'm talking about African American women. I don't work with African American women, and I'm talking about 20, 30 years ago, where African American women was like, I don't want to get with the Africans because I'm just being real. Because they had their own little thoughts about Africans, right? That they beat women and stuff like that. These women, when they go into these relationships, they know what they're getting into. They know there's a possibility that they can get.
Baby Black, don't say that, man. You think African American women don't get abused in African American women and African American men relationship?
I won't talk about that, but
don't say that, Big Black. Don't say don't say Africans beat women at a disproportionate rate than African American men. Don't say that. Don't say that, Big Black.
I'm just saying, y'all backhand. Some of y'all are backhanded women in a minute.
I never hear my woman.
Okay, hold on.
Listen. I need everybody to pause for a second. I want to say something. Bob or whatever the hell his name is says it's like a black person in America saying, no, wait a minute, saying slavery was a good. Basically, no, I'm not saying slavery was a good thing. I'm saying he's about colonialism. I am telling the absolute truth. And some people don't like the truth, right? The truth is Africa was really, really, really good. Africa, look, what damaged Africa was a transatlantic slave trade. 300 years of warfare and dehumanization, whatnot, left Africa. Remember something, transatlantic slave about 1600, right? That was a time period where Europeans were exploring the world, Those 200 from 1600 to 1850, but those 200 years, that's when the modern world was built. That's when we had the Age of Enlightenment. That's when we had Copernicus. That's when we had the French had discovered the Meta in the ancient Egypt. So many scientists. We had Newton, Locke, and all these scientists. Eventually, we had the Age of Enlightenment, the Age of Reason, all this stuff like this, right? Then we had the most revolutionary thing was the American Revolution and the Constitution of America, right? And we had the French Revolution. So all that went during that time period, right? At the same time, Africa went from whatever it was, 1600, the Middle Ages. Africa lost its Middle Age, right? And it was completely buried in human civilization. While
Colin, you're holding Africa up to the standards of Europeans. African civilization could be different than the standards of European civilization.
Don't interrupt me when I'm talking. Let me say this. So therefore, I'm saying like this: while the rest of the world, the Arab world gave us algebra, they basically made advancement. The Chinese had so many inventions and so much science and everything like that. They made a mark of the world. While at the same time, that same frame period, right? Africa was basically being humanized through the transatlantic slave trade. So therefore, when the Europeans came there, colonialism didn't start until like the late 1800s, right? And the early 20th century. It wasn't that they weren't in Africa that long, but the damage was done so much, right? That it was like the Europeans were basically rebuilding what they had destroyed over 3 centuries of the transatlantic slave trade. So when I say they built Africa, it wasn't a good thing. They're only repairing what they destroyed.
But they didn't call it repair. They was just doing it so they could get have more businesses in and get more money. They didn't do it for the love of being for Africa. They do it for the love of Africa. They did it for the exploitation.
Why would they do it for the love of Africa?
That's what I'm saying.
Why would they do that for Africa?
You're singing to the choir. The bottom line is this: if that's the case, right? Why is it Africa still have the same relationship with the Europeans that they have? Nothing's changed.
Because they love their oppressors.
Extraction to European industrials and everything like that.
Because they love their oppressors. Colin, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Someone, I'm not going to say the individual, said that they said unequivocally, that most Ghanaian and Nigerian men prefer to marry an African-American woman. Could you give me your opinion on that? Do you believe that's true?
Well, I don't know about married, but I do.
That's Mystic Dime.
Well, I do know. Like, I don't know about marriage and stuff like that. Like I say, let me tell you something, man. I'm not gonna.
Man, that's not even what she really said.
I don't want to take.
She's saying that most of these men want 2 wives, one American and one
I don't
Ghanaian.
want to hurt anybody's feelings. What I'm about to say, you know.
Just tell the truth on it.
Okay, but I really, honestly, right? The perfect example. I see some African guys, right? When they with their African women, it seems like they settle down, they have a family, and they sort of like this. It seems to me that when the Africans have this idea that when they get with African American women, it's like, I don't know, they don't take them seriously. It's a good time. They have fun and also like that. They like all the. I think a lot of black women in America like that stuff, you know. Now, let me ask you a question: the average African American woman, are you ready to have kids at the age of 25? That's what Africans want, you know. At 25, he wants to be 35, and you 21. And the bottom line, if you still got that 5-figure and everything, you better start pushing out babies. You know, that's what the African man wants. You know,
Carla, you can't tell us what the African man wants.
No,
but you can tell us what the African American man wants.
No, I can tell you what the African man wants.
Hold on. The
Not what
African
anybody
man,
else wants.
The African man is not going to be the African American man waiting until he's in his 40s, so chasing
you just not
females. It's not going to happen.
You're not being truthful. That's one thing I noticed.
No, Dollar Bill, I'm not regurgitating your talking points.
African men are willing to play these games with African American women. You know, pay their bills for like a decade and get nothing out of it.
Colin, you paid bills yourself for a while there too.
I'm just saying, look, the bottom line is I hardly did that, but that's what the prices pay if you're going to get with a lot of African American women.
They're going to do it for 5 years.
I wouldn't know, Colin. I never did an African American woman before.
Are you okay? Well, that's what it is. So when you ask for 5 years, African American, what you call it, whoever the sister is asking that right there. Are you freaking willing to, whatever you are right now, are you willing to give that man a baby and settle down and do like that right now? If you're not, then forget about African men. He's not going to sit there.
Let me say this, Carla, real quick.
The
whole thing is, we don't want to. The whole thing is, okay, a woman going to be what she want to be with, a man going to be what he want to be with, right? What I'm saying is, with the African, this whole thing is about the continental African woman. The continental African woman, for the most part,
said this is the hate.
Well, hold on. Let me say this: the continental African women, for the most part, right? They see a lot that's being publicized by, you know, what I'm saying, the derogatory stuff going, you know, towards African American men. Let me ask you this: did you ever have any trouble with getting a Haitian woman, a Jamaican woman? You know what I'm saying? Any other black woman? I'm talking about black men in general. Black men in general don't have no, you know what I'm saying, no problem with, you know, dating. You know what I'm saying?
But Dollar Bill did.
You know what I'm saying?
No, I did not. You only dated one type of woman. You a simp, and you trying to talk to a guy who was a player, man.
Yeah, okay, player Dollar Bill.
You're not even in my pedigree, bro.
Props to you for playing hard, bro.
The first time when you got married.
Right, Dollar Bill. Sure.
This guy's come to realization, right? Some of the African women don't like African American men. Some of them.
Yeah, I'm talking to an international player.
International since I was 19. I'm an
okay, Dollar.
I can't blame the African men. I know some African men that continental Africans that hate on Africa.
Settle down. I wasn't like you, a dude who need to have sex on a regular basis. So you decided to have. I didn't have to do that. So don't put
Dollar
me.
Bill, you're talking out of your neck. Don't go there.
Brother. Listen, I'm going there because you act as if like you and I were alike. You and I weren't.
Dollar Bill, you damn near 60. I'm in my 30s, bro. We're not the same. Your time frame is different than mine.
Your daddy, so give me respect, son.
So what does that mean?
What I just said. Give me respect.
I'm telling you you complain about African women not wanting to date you because her brothers would be mad at her for it.
I talked about one woman, and I'm not mad about anything. I was not. Did I say that I was mad? See, that's the narrative that you want to put.
No, you said that. You got to come closer to the phone, Dollar Bill. You sounding so far away from the phone.
You know what cop and blow is, bro? I told you I've been dating women from other countries since I was 19. Do you think that I'm going to cry about one African woman? Do you really believe that?
You complain about it, that African men don't let their women date African American men. That's what you complain about on multiple shows on this platform.
All I'm trying to say
so when Big Black is asking that question, you can answer that question for him.
Continental African women. And she don't want to date. She don't want to date.
Big Black. Hold up, Big Black. You're a liar because I talked about it one time. And
you talked about it multiple times. Everybody in the comment section can vouch for it.
No, for real. As far as like Dollar Bill have said he dated Caribbean women.
No, we're talking about African women, not just Caribbean women.
I'm saying to you
complain about it.
I did not complain. Just because I say something. See, that's how you Africans are. If we say something, we're complaining.
You complain about it on multiple occasions. You complain about it to St. James that African men get mad at their sisters for dating African American men. Multiple shows you complain about it.
Bring it. You're a liar.
That's true, Dollar Bill.
And the truth ain't in you.
It's true, Dollar Bill.
You're a liar.
You complain about it. People on the panel, I've heard you complain about it multiple times.
I talked about it one time.
Not one time. What are you talking about? You brought it up with me. You brought it up with St. James when he was on the panel. You talked about it multiple times, Dollar Bill.
You're a liar. When somebody
whatever you say, Dollar Bill, we've talked about it multiple times.
Something about it, I responded to it. You really think at that age I was worried about one woman? Are you that stupid?
You mentioned it. You mentioned it with a South African girl. You mentioned it with, I think, another girl. I don't know if she was Nigerian. You mentioned it with multiple women who refused to date you because their family would get mad at them for dating you or something like that.
Man, please. Do you know how many women I dated in my life?
I don't care about how many women you dated in your life. I only care about the ones that you were complaining about who were continental Africans who said they couldn't date you because their families would be mad at them.
Well, he never. Look, Elvis, he never said he never injected himself in that. He said
exactly.
No, he did, Carter. What do you say? He did say it.
Did I tell you I was angry?
He did. He's telling you right now, Carter, that he said there was one girl who he wanted to date who refused to date him. He's saying it himself. Why are you saying otherwise?
I recall he was just talking about somebody that knew somebody that.
No, he was talking about himself. Ask him right now, Carter, if he was talking about himself.
No. Let me address it, Carter. I told him there were two girls, one girl that I liked when I was in college from South Africa. Her name was Fiona, in fact. And it was no big deal because I talked to multiple girls. If you talk to one girl and one girl don't go with you, you go talk to another girl. It's no big deal. So in the course of college, I must have dated 10 or 12 women. So if I meet one woman, you think I'm butt sore about that? And then I told you about another girl who used to like me also and told me that she was afraid to date me because of her family and they saw us out there talking together. So that means I'm complaining? Really?
You brought it up multiple times.
You're a liar.
I'll tell you three different instances right now. Hold on.
Elvis,
don't get emotional. You brought it up with Sin Police. You guys had that conversation. You brought it up with St. James. You guys had that conversation. You brought it up with me. On at least three different occasions, you brought it up on the show, Dollar Bill.
I want to talk about something else.
Dollar Bill always trying to make African men to be the problem. Black women shouldn't date them, and we don't want our women to date you. It's not even the case, Dollar Bill. You live in New York. You don't live all over the country. People have different experiences in different places.
Can I say something?
No, I know. I want to address Baruti, to tell you the truth. Be honest with you. Baruti is basically mad at me because I basically talked about Asian philosophies. Well, the bottom line is, how come, why don't Africans start telling me about an African philosophy I can use, I do Taoism. I studied Taoism for years. And Zen Buddhism, stuff like that. I found it deep. Give me an African philosophy besides...
what about Ubuntu? Ubuntu is an African philosophy that you don't buy into.
Can I say something, Kala? Because this guy tries to
talk about the African simple mind,
Let me just say this to him. You're a typical example why that African American women should never tell you that they dated an African guy. Because one woman came online, Chantel, and told you that she dated many African men. Your response to her when you lost control was that she was sucking their dicks and smelling their ass. So you're the typical reason. I don't have to prove nothing that you didn't already prove yourself.
What does that mean, Dollar Bill?
You read between the lines.
No. Because you're missing a key point. She said she tried to disrespect African men. And I just reminded her that she dated African men.
She said a lot of different things about continental Africa.
There you go, Dollar Bill. Big Black is pointing at it. I mean, Dollar Bill, this is who you are, bro.
Like you are more
no, she was way out of pocket, man. No, she was saying, man, she was out of pocket, man.
Big Black.
I saw all that shit, man.
Big Black. That's not what I was saying. What he just said to me, and you didn't hear him, was that I'm trying to warn African American men about African men, and so he sees that I'm making a slight. My response to him,
Big Black, if there was an African woman who dates African American men and came on the panel and start talking shit about African American men, people will say the same shit. Like you did an African American man, you slept with them, and you're trying to tell them that they're this, they're that way, they stink, that this. Don't start that shit when you date these people. That's the point I was making. So there's no point there for you, Dollar Bill.
You had to remind her your thought, because you was in bed with her, right? And them.
I mean, Dollar Bill, that's where you're showing your age. You're a 60-year-old man.
See, this is the whole thing.
You tell somebody that African men stink,
you don't know how
and she ain't no fucking African, or she was dating African men and sleeping with African men. That's the only point. That's the only thing I was pointing out. So you can be butthurt about it because you don't want your women to date African men. You don't want your women to date African men. That's what it is. You're trying to cock black, and you don't want your women to date African men. That's your whole thing, Dollar Bill. And your women will date whoever they want to date, whether it's African, white, or Black American. They'll date whoever. You can't stop
them. You guys are killing me with this. You guys are killing me.
You're a liar and a fucking.
I want to address some things in the chat.
Like fighting over women.
About a freaking a Baruti.
Bitch ass nigga.
Basically was second.
Now you getting mad, Dollar Bill.
I want to get back.
I'm not mad.
You're mad, bro.
I don't want to.
You're mad, bro.
I don't want to have to drop anybody down, but please don't stop. Stop. I had enough. Really did. You guys both made your points. I get it. You guys both. Y'all made your point. I get everything what you guys are saying. There's right and wrong on both sides and everything like that. But the bottom line is this. Like I was telling, I was out at one Broody. He says that. I have a feeling for Asian philosophy. Look, look. I'm from Africa, right? I would love to be able to pick up a book and be like, this philosophy right here is deep or not. You got to give me something more than is Ubuntu. Look, it sounds good. I am because we are. All that stuff sounds beautiful. That sounds beautiful and everything like that. But how is that going to translate into building business, governance, and all this stuff like that?
You can't build business with these niggas. They don't like you, and that's who they are. Like I don't like you.
There you go again.
There you go. Let me ask you something, because we're going back to that whole, Pan-African kind of, we kind of mystified about it, right? If the Pan-African movement in here, right? Like I'm saying, like people that are Pan-Africanists, right? It's very few in number in the United States. So-called, right? We can say so-called or not so-called, right? That's in America. It's very few numbers, right? It's most people
non-existent,
in America, right? So
all over the world. It's probably more in America than any place else, man.
Right.
It does not exist in Africa.
Right. That's what I'm saying. And that's because we probably have more access to a lot of information about how what's really going on in this with systematic racism, right? Now, how do you expect when you go over to the continent, wouldn't you expect, because of colonization, there wouldn't be a lot of Pan-Africanism there? It should be this
bottom line, you know what is in Africa? I'm trying to eatism. People are trying to freaking.
But why would you be surprised? Why would you be surprised about that?
At all, man. I'm not shocked. I knew that before I got there. If
it's a handful, what I'm saying, if there's a handful of Pan-Africans in America, why would you be surprised there'd be a handful of Pan-Africans in Africa?
Big Black, who was surprised? I'm not surprised at all.
But people not being Pan-African on the continent doesn't mean that they don't want to work with African Americans. Most people are just occupied by their daily lives, trying to hustle and make way for themselves and their families.
Pan-Africanism is a fantasy made up of.
But Kyla, I wanted to ask you a question. As somebody who is so well read like yourself, like you always tout, why haven't you read more about African philosophy? Are you saying that there's a lack of African philosophies?
Give me an African philosophy.
So why did you go to Pan-Africanism if you don't find any African philosophies that you can read about?
Good point, right? I searched for it. I couldn't find any.
We were the philosophy. That's what it was.
We were like black.
They didn't give a damn about nothing.
Black America,
Dollar Bill he looks for grievers. He wants to be the victim all the time.
Bro. Yeah, I know. You want to always talk about people, talking about how old they are.
We're talking something, man. He always comment, we can't work with these people. They don't like us. I mean, you put that in your mind.
Nope. I don't have to put it in
what
my
I
mind.
just said,
Over
right?
Afro-Dominance.
Do what I said. I just really, what you call it, and then when you talk about
What did you say, Dollar Bill?
So why you
Talk
keep going back?
to
I'm
Collar,
talking
man. Don't
to you,
talk
bro.
to me.
Elvis,
No,
I'm
no,
talking.
no,
You
no.
hear me? Hello, Elvis.
Collar.
I'm talking.
Collar, don't start that shit. If you want to kick me off, kick me off. Don't try to sum me, man.
No,
If Dollar Bill's talking shit, I'm gonna respond to him. Don't start that shit with me, Collar.
Right?
Now you're gonna try to get tough now.
Hey,
Now you get tough
Elvis,
now.
Elvis, come on.
Don't be so emotional.
Nah, usually I like to be cool, bro. But Dollar Bill has been whining and whining and whining for months, and we're tired of that shit, man.
Oh,
Then
deal,
go
hold on,
somewhere
Elvis.
else,
You
man.
asked me a question. I answered your question, right? I said there is no African philosopher that I found. Now, what's your next question?
So, did you read about Ubuntu? That's a philosophy that is in
What
East
philosophy
Africa.
is Ubuntu?
It's African.
Elvis,
You just dismiss it. You haven't delved deep into it and understand the philosophy of it.
It doesn't go any deep. What's the depth of it?
And that's what I'm saying. Have you read it? Hey, Baruti could give you.
He puts a bunch of quotes in the thing.
Yeah, Baruti, is there a philosopher on Ubuntu that Collar could read? Is there a book that he can read? Give him some. You know,
Elvis, Baruti used to come up on different platforms. He don't come up. He could have came up and explained it.
Yeah, Baruti, if you want to come up and explain it, or you can put some resource in the comment section. Because I myself, I'm not familiar with it. You know.
And neither
Collar has read about Asian philosophy, Western philosophy, but it's shocking to him that he can't read about African philosophy.
Yeah, why don't you have some authors and publish some books? You know, that would be a good idea, wouldn't it?
Oh, we got some new people on the panel.
Multi-generational mulatto.
Mari is there. Some other person at the bottom.
Peace.
All right, what's on your mind, folks?
I didn't want to jump the line. This is a powerful dialogue. One thing I wanted to touch on as an African American, yes, I am mulatto, but ethnically, I'm still African American. I wanted to address the foreign invasion that's taking place in the U.S. right now.
Hold on. Why is that important to me? I don't want to hear about that. What was a foreign invasion? I don't care about that. What's your point? Get to the point, bro.
Yeah, brother, you're not African American, so you don't care about your communities being eradicated.
But I'm not.
So I'm trying to explain to you why it's important, brother. What part are you missing? Your own communities in the U.S. are being eradicated due to mass immigration. How can you not care?
They're not being eradicated. Yeah, things are bad, and I would like to stop it, but I don't believe in that stuff like that. That sounds like white supremacy, white nationalist talking points.
Well, I'll say this briefly. How can you say our communities are not being eradicated when the census literally already confirmed that the total number of majority African American census tracts are decreasing?
Well, yeah. Look, the bottom line is this: you may have a point, but that's what
I know. I have a point, brother.
That's a point for another show. So, but anyway, but thanks for the call, though, bro. I'll talk to you later. Take a call.
Damn.
Damn, Collar. I think Mari was on too, right? Mari,
yeah. Go ahead, Mari. Go ahead. Thanks for the call, but I don't want to deal with that tonight. We'll talk about something else, man. But get with this. I see Elvis. I'm not gonna sit here and engage and all that because the bottom line, I'm not gonna engage.
And I'm not even gonna advocate for you to engage in them. It's your show. You want to have.
The bottom line is this: I'm very because now if it was an ADOS FBA person, they would have sat there and engaged with them and everything like that. I like this. Even Zongo said, Colin might have issue with Africans, but he goes, but he's the first person to defend. Yeah, look, the bottom line, that's right. I will defend Africans. I will defend my brothers and sisters. As much as they hate me, whatnot, people be mad at me and whatnot, I will defend I will not let somebody bully Africans on my watch. It's not going to happen.
But did you know who that was?
I have no idea. I don't care.
Okay. Go ahead,
I don't deal with that bullying and whatnot. I don't want no African feel like they're threatened or uncomfortable in my presence. So that's one thing. So people say what they want about me when I am not with no xenophobia and nonsense and everything. Go ahead, Mari Shai.
Okay. Can everyone hear me?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't know. Like I just wanted to talk about the topic. like how like we can't like get along and stuff like that. Like, I mean,
True.
I know like there's some things like we say hateful words towards each other and stuff like that, but I just don't understand why we can't forgive each other and stuff like that, because like I don't know, I feel like life is too short. And I mean, I know we say things that are hurtful and stuff like that, but I just don't understand why like we have so much animosity and just hatred for each other and stuff like that.
I don't know.
And just
Let me hold up, Mary. Sorry, let me step in right here for a second. I'm not interrupting you. You know, please, with all due respect. When I started this journey on social media back in 2006, 2007, and whatnot, I had no idea about any of this. And over the last 6 years, right, when the BAL launch really got a launch on Dynasty Show and everything like that, I had no idea that there was this vitriol hatred against Black America by so many other Black people. I knew that from Asians. I knew things that, you know, how his Latinos. I did a blog years ago about Carlos Mencia, how Latinos feel about Black people, and we got to stop all this Black Brown coalition. That's what I was talking about, right? I had no idea that the hatred that Latinos adopted towards us or whatnot, you know, with their to get their proximity with white America, right? I had no idea it was going to be also Black people from the Caribbean and Africa. You know, That's a shock of my life when I found that there's people from the African continent that got the same genocidal hatred towards us as white racists and white nationalists and all these other people and whatnot. So basically, it's not us. So we're only reacting to this hatred that's coming at us. You know, we didn't start this. You know, and we say like this all get along and whatnot. You know, I did not come over here and tell Chuko to come up here and say what he said. You know, what he said was unforgivable. He said basically everything. I love my family. I love my father. He was a good, honorable man, hardworking man. My grandfather, same way. For him to be dismissive of the people I know and love in my life or whatnot, and tell them that their culture and everything like that. You know, when I go down south, and I go down to my Gullah Geechee, my Creole people down there, and we're doing the fish fry, we're laughing, and then we're talking and acting a fool and whatnot, and people are just getting around, and the kinsmen come, you know, the other kinsmen come, hey, grab a plate, whatnot, you know, cut the watermelon, whatnot, all deep, like you can smell the fried grease and all the stuff like that, the hot dogs on the grill, and all those good times I had in the South and whatnot. You know, we weren't perfect and everything like that, but we had love, you know, and fellowship, you know, with each other and everything. To basically tell me that everything that I know and love and everything like that is null and void and no good, that it needs to be eradicated and erased just so I could fit in with somebody that's beyond the pale. It's unforgivable, and I'll never go along with that. That's what I fight against. You know?
I mean, and I understand that, Colin. I mean, I understand how you feel, but I can't just stereotype a whole group of people, because I don't think all Africans or Caribbeans feel that way.
Are you really sure about that?
I don't believe they all feel that way. I'm sorry, because like, I mean, I'm in Ohio and I get along with Africans and Caribbeans.
I get along with them too.
But you know, the Caribbeans,
you never know what they're thinking until they get online. You know, like I said, you some people will shock you or not. You'll say when people, you know, something when you find out somebody online, right? And you know, Facebook, they're one way when they have a profile like on TikTok that you don't know about, something like that. You're like, damn, that's what you really think. They'll be, you know, you just never know what people are, right? Until you actually let them talk when they don't think anybody's listening. That's when you to the test.
I mean, and I understand that too, Kala, but what about how African Americans feel about Caribbeans and Africans? You know, some of us call them names too. We talk about them too. So I feel
I mean, this right. Look, there's right and wrong on both sides, right? And I look. The bottom line is, here's the difference, Marishai, right? When Haitians were told, they were saying that Haitians were eating cats and dogs or not. And then some black people, African Americans, were like, I don't know, it was the truth. We were getting beat up just for even suggesting that it might be true, you know, or we don't know, whatever like that. You see the difference? When we use terms like African savages or whatever like that, or Africa being shit on. Remember when Trump said Africa's a shit country? He lost a lot of black support just over that comment right there. That's black people in America sticking up for Africa, you know? So we do show solidarity all the time. Okay, we understand that, right? But when it comes to us, right, people feel like they can say whatever they want to say whatever they want to say about African Americans, and they get away with it. You know, that's why you got a whole Afro dumbass shot. And I don't agree with what Tariq is doing and whatnot. I don't support Tariq Nasheed. And most black people, we say on many things, we do not rock with Tariq and the xenophobia and stuff like that. We do not rock with that stuff, you know. But it does not. It goes in one ear and out the other. People still call me FBA. People still basically try to want to tie me to Tariq just for defending myself. You know, I'm only up here defending my people, defending my heritage, and defending what I know and love. You know, that doesn't make me an FBA. That doesn't make me a xenophobe and stuff like that. You see the difference? You know, everybody else. If I was a Haitian defending my people, right? Everyone would say, you know, something, well done, well, good job defending your people or whatever like that. Yes, well done. Haitians are making a stand against racism and everything like that. Haitians, African Americans are standing up against this. But when it comes to African Americans, we're supposed to just lie down, let people say whatever the hell they want about us, make generalizations, and just basically cast aspersion on all of it. You tell me, Mary Shaw, do you believe you're part of the underclass?
No, I mean, I feel like I'm middle class.
Okay, so so this guy Chuko said Black America, but he just erased everything you accomplished. You're a nurse, right?
Yes.
All your accomplishments and everything just got erased by him just basically saying you're a part of a permanent underclass and you'll never be part of the Pan-African world. He just erased you from the Pan-African world, say you're a permanent underclass in America, which is a lie. He took the whole entire race of people. 50 million of us are an underclass, you know, no matter what you do for a living and everything. So you think that's right?
Well, yeah, I don't agree with that, and I don't agree with everything he says. You know,
everything. What do you agree with what he says? What did he agree with? Tell me what you agree with. He says.
Well, okay. Well, we had So Ja and Zola, he has this telegram group, and all of us, we would go on there and video chat with each other. He says he's very smart. He says some good things. Like, he says good things. He says bad things. Like, I mean, like any other person does. Like,
what good things has he said?
None of us are perfect.
What good things did he say?
I've never heard one.
I mean, he says good things about African Americans. Like, you
like
know,
what? I've never heard one.
Well, that's because you're not in the you weren't in the.
No, I listened to what he puts out there on Afro Dumbass Show, and he was on Cuba the other day. Same freaking thing, generalizations. You know, Black America. Chuko got up here and said, "How can you be happy, Kala, when 95% of the black kids can't read and write?" And I challenged him to produce the evidence. He couldn't do it. You know,
I've never heard him say one good thing about Africa.
So, Marisha, you saying him on video?
I was just speaking to her. Why you talking over me when I was just saying something to her? You got a lot of way of doing that.
Have you seen him on video?
You know what, Kala? Could you control this idiot? Because I'm tired of every time I'm saying
Elvis,
something.
Man, don't talk
he
over.
thinks he can just talk over everybody. He has
Look,
no
I just asked her a question, Kala.
You have
That's
no
what
respect. You could have said,
I
excuse
asked her
me.
a question.
You could have said, excuse me.
If you see him on video, I wonder if he's mixed
No, you
or
know
if
what?
he's
I'm
black.
not finished talking. I was talking to Mary Shaw. You're gonna ignore me and not respect me, then I'm gonna talk over you. Who do you think you are?
Come on, man. Everybody talk over everybody, man.
Nah,
Come
man.
on,
I'm
man.
not taking this talk to me. No,
but,
man.
Well, go ahead. But I'm just saying, don't act like he's just picking on you. He probably just did it because that's
not him.
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying that. Don't say that he's picking on you when he did that. Everybody does that.
No,
man.
what he does is, I said something about it, and instead of him being a man and say, "Excuse me, brother," right? He doesn't like my perspective, so he feels he's gonna be, he's gonna ignore me because I'm not gonna let him be my master.
No, we listening to you, brother. What's your point? We listening, King.
You know what it is? I don't mind people respect one another. Don't come over and tell me. He likes to use little digs. Oh, you're 60. Oh, Kala, you got a wife. Oh, you're an old man. See, you do all these things, and then when people get angry with you, because you don't act like a man, you act like a boy, then you get angry about it. I'm sorry, Mershai.
Don't let him get to you like that. He jokes, man, but don't.
No, I don't joke with him. Be a man.
Let's get back to the topic, though. Was the sister about to speak?
What was you about to say, Dollar Bill? Dollar Bill. What was you about to say?
No, let
What
the
was your
sister
question?
speak. I'm gonna let her say what she wanted to say, because she don't get a chance to talk.
Yes, I have seen well, I haven't seen him on video cam, but I've seen a picture of Chuku. He's like light brown skin. I seen a picture of him and his wife, and I seen Zongo.
When you say light brown skin, is he like high yellow?
No, he's like brown skin, like on the lighter side of brown skin. That's what it looks like to me. But I seen Zongo on video of camera. I seen Ja and Zola and a couple other people. But I don't see why he will lie about his mom being Black American and stuff like that, and his dad. Of course, I mean, I don't see why he would lie about that. And
But let me ask you this. Why does he never say anything disparaging towards continental Africans, but it's always towards African Americans?
Well, like in the group, he took up for African Americans and Africans.
Yeah, but hold on. That's another thing, Marishai. He'll take up. We're like a juggling, like somebody juggling. Let's say, Marishai, you're a ball, right? Somebody ball you up and put you in a ball, right? And they start passing you around. You just want to be left alone, right? And somebody said, let's use Marishai as a ball, right? They say, he said, well, I just want to sit here. No. We're going to ball you up and whatnot. They're going to put a net around you, ball you up in a little ball, and start passing you around, And so you're saying to yourself, whether I'm passed around by him, this side, I'm still getting passed around. I much rather be sitting here in a corner being left alone. That's what I'm trying to do with Chuko. He'll get and act like he's basically he's bouncing Black America around. Like he'll say something like, I support Black American reparations. That's not because he really supports Black reparations. That's all basically him playing ping pong with us, playing with us, shucking and jiving, to keep us back and forth with this nonsense and everything. Most Black people I don't really have no skin in the game with reparations. Now you got African governments talking about they want reparations and everything. And if reparations does pass, it'll be something where it's so watered down that everybody will get something. There'll be something for the handicapped, the gays, the white immigrants. Everybody will get something. That's what it'll pass. I was Irish. I deserve reparations. So someone for Irish. At times, like, well, we were stereotyped about the mafia. We lost a lot of money. Hey, Italians, you get reparations too. By the time it gets handed out, that's exactly what'll happen.
But Carlo, I'm sorry, sis, go ahead.
But you know what? I felt like in that group, me and Chikwu, I feel like me and him got more along than any of the other guys in the group, because and I'm gonna tell you why though, because me and him, in my opinion, for me I've been in that group since March. I left maybe about 2 months ago or something like that. We always talk about like the Black Americans that he talk about and that me and him both talk about is the Pookies and the Bonquishas and stuff like that. I don't even like them. I'm sorry. I have to be honest. I don't even like them because they used to get on my nerves in school and stuff like that. Just being
we understand that. We understand. So you have a right to feel how you feel.
So we would talk about them, but he would never talk about like he says, like the noble African American stuff, like the African Americans that wants to be something in life and be about something in life. He doesn't talk about those. From what I gather, with the stuff that he posts in the chat room and stuff, and how he was on the video calls, I did not get that he doesn't like African Americans. I didn't get that.
He sounds off like a racist white guy. It's like a racist white guy said, "Oh, you Black Americans make good bus drivers." But
and why does he talk about the people in Nigeria who are in the permanent underclass? Why does he talk about those people who are permanently okay in their country with no possibility of getting up? And there are millions more of them than us here in America, right? He never talks about them.
And please let me ask this, it'll be brief. And I have to ask Carla this respectfully. Why do you even value these Africans' opinions of African Americans, especially those Africans that view us in a negative light? Why do you even care about their opinion of us? And anyone on the panel can answer that. Why do you all even care about Africans' opinions of us as African
What
Americans?
continental Africans are our brothers and sisters. So we have we dialogue back and forth. They are.
Can I ask you this, brother? And this is with all due respect. Are they behaving as siblings?
Well, some of them do, some of them don't. But like
exactly,
I said,
but
hold
right
on.
now we're
Let me say
speaking
that.
about
Let me
ones.
finish. Let me finish.
All right, go ahead, brother.
Again, slavery did a doozy on us, but a lot of us overcame that, right? Overcame those shackles, right? But at the same time, colonization did a doozy on them.
Brother, you just said it, bro. Would a sibling sell his sibling into enslavement?
Well, listen. Let's just say let's think about this.
But don't avoid that question, though.
No. I'm gonna answer your question.
All right.
You see, this is the same thing that Africans do from the continent when they come up here, like chuko, and talk about slavery. Slavery, okay, is something that existed, okay, in the human condition since the beginning of time. And people have come out of slavery, okay, to be great people. So we're not worried about, it's not a stain on us, a permanent stain, like people like chuko who believe that. And the reason that we dialogue with people, even though we don't agree with everyone, is that we should have the ability to disagree. All I was stating was, Mary, and I want to address this to Mary Shy. It wasn't a personal thing that I'm saying or a personal affront to any sister who's married or engaged to any continental African. The way that Elvis tried to say, that's what I was trying to do. What I was saying is, there are people, okay, because of our feeling for Africa, because believe it or not, okay, we're an African people, whether they agree that we passed their purity tests. There are people, because of our naivete, okay, take advantage of us. And I was just saying that this is something that's pervasive in our communities. And it happens all the time. But when people try to deny and say it doesn't exist and this doesn't happen, it makes me angry. I don't care who dates who. You can date whoever you want to. I can date whoever I want to. I can marry whoever I like. Okay, that's fine. But I was just making sure that people are aware that not everyone, but there are a lot of unscrupulous people. Well, what is your issue, Bill? My issue is, I know I have a friend who has a cousin who is not a very well educated woman. She's a good person. She's a nice person. And this guy, he finessed her. He finessed her, brought her all this stuff, told her how he's going to treat her like an African woman needs to be treated. And she brought into it. She should have known better. But she didn't
exactly, bro. She should have known better, bro.
She should have. But
so
she
let's
didn't
not
have,
get caught up in the
No, I'm not saying that.
what
Let me explain.
the women are doing and the men that they choosing. A lot of them going to have to learn the hard way, brother. It's unfortunate, but it's the truth, brother. You can't stop no woman from who she going to choose, brother.
I'm not stopping anyone.
All right, so we can't be worried about it, brother.
I'm not worried about anything.
All right, so let's not.
Excuse me.
All right,
let me say about what I was saying. What I was just saying, I was just trying to say something. He was trying to say to me, "Oh, you make it seem like everybody's doing that and everybody's not doing." And I didn't like that. Don't try to tell me what I'm making it seem. I'm saying the way it is. Now, people can take it, don't take it. They can do whatever they want to do.
But brother, you avoided the question. Why does his opinion matter?
No, everybody's opinion matters.
No, it doesn't, brother. And that's the problem.
I'm not gonna get like
let
that.
Me tell you why.
I'm not gonna
can I say this briefly, brother?
No, listen.
Can I say this briefly?
No, you can say whatever you say, but just give me for a minute. I don't hate African people from the continent. I don't have to agree with everybody, okay? Because I keep it real. I treat people the way they treat me. When people treat me with respect, I treat them with respect. But I'm not going to have people telling me how I should act, how I should feel, or what should come out of my mouth. I don't tell them what to do. All I say is within the parameters. I'm not going to get to the point where you're going to say, oh, why do I care? They're human beings. We're all human beings.
So
And
every human being's opinion matters to you, brother?
Every human being.
That's a distraction, brother.
No, we're not.
You have to realize that. And please let me make the point.
We're on a talk show.
Yeah, let me tell you, please, brother. Let me make
right, whether I disagree with them or not, just like you, they have the right. And my opinion is that if someone says something to me, I'm going to deal with it on that basis. And you don't have to tell the right because they're African. It doesn't matter.
And watch how brief my response is. It'll be so brief. Don't you realize that we could be using the same amount of energy and time to discuss ways that we can preserve the African American communities in the U.S. that are being eradicated and ethnically displaced and gentrified instead of worrying about what some Africans think about us?
You can spend your time doing whatever you want to do with
I'm
time.
asking the question, brother.
Well, no,
don't
I'm
you
not
realize
you can go on
exactly? So let's have a dialogue about that.
No, that's not what the
dialogue is. We already had shows about that. We on
that's not the show.
But brother, right now, so y'all just gonna keep whining?
Had shows about that.
No, I heard you, brother. You don't got to repeat it. I heard you.
Show. Come on.
No, I heard you, brother. Brother, I heard that part.
Topic of the show, brother.
And then I'm talking about today, right now. This is the topic of the show.
No, it's not.
No, I'm addressing what y'all talking about right now. So y'all just gonna keep whining about Africans not liking you niggas?
First of all, if somebody talks about something or have a discussion,
brother, you're whining about African when he said.
Oh, come
you
on,
whining
brother.
about an African American woman that chose an African man and got played with.
Brother, nobody's whining.
Yeah,
somebody
you is, brother. Are you mad she ain't choose you?
Somebody
you mad
said
she chose the African over you?
And I responded.
Hold on.
No, I'm asking, brother.
He's not whining about that. He was explaining what he said on an earlier show. He's not whining
accused
about
me
it,
of saying something continuously.
And
I told him you're wrong.
Don't come on, cause some confusion now.
I'm not causing confusion at all, brother. You whining about it.
We trying to get over this situation right here. You know,
the man accused me of something, and I
just opened the fire with that, man.
How long you gonna dwell on it though? Is the question, really?
I don't know. You the one that brought it up.
You the one bringing it up. I'm saying let's move forward, brother.
I'm
saying that we can talk about ways to preserve our communities as African Americans.
Why don't you talk about ways?
Yes. All right. So let's get to that part, brother. I'm glad you asked that. Now,
instead of you trying to tell me what I should do.
But can I address it, brother? You just told me to do it. No, let's get to it. Now, we as African Americans, as I stated earlier, the total number of majority African American cities, towns, counties, and census tracts is decreasing as the number of immigrants increase in the U.S. One thing that we can do is call our local senators, local congressmen, and demand that legislation be implemented to put a moratorium on immigration. Additionally, we can contact our mayors and our county executives and demand that they begin reporting illegal aliens in our constituencies to ICE so that they can be deported. This is a way that we can preserve the majority African American communities that we do have, and we could build more majority African American communities. If we just leave the faucet on and allow our country to be flooded by immigrants, and 50 years, we ain't gonna have no more majority African American communities.
Can I say something to you?
Look at Baltimore. Look at it.
Can I say? Can I say something to you?
Yeah, I'm listening, King.
So you feel,
yes,
right, that if we stop importing people from America, somehow our numbers are going to go up. Is that what you feel?
Yes, definitely. If we stop. I'm trying to answer your question, brother. Can I answer it?
So what you're trying to say is because there's
I was trying to answer
so many immigrants here,
because
there's so many immigrants here.
Yes,
that means their numbers going to go up so high that your numbers are going to go down. Is that what you're saying?
Mathematically, yeah. If you got a room and there's 10 people, I'm trying to answer. Can I answer your question, brother? Or you gonna cut me off?
Go ahead.
Yeah, if you got a room with 10 people with black shirts on, that's us, right? That means we 100% of the people in the room. But you flood that same room with 100 people with red shirts, we're no longer the majority. And actually, if we take a vote in that room, the people with the red shirts will have a stronger voting demographic than us. Our vote won't even matter. We'll be a insignificant voting block. And that's what
So let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So that means that the Chinese have the most insignificant block in America?
Brother, are you listening? I said the
Yeah, I'm asking
minority.
you.
Yeah, exactly. So that means
Are the
that
Chinese the majority of? Are they the majority of people? Are they represented in America?
the majority of the people, the majority of the immigrants in the country are Latinos. The immigrants.
No, I'm asking you.
Yes.
Are the majority of our Chinese
clearly not, brother? Make your point.
Now
Clearly
let me
not.
ask you another question.
All right, go
Are
ahead.
Chinese powerful in America?
Yeah, definitely.
Why? Okay. So the Chinese can still become powerful in America by being the minority in America. So why can't we be powerful like the Chinese?
I never said we
not
couldn't
be the majority.
Well, let me answer that. I never
But
said we could. I'm trying to answer your question, brother.
Do the Chinese say? Do the Chinese say? Because there's so many Mexicans here and so little Chinese that somehow the Chinese, are going to affect the numbers of us. That's what they're
Let me
saying.
answer that. Actually, yes. You got.
Is that what the Chinese are saying?
I'm trying to answer your question, brother. You got agents, and anyone listening, you can do a quick Google search. You got agents all throughout the U.S. standing up against mass illegal immigration because they realize that it demographically disempowers the Asian vote. Don't take my word for it. Just look up. Even me, I'm from Howard County, Maryland. You got Asians, not just the Chinese. You got the Koreans. You got Indians, Pakistanis, Bangladesh. You got them standing up against turning Howard County, Maryland into a sanctuary county because they realize that it disempowers the Asian vote. And also it takes resources that the Asians pay into taxes and it allocates them to illegal aliens, which are predominantly Latinos.
No, but you just said you said Asians.
Brother.
I said Chinese.
Chinese are Asians. Are you not listening, brother?
But listen to me.
So I'm saying there's multiple Asian groups.
Hold on 1 second. Yeah, but that's
exactly. So yeah, I answered your question, brother.
No, you didn't.
Actually, I did.
No. Let me just explain.
You said, are the Asians standing up against illegal immigration?
No, I didn't say Asians. See,
you said Chinese, Asians. Brother. You said, are the Chinese standing up against illegal aliens?
So Chinese
and I said yes.
Yes, but Chinese are only one ethnic group.
Exactly. Exactly. Right. So, in addition to answer your question,
let me just,
brother, you have to comprehend the answer to the question, brother.
Rest for a minute,
brother. I'm answering your question.
When I asked you specifically Chinese people and not Asians,
did you not hear my answer?
Yeah, I heard your answer.
I said yes.
Okay, and
so what part are you missing?
I'm going to explain.
All right, go ahead.
When I said to you Chinese people, and I didn't say Asian. I said it for a reason. Okay, I didn't include the other types of people. And I didn't include that because that's what's called Pan-Asian.
Yes.
Right? So when a group of people, because of their ethnicity, or their location or region in the world, band together, right? Because they're small in numbers. So what I was saying to you is, the main reason I'm trying to explain to you is that I have differences with Africans.
Yes.
I have differences with Caribbeans.
Exactly.
I have differences with Haitians. I have differences with Jamaicans.
Yes.
But for the most part, we have something in common. And because we have something in common, one, we live together in the same communities. These people are not Asians. They're not Latinos. They come and they live in our communities, right? And so what I'm trying to say is that we don't have to be a kumbaya, but we have to come to some type of agreement. It's the Africans that say to me, oh, I have nothing in common with you. I've got in common with white people. Those are my enemies.
You took the words right out of my mouth. That's the only difference. Hold on. Please stop right there. Please let me and watch how brief my response is. Hold on. Watch how brief my response is, bro.
You can talk. But the people who want to work together, in blackness, in truth and understanding, then we, regardless of how we feel or the squabbles that we have with one another, have to work with each other because they're trying to eradicate all black people.
All right, let me respond to that. Watch how brief this is. And I'm a master at giving brief responses. The key difference is, and you just confirmed it, when the Asians come to the U.S., they work together. When Caribbeans and Africans come to the U.S., they work against African Americans. They work with the white man. Checkmate.
Not true.
You just said it. You just confirmed it. You just said it, brother.
That's not what I said.
Oh,
I said
my
those
God.
people. That's not what I said.
All
I
right.
said those people who do not work with us are our enemy. Not all those people.
Exactly.
And so what I'm saying to you is, I will say unequivocally that the Caribbean community works with us. That the Caribbean community, okay, not all of them, but a lot of them do. Most of them work with us.
That's debatable.
And to marry us, with us, go to church with us, go to school with us.
One thing I'm not gonna do, Dollar Bill, brother. These people, like I said,
I'm just talking about New York.
Brother made a good point. And I'm saying to Africans and everything like that, in the future, right now, usually around this time, I come and I'll be like Captain Saber African and say, yeah, most African, blah. Now I'm like, wait a minute here. I'm gonna let this ride out. I'm like this. Africans, if you guys really don't want this tension, this thing to grow, or Caribbean or not, you guys stop coming over here being separatists. You better work in our community.
But I don't think that
one of us
fall in the same category.
I don't either. But the bottom line is, there's way too many friggin' Afrodomises and people like that. What I don't understand is, why is like that dude Prince, what his name is, right? Why is that Haitians are joining with the friggin' these xenophobic Africans that come over here and try to discriminate against us?
I asked him the same thing the other night.
Yeah, I don't understand. What do you get out of that? You're losing. We're the majority here in this country. You're gonna lose going against us. And
I think that they think that they're gonna get some kind of brownie points with Africans. Africans are gonna give them a piece of land or do something for them.
Man, the bottom line is, I'm sick of them. I check this out. I'm over them holding Africa over my head. That's why I just let the Pan-African woman go. I'm saying it's just way too much to work. Mary Shai, I wanted to talk to Mary Shai about something. I forgot what I was going to ask her. Mary Shai's sister. Okay, I listened to what you got to say about the Boonquisha situation. Jonathan Miller wants to come on. I'm about to end the show, Jonathan, man. So yeah, wait a second. I'm about to go to bed. No, I'm
Jonathan Miller's ready.
Let him go, man.
I know it's a good show, man. We got all week, man. Anyway, get this.
Come on,
4 hours, man. Shit, man. Y'all ain't paying me, man.
You said yesterday we were gonna kick it.
I know, man. But
you got a job, man.
Bottom line, till I get monetized and get some super chats in there, then I'll be like, let's go 10 hours and shit, No, but Mary Shai, okay. I get it, right? Look, I'm not trying to make light of your pain and suffering, right? I feel the same way when I hear the Boonquishas and Pookies and whatnot. The anger with these niggas, but I gotta remember they're still my people, As much as I see a Boonquisha out there and everything like that, I just think to myself, that's still somebody's child, that's somebody's daughter.
Exactly.
And that's what always comes to my heart. Then my heart softens, And I don't like the stuff they do, and trust me, I know exactly how you feel. But what you don't want to do is fall into the hands of people like Chuko, who I hope that God can touch Chuko's heart and get that hatred out of his heart and whatnot, because people will use the Boonquishas and Pookies. I learned this a long time ago, Mary, right? When people don't like somebody in your community, they really don't like you either, They're just the Pookies and Boonquishas, just an easy thing. When somebody talks to me about Pookies and Boonquishas, they're really talking about me too. That's why I act the way I do.
Exactly.
I know they're talking about all of us. They're not talking about the Pookies. The Pookies are just the low hanging fruit, but they're really talking about all of us.
All I say is that I'm willing to work with people who are willing to work with me, but I don't need people to have this preset thing in their mind of who I am. And I don't have to feel like I have to have some type of purity test for anyone. I'm proud of my people. I'm proud of what my people have accomplished.
Right.
Okay. And that's just fine with me. They can be proud of their people and proud of the things that they have accomplished. That's good with me too. Okay. But I don't need people to turn around and lord over me and tell me what they think I should think.
Talk about Baruti's is a tyrant, man. You know, he's a.
See, you got people like people like Zongo talking about Dollar Bill is a bum and all this dumb shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Zongo, man. Come on, Zongo.
But we all know Zongo's a phony.
Let them know to subscribe. Let them know to subscribe to the channel.
Yeah, man. Everybody subscribe to the channel, man. We got to get this 1,000 views, 1,000 subscribers, man. You know, check us out. You have Dollar Bill. I thought about this. If Tariq ever came after me, right? And like it was a good cartoon when he would come out. I'll give Tariq this, right? He would call Collar no sub, right? I mean, no subscribers. With the lowest subscriber count, the biggest amount with the lowest
subs, huh?
No subs. So the bottom line, I would not want to get roasted by Tariq, man, because all they have these low subscriber counts, man. That's what they do. They basically
it might boost you up.
It'll boost you up.
How many subscribers you got? That's all they know. White man knows niggas, man. Yo, y'all should know the angry man going back in with O'Shea about who got more subscribers.
I think you get them, Colin.
Oh, I know I can get them, man. But the bottom line is, I think I started too late. I should have got it 3 years ago when they told me to. You know, they said, Colin, get yourself your own channel and whatnot. I said, nah, I hate YouTube. I really did. I really hated YouTube. I hated everybody that was on YouTube, right? I hated the word YouTube, you know? I really did.
Yeah, where's Jonathan?
I'll never be on YouTube. Now I love it, man, you know?
Where's Jonathan? Stop sucking up, man, Jonathan. Over there simping.
Where is he at?
Stop simping. Right now, Aunt Em wants you to play a Dusty Tether song from Tyreek. Maybe next week.
The bottom line is, look, I don't do Tariq whatnot, but the bottom line is a lot of you immigrants, man, created Tariq. You know, y'all created Tariq. You know, y'all created that dude. You know, you created it because one time Tariq was a Pan-Africanist. You know, what the hell happened, man? Like shit, man. The internet's dangerous, man. The internet, man. Goddamn, man.
It'll make you hate people, man.
Yeah, it does, man. It's like it'll make you hate people. Like, damn, what the fuck happened? You know.
But on the real though, Tariq kind of got it that when you talk about the Caribbeans, we really had no beef with the Caribbeans, but
Tariq started beef with the New York Puerto Ricans. I'm like, dude, man, I got so many Puerto Rican home family in New York, and like that. Like, dude, they were down with us back in the days of the Bronx, the breakdance. Remember that, Dollar Bill?
Oh yeah,
Star Wars and Wild Style and all that. You know, the South Bronx was black and Puerto Rican, man. You know.
I don't hate you, Zongo. Actually, I like you better than I like Elvis, man. Because I know the kind of jerk you are.
Elvis cool, man.
I don't like Elvis. Cool. I used to like him, man. He's too puritanical. He wants to come up.
Everybody cracks jokes, man. You know what I'm saying?
Man, no.
I'm pretty sure you say some jokes that's official to continental Africa. Man.
That's not what I'm saying. What happens is what he likes to do is try to make personal attacks on people, and he tries to do that like to make it seem like somebody's old or first he started doing it when he first got on. He was doing it to Collar. Now he's trying to do it to me.
What's wrong with being older, man? Look.
Exactly.
I'm at the point now. Let me tell you something. When you get in your 50s, Big Black, I know you're like in your late 30s, early 40s, right?
No comment.
I know. He afraid
that Elvis going.
Black is like you.
I'm the same age as Elvis.
You're in the 30s, okay?
Yeah,
the bottom line, by the time you're in the 50s, right? You done lived and whatnot. There's nothing nobody could tell you, man. Because I don't want to go back to being in my 30s, whatnot. You're so at peace when you're at this age. Nobody could tell you nothing. That's why I say we just pan out. So me and Dollar Bill got it right, It's like we're saying it's not worth it, It's not whatever we thought we were gonna feel like that. I'm at this age right now where I'm like, there's more important things than worrying about that. I have a business, I got this, I got a young wife and everything. The bottom line is this: there's more important things in life when friendship, family, and also you begin to appreciate what you have. You're not what you don't have. You appreciate what you have.
That's what I'm saying. A lot of people love to be in your shoes as far as
So the bottles. So when people start making about our age and whatnot, the joke's on you because
exactly
when you get to my age you understand. You can look back and say, I appreciate everything that I've done, everything that you start appreciating everybody you met, every thought you had, every experience you had, and everything like that, that can't be erased, you know? And the bottom line is you at your age, you're like, you know, you're saying to yourself, I made it. I did
I'm
it.
enjoying the fruits of my labor.
I'm enjoying the fruits
I'm
of my
able
labor.
to do my wisdom,
Like, I
my
got a
knowledge,
legacy.
my understanding. All of that is working for me.
And also, when you get our age right there, it's there's a you ever heard of anybody heard of Edgar Casey, the paranormal psychic? He was in Virginia Beach. He was from Virginia Beach, and he was he predicted World War I, World War II, and everything like that. He was in a paranormal state. But there's a book that somebody written, but a guy named Thomas Sorge wrote. There's a river, right? The story of Edgar Casey, right? In this one passage, right, he wrote. He said, a sum total of a man's life is when he turns the age of 35. He said, by the time a man's 35, right, that's when a man becomes a man. Everything that he's done from the time he was a boy, where basically he decided, his mother said, don't take the cookie, and he took the cookie, whatever, like everything that he did, the rights and wrongs, everything, all the morals, everything that he was taught, that he acted on and didn't act on. But by the time he's 35, that's who he is. That's who he's going to be the rest of his life.
There you go.
Know? So that's why that was stuck in my head. By the time you're 35, by the time you're 40, right? That's the age when you're in your 40s, right? That's the age when you stop. You're no longer a student, right? Before, like, that's what the problem with the Nation of Islam was. They had dudes past the age of 40 still under Elijah Muhammad, which they should have outgrown him. You know?
Yeah.
You know, that's the problem. And a lot of these movements when I can't take a 40-year-old man and say, "Oh, look, yeah, you're gonna follow the honorable college genesis," or no, I can't do that, you know, because by the time you're 40, you're in your 30s and 40s, you're a man and you have your own way of seeing the world. That's the way it is.
Hey, highlight Brody's
out.
comment. That's the truth right there. Highlight Brody's comment.
Oh Lord, man, what are you doing to me, Brody, man? Something
he said something nice, or he's still talking about.
We thought ADOS FBA movement exploited the zeal and reparations by what the hell? It was zeal for reparations. Look, the bottom line is look, let me tell you something about zeal for reparations, right? It ain't happening, you know? And when it does happen, right, they'll make sure everybody gets some of it, right? And the bottom line, you get
first thing, white women get it first.
White women, they'll have Mexicans up there, they have Italians up there, they have Greeks up there. They'll say they was discriminated against. It'll be just like an over. You'll have white Anglo-Saxon men in the South, in the Appalachian, saying, "Yo, man, we were discriminated against." When they'll make their case and whatnot. Look, I know how these white people are. That's how it is. That's how civil rights got passed. They made it about everybody, you know.
But check this
out.
Like
I was trying to say.
Hold on. But the whole thing, as far as like reparations, whether you believe it or not, right? When he's saying they. Right, but he's saying they exploited the zeal of reparations, meaning that, you know, people's wanting for reparations to push, you know, anti-African xenophobia, which I agree.
Well, yeah, okay, I agree with that part. You know, the zeal for reparations. They use the zeal for reparations. Because let me tell you something, Big Black. You have to, if you have ADOS FBA, you got to have an end game. The BIO's end game was what? Land infrastructure, nationhood. Right. On the continent, you may not agree with it, right? But that was our end game, right? What's the ADOS FBA end game? You got to give somebody something. So what's the big goal they're working for? Reparations. You know,
but it's gonna fall because like what they're gonna do after the vote?
No, they know. Hold up, they know that's never gonna happen. So they got time. They're biding their time. You know,
every 4 years
for people figure out they're gonna get nothing. You know.
I want to encourage African Americans to keep fighting for reparations, but I do want to say this: Africans are not wrong. Let me just say this: Africans are not wrong when they tell us, as African Americans, that we are not pure African, because the DNA test proves that we are not pure African.
Man.
No, that hurt y'all feelings. You gotta be with
mulatto.
You gotta be with
mulatto. Yeah,
a multi-generation mulatto. Are you
pure in anything?
Parents, hold on, let me ask you a question, brother. Is one of your parents black or white, or you just got white ancestry in your ass?
Both of my parents are mulattoes.
Well, okay. What about your grandparents?
Are they from Cape Verde? They probably
what's your grandparents?
All 4 of my grandparents are mulattoes. I have the Caucasian is my great grandparents. I have, well, I don't want to get into my whole admixture, but it's in my great grandparents' generation. Where
let me ask you a question. Mostly generation mulatto.
Yeah.
Why don't you guys mulatto? No disrespect. Look. The bottom line is we've always been the type of community where we welcome mulattoes and everything like that. But have you guys ever thought about starting your own like community?
Well, of course. Literally, I've been fighting for professionally. I'm a lobbyist. I've been advocating for us as
mulattoes. Hold on. Are you that guy? Are you that guy on Twitter? I mean, TikTok. That always say it's
no. I'm not on TikTok at all, and I'm trying to answer your question.
Okay.
I've been advocating for mulattoes to have our own category on the census.
Hey, look, I got your back, man. You know, I got.
Yeah.
Your back.
Why don't you just move to South Africa and become a colored?
Because I'm African American.
You just
but hold on, you could be an ambassador over there.
Yeah, you could be like the African American branch of mulattoes.
Yeah. But I will say this though, I do own real estate in the Caribbean, particularly in Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic. So I get your point. Actually, I raised my kids. I mean, yeah, definitely. I'm a positive passport brother. I actually raised my kids in.
I like this guy, man. He's funny, man. I like this guy, man.
You know what, Colin, he used to support the red, black, and green, and he went on Q-Chan, and they beat him off his square. Now he doing this mulatto stuff.
Let me just say this. Anyone that want to hear that conversation, hold on. Anyone that want to hear that conversation between me and Q Butter, it is on my page.
Oh, Lord, man, that should be. I cooked them. Look, it's too late tonight, but next time call in. I would like to see that.
Call in earlier, and this way we put you on the video, bro, so you can represent, the mulatto nation.
Mulatto power, man. Mulatto
We gotta call you King Mulatto.
No,
he's
the guy.
To be honest, mulattoes are the future majority of the U.S. and the world.
Oh man,
so
stop it!
I'm proud to be what I am.
I hear you.
I got nothing against them, man. But come on, man.
I'm comfortable in my own
skin. I still want to come in the fold. I don't want to be you.
But now we know why you anti-African. Because you for the mulatto people.
I'm not anti-African at all. Actually, I've been to Africa. I've been to Cameroon. I went to my tribe where I'm descended from. They welcomed me.
There's a mulatto tribe?
And look, let me say this. While you laughing, the whole North Africa is majority mulatto already. We coming to get sub-Saharan Africa next year. we about to take sub-Saharan Africa too. We taking sub-Saharan Africa about to be majority mulatto.
I was in Morocco. Those are mulattoes. Those are Berbers.
Actually, the DNA proves that they have sub-Saharan African ancestry.
But they're mostly Berbers.
Berbers. Listen, we can pull up the DNA test right now. North Africans are mulattoes. The matter of fact, even East Africa and the Horn of Africa, Ethiopians, Somalians, genetically those are mulattoes. So while y'all laughing, we about to take sub-Saharan Africa as well.
No,
y'all gonna let the Chinese look. It's either mulattoes gonna take over.
It'll never happen, bro. It'll never happen.
I mean, we took the North.
Yeah,
checkmate.
That was the
we took the East.
Checkmate. Mulattoes.
We about to take. Look,
let me just take over. You see all them black Kenyans and Tanzanians?
No, I see the Chinese and the Indians in Kenya. Checkmate.
Nah, bro.
What you think gonna happen when they free with the Africans? Mulatto. You can't stop a mulatto world.
Let Jonathan say anything. Let Jonathan say something.
I'm going downstairs and
vote for Halle Berry.
I'm gonna keep the live on. I'll come back upstairs. I'm in the live. Okay.
Vote for Halle Berry for president.
Yeah, one mic at a time, but yes, race makes us a part of evolution.
Talk. We don't want to hear your stuff,
Jonathan, bro.
Race makes us a part of evolution.
Hold on, man. Jonathan.
Yeah, what's up, brother?
Yeah,
what's up, Jay?
What's up with him, man?
How y'all doing?
Man, it's been a rough. It's been an all right show. Rough, we had some turbulence.
Y'all been cooking for 3 hours and something. My God, what y'all talking about? What y'all arguing about?
Big Black is trying to protect. Was trying to protect someone because he felt that I'm a little. He thinks that I'm mean or something. I'm not.
Nah, he's not mean, man. But we joke. Everybody got their way of joking, and I see what you're saying, and but sometimes, man, you got listen. He don't mean no harm, man.
Yes, he do. Yes,
man, get on him. We seen him before. He ain't the best looking motherfucker.
I don't care how he look, man. Really.
I swear you gay, bro. You gay? No, you want him to be good looking?
What y'all talking about?
Oh,
no, I'm talking about. I'm messing with my friend.
That's your friend?
Elvis.
Okay,
that's his buddy.
Yeah.
I don't like that motherfucker.
Dollar Bill, you're trying to beat on Elvis today.
Nah, I don't like that motherfucker, man. I told you that last time.
You don't like Elvis? What Elvis do to you?
Y'all
He like African.
Joking?
That's what
Elvis said too many old jokes. Too many old jokes, and he let it build, and it erupted today on the stage.
Nah, I told you that last time. I didn't like that motherfucker.
He like African. Man. That's what it is.
No, Elvis cool.
I don't like men. Period, man. Don't come in with that homo shit.
Yeah,
you like African men.
Stop.
Yo, get rid of this. Get rid of this melodic motherfucker.
He like African. He like Nigerian men and Ghanaian men. That's what it is.
You come with this anti-Pan Africanism.
When I say something about your melodic people, don't say shit to me, cause I'll cuss your light skinned ass out.
Your grandkids gonna be light skinned. Checkmate.
No.
Your great grandkids gonna be mulattoes. Checkmate. You can't stop
That's his favorite comeback. He
Hold on now.
That's his go-to joke.
Dollar Bill, you have mulatto. You're not that dark.
I'm no fucking mulatto, man. What's that bullshit?
Dollar Bill, you is not dark.
No, Dollar Bill brown. He brown.
He self-hating mulatto.
He ain't no light skin.
He a closeted mulatto, huh?
Y'all gotta stop this light skin stuff up, man.
You see, I'm not. There's Marie Shaw.
He a dark skinned person, man.
I'm gonna tell Kala to take me off screen because I don't want to be cussing the motherfucker out 2 or 3 nights in a row. So I'm gonna try to be nice.
I notice when I come to the Pan-African panels, it'd be a lot of closeted mulattoes that don't want to come out with what they is. I noticed that. What is it?
Listen.
It's just y'all young generation want to make everybody light skinned. Y'all think
exactly. Just because you the little light skin,
the DNA don't lie, brother.
Fucked in the jail.
Hold on, let's stay on DNA right test. Has anyone on the panel taken a DNA test? I'm curious.
Man, who is this
man? I'm not the father.
Right there. Y'all trying to hide that good
I'm not the father.
Y'all trying to hide that white great granddaddy. What's up?
Somebody trying to hide
that white great granddaddy. I'm asking. Has anybody taken a DNA test?
Carla, could you come back and get rid of this son, bitch?
I know you trying to hide that white granddaddy.
Yeah, we had enough of you, man.
You trying to hide that white granddaddy.
I like you less than I like Elvis, man.
No.
All right. The sister answer.
I'm 85% African.
What's the other 15? Checkmate.
You can't win with this motherfucker.
The other 15 is 12% European and 3% Indian.
So she got a white granddaddy. She got a white granddaddy.
I don't think she got a white granddaddy.
She's a mulatto. Let's go to the next panel.
Why don't you just marry a white person?
Let's go to the next panel. The sister is a mulatto.
Don't do that to us. God
I'm connected with the mulatto sister.
Hey, Dollar
Now
Bill.
let's pass the mic. Any other mulattoes on the panel?
Did you hear Dollar Bill?
I'm not mulatto.
Hey, Dollar Bill, say that one more time. Say that one more time.
White person and erase your fucking.
She got a white great granddaddy. She just broke it down. She broke down the percentages. She got white ancestry.
Why don't you just become all white?
I'm not mulatto.
And look, you notice the self-hating mulattoes got the most to say. Y'all notice that?
Yeah,
so let's move to the next panel.
Anybody else jokes aside. Listen, I don't condone what happened on Q panel, but that doesn't mean you got to go around all panels trying to terrorize all black people. Stop it, man.
No, y'all mulattoes. We gonna
ban this motherfucker.
Yeah, we gonna gotta stop doing this.
We gonna ban this fucking white lily.
You got a white great granddaddy. Hold on, let me dialogue with the sister. You got a white great granddaddy though, genetically.
Talk to him, Marie.
No, I don't. Actually, I don't.
DNA wise, all right. So where the white blood in you come from?
I have
piss. That's all we got. White people piss. That's all we got from.
No, excuse me. I have a great grandfather that's mixed.
Checkmate. That means you got a great white granddaddy, miss. Checkmate. You're a mulatto.
No, I'm
and
not.
And I love you as a mulatto. We family.
I don't have a white parent. I'm not mulatto.
Miss, you just said you got a white great granddaddy.
You went to her fifth.
That means you're a mulatto, miss. You
just went to her 5th generation.
That means she mixed. The DNA don't get erased.
That don't mean she mixed you with
the DNA don't get erased. Hold on, she just told me she only 80% African. She only 80% African.
She said 85%.
Checkmate. That means she's not 100%. That means she mixed. Checkmate.
Who is 100% anything in this world?
You got some Africans in Nigeria, Ghana, Congo. When they take a DNA test, they 100%.
Some of them
that means you mixed.
That's why when the African,
and what about the people in the continent?
Some of the continental Africans mix.
Exactly, they mulattoes. I just brought them up. That's why we taking over Africa. Checkmate.
We don't
y'all
count,
faking the funk right now.
We don't count rapes.
Y'all faking the funk right now.
Yeah, right.
Y'all got white hair.
We don't count rapes.
Y'all pretend to be black.
We don't count rape.
Y'all pretend to be black.
A rape victim.
Y'all wiggers.
Yeah, we don't count
y'all
rape.
Some wiggers.
Excuse me.
Y'all pretend to be black.
We don't count us a proud wannabe white person. That's all.
Y'all hear that?
We don't found us a proud wannabe white
mulatto.
person.
I'm a mulatto. Checkmate.
You're a mulatto, but you want to be white. You want to be white.
Yeah, just
they don't accept
I'm a mulatto.
Let that shit go.
That's all.
I'm not black or white. I'm a mulatto.
They don't accept.
You ain't 100% African.
No, I'm not. I'm not black or white.
And you 100% European.
Y'all mulatto.
100% European. So he's 100% African.
It was Halloween. Who did you come as? Clarence Thomas?
Let me shout out Clarence Thomas because he helped reverse Roe versus Wade to save the black babies. Checkmate. Let me shout out Clarence Thomas because he helped reverse Roe versus Wade to save the black babies. So shout out Clarence Thomas because y'all was killing your own babies. Y'all was killing your own babies. So let me shout out Clarence.
Nah, bro,
y'all bigger coons than him. But back to the mulattoes.
Bro, you a lobbyist? You a lobbyist?
Yeah, I'm a lobbyist. Back to the mulattoes.
The blacks.
Adnam is this guy's father. You know, the guy's talking father. That's Adnam's father.
So back to the mulattoes on the panel. Anybody else take a DNA test, family? Crickets. Y'all trying to hide the closet. Look, you mulattoes got to come out the closet. You mulattoes got to come out the closet, family.
Adnam, we would mulattoes got to come out the closet. You could be anybody. You will never go to the panel.
He ain't no damn mulatto. He ain't no mulatto.
Let's get to the information.
I want to get to the information. I want to know, as a mulatto, what the hell is you lobbying for?
All right, let's get to that part.
Get to that.
Mulatto, one of the things, since y'all scared to admit y'all white great-great-granddaddies, let's move on. As a mulatto, I was advocating to implement a federal abortion ban, and I was partially successful because, like I said, y'all brought up Clarence Thomas. He knows me personally. I called him. And I said,
wow, no shit.
You got to reverse this Roe versus Wade so we can save the black babies. We got to save these black babies. We got to save them. So we got to ban abortion. So y'all need to reverse this Roe versus Wade.
Oh my
God! I got Clarence Thomas to vote to
you probably try
reverse Roe versus Wade.
You probably try to sleep with his wife.
Shout out to his wife. Shout out to his wife.
Clarence Thomas better watch yourself.
No, I don't know his wife personally. No, I don't know his wife personally.
Oh, now you don't know him,
but I know him personally.
I
don't know his wife personally.
His wife wouldn't have a baby.
But also,
because he's too black.
Now, hold on a second. You've been lobbying the Supreme Court justice. You were lobbying the Supreme Court justice.
For sure. Hell yeah.
Go through no federal court.
Nigga, ain't that against the law?
No, it ain't against the law.
You can't lobby no judge.
Matter of fact, and anyone listening, you can go to my page and see the phone calls because I record them for my own safety. I record all my lobbying. I record it for my own safety.
Wait, hold on. Making phone calls. Making phone calls is not being a lobby.
That is lobbying. You're a dumb. You're proving you're a dumb nigga. You're proving you're a dumb nigga.
You don't need to be registered.
Just go to my page.
You don't become a registered lobbyist, and everyone can call their representatives.
And that's lobbying. You dumb nigga. Check that.
That's not lobbying. That's not lobbying.
You're a dummy.
Wow,
that's not lobbying.
That's not lobbying.
This nigga up here trying to make it sound like he a lobbyist. That shit fell apart so quickly.
Actually, it didn't. You just jealous because you didn't do it. You don't have the charisma,
brother.
You don't have the character. You don't have the testosterone.
How much did you pay? How much did you pay? Because you have to be a registered lobbyist. How much did you pay to become a lobbyist?
No, you don't. You could be an independent lobbyist. Checkmate.
You still have to register to be a lobbyist, bro.
You don't even have his real face up there.
Fraud.
This nigga
fraud ass nigga.
I know this, and this is what niggas do. And this is why y'all being bred out. I know this is why y'all niggas being bred out. Hate them other niggas.
He's a Puerto Rican and shit.
This nigga ain't no damn mulatto.
Motherfucking Puerto Rican.
Yeah, man.
talking some
Hey,
shit.
yo,
You got
Puerto Rican heritage, man.
yeah,
look, and y'all grandkids gonna look just like me.
Yeah.
So I mean,
You trying to get a
I guess
Puerto Rican?
your grandkids gonna be Puerto Rican.
No,
You
not
ain't even
mine.
black. He's a Puerto
Yeah, they
Rican.
will.
Nigga.
You
No,
can't
no,
stop
they won't.
evolution.
You ain't got chickens.
How y'all gonna stop
trenches.
race mixing? Can I? All right, let's move forward. How y'all gonna stop race mixing?
No,
Since
you
we found out you Salvadorian.
Y'all already mixed. How y'all gonna stop race mixing? Checkmate.
He got about 4 people on his.
I know.
He got about 157 videos. He only got 79 subscribers.
Yeah, I know the FBI shadow banned me.
Wait. He got
FBI shadow banned me.
He got
I'm telling the truth.
170 some videos and 79
And the
subscribers.
FBI shadow banned me. The government
Nah,
came
this
after me.
nigga, give up
It
your
was the
YouTube.
Democrats.
Give up
The
your
Democrats
YouTube
came after me.
dream,
I'm telling
nigga.
the truth. The Democrats came after me.
Your movement failed.
Over 100.
The Democrats came after me.
This nigga got 79 subscribers, and only he's the one
I
that
know. I'm
subscribed
telling
to
the
his channel.
truth. The Democrats came after me. They had look. This is true. The Democrats had congressional hearings.
There was only like 4 mulattoes.
Look, I'm telling the truth. The Democrats had congressional hearings and they got exposed. Hold, please let me say this. The Democrats got exposed for shadow banning right-wing activists, and they categorized me as right-wing. So it's the truth. They
How
shadow
can you
banned.
have 23 views and be a right wing? You're not even a chicken wing.
You're a dumb nigga. Right wing, left wing don't determine your views.
You're not
you
even
dumb
a
nigga.
chicken wing. You was a chicken. You wouldn't even be a gizzard.
I'm about to go subscribe to
You
your
see nobody
channel
laughed at that one. He's a dumb nigga.
Unsubscribe to make you.
Yeah, subscribe to my videos. Get my views
everyone
up.
should do that. Everyone should
page
subscribe to his channel.
My page multi-generational mulatto. Please go look at my work. I do great work. I do the Lord's work. I do everything positive.
Shut up before I flag your channel.
The FBI already did it. The FBI already flagged my
I'm just playing. I wasn't gonna flag your channel. You got too much pressure on your channel already.
It wouldn't make a difference though.
If you want some laughs, go over to multi-generational nigga. I mean,
yeah,
mulatto.
multi-generational mulatto. Go to my page. Really, and look, call these elected officials, call the Black Caucus, and ask them why they working against you niggas. Please call them, ask them why they funding your security with illegal aliens and giving y'all tax money to the illegal aliens.
How long you been out, man?
This is a waste
How long
of
you been
time.
out of this insane asylum for? How long? I know you still on.
You see nobody laughing, man. You feel me? If you was funny, I'll laugh. I'm not a hater. If you was funny, I'll laugh.
How long you been out for real?
Somebody laugh at this joke.
How long you been out? He got vegan burritos. Vegan.
I'm vegan. I care about the animals. You gonna fault me for that?
Vegan burrito.
Yeah, you been in jail, brother.
He ain't even been in jail because he's a vegan.
Let the sister talk. I think the sister was just saying something.
Oh
no, I was just saying, is Carla still here?
Yeah, so he can get rid of you.
This is so freaking annoying. I just freaking.
She mad because I exposed her as a mulatto. That's all that is. She mad I exposed her as a mulatto. Anybody else took a DNA test on the panel?
I am not.
Bro, how many kids you got?
I got 3 and they're adults. Matter of fact, let me tell all my kids. I ain't gonna say their name. I'm not gonna dox them. But y'all know I love y'all. If y'all here to play black, y'all know I love y'all. You feel me? Keep up the great work. Anybody on the panel? All right, go ahead.
That nigga ain't seen his kids ever.
All my kids grew up with me. Hold on, all my kids grew up with me. Let me say this. All my kids grew up with me. I raised them correctly in Puerto Rico. They speak English and Spanish. When they went to school,
in Puerto Rico,
all their classmates looked just like them. They was mulattoes. They had mulatto teachers. Look, my kids had mulatto teachers. I'm keeping it real. They had mulatto classmates. My kids.
You can speak Spanish. You can speak Spanish.
Man is so hard to understand, and I know things will get better. I know you will.
But he not even funny. Like, you know, I laugh if he was funny. He ain't even funny.
Black people
So you on this channel looking like Welcome Back Carter and shit.
We too young to remember that. You got to update your jokes. You got to update your jokes, brother. It's a young audience.
Oh, my fault. You look like the.
Okay, let me say, Bad Boney.
Were you that guy that was on Brandon's show a couple of years ago with the sneakers in the background?
No,
this
Kala,
is a weird Negro.
Kala, no.
This crazy legs right here.
Kala, he was on Dinah's channel. He's the one. He was the one that keep on saying, everyone invest in South America and all that stuff.
Buy real estate in South
Yes.
America, the Caribbean,
Yes,
Asia.
that's
Do
him.
it. Trust me.
That's him.
Puerto
Because the
Rico.
immigrants coming to the U.S. from foreign nations.
Puerto Rico.
You might as well buy real estate in their
saying on
countries.
Dinah's channel,
Oh,
Even
Fat
it out.
Joe.
Yes, that's
Fat
him.
Joe,
I
right?
knew it.
He's Fat Joe. He's Puerto Rican.
You see nobody laughing at this man's jokes, man.
Fat Joe, what's
but
up, man?
Kala, what we did do when you was gone, we exposed that you got closeted mulattoes on your panel that are ashamed of their European ancestors.
Could you do the
we exposed that fact.
Could you hit the button for this one, please?
Oh,
could you hit that?
Please.
That
I'm not
Sandman
mulatto.
button?
You're a mulatto, sis.
Could you hit that Sandman button for him?
Mulatto tonight?
Yeah, can we get rid of the
We
mulatto
standing on
tonight?
DNA, family.
Yeah, get rid of him.
Can we say goodbye?
Mulatto. I'll see you next time, brother.
All right, peace, family.
Yeah,
Bye,
right.
mulatto.
Goodbye.
I can't take that. That makes me mad.
Yeah, I got a headache, man. I went downstairs.
Oh my God, I gotta go to sleep. This was hilarious. I knew. See, Puerto Ricans can't. Since Tyreek started messing with the Puerto Ricans, oh my God. Good night, family.
Good night,
Good
dog.
night. Good night.
And you guys, it's been 4.5 hours. I'm tired of y'all Negroes. So, not you, Marshall, but the rest of y'all niggas.
Oh, damn.
I'll see y'all next time, man. I might do a show. Was it Monday night tomorrow? Yeah, I might do a show tomorrow night, you know? Or then Tuesday's election day. I got to get up in the morning. I'll oversleep. You know, I don't know if I'll do a show Monday. I should do a show tomorrow night. You know, day before election day. Maybe I can influence somebody, you know, who knows? That one vote that I can influence, you know, might be a difference. But anyway, you guys have a good time. I'm going to leave the stream up if y'all want to talk, whatever. But I'm in the live stream now. Y'all have a good night, you know.